Well, hello and welcome back to Nottingham University for the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup Day 2. We had a fantastic start last night as we've just watched back a few moments from that opening ceremony. What an incredible occasion that was, followed by 3 fantastic games of young touch rugby here on the live stream. And I'll tell you what, we've got a whopping 12 games coming up for you across the course of today, across the girls under 18s, the mixed under 15s, the mixed under 18s, men's under 20s, women's under 20s and boys under 18s. It is an absolute festival of touch rugby. That's what it's all about. We've got teams from 10 different nations here over the course of the 4 days. The joy on everyone's face has been absolutely something to behold. You should have seen the scenes last night when France came out to play, and it's France that are up first. France against South Africa in the women's under 18s division. I can see the South Africans below me getting ready and the French on the other side, and I'll tell you what, if last night's scenes with the French are anything to go by, we're in for a very special opening. But it is the pinnacle really of youth touch rugby here at Nottingham University. Teams from all over the world, as I say, making their way. And just to give you a flavour of that, obviously we've got England, Wales, Ireland and Scotland who've come from not too far, although the Irish last night did have some travel woes getting delayed in Manchester Airport, but they made it for kickoff last night, and that's what counts, isn't it? And then we've got, coming from closer to home-ish, we've got France and Belgium just hopping across the channel. But then how about this for some travellers? South Africa, as we've heard, China, the USA and the Cayman Islands. Teams have come from so far and so wide to be a part of this. It is incredibly, incredibly special, and we are very, very lucky to be here and to be bringing this to you. Now, all day today, as you might be able to just see in the background, Joe Wright is going to be helping us out on commentary, a touch wizard, as he's been described by many of us here in the NextGen15 team. But we are very, very excited. We're going to have lots of different guests coming and joining us throughout the day, throughout the weekend. So do stay with us for what is going to be an absolutely wonderful day. We've got kickoffs all the way through until 6:35 this evening, and stay with us the whole way through because that one is a big derby game. Boys under 18s, England versus Wales in the 6:35 kickoff. That is not to be missed. But as you might be able to see in a few moments on the field, players are getting ready. We've got 1 minute to kick off. The supporters are on the field. The players are ready to go charging through their tunnels. In fact, the French are charging through now. So we are going to switch across to live coverage of the opening game of Day 2 at the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup. France against South Africa in the women's under 18s division. It's going to be a cracker.
Oh man, are you jazz?
And so just under a minute until kickoff, and we've just seen those special scenes as the French and South African players came onto the field, and alongside me is Joe Wright. And Joe, pretty special scenes to kick things off.
Oh yeah, we were just saying that this is what touch is about, the support that's shown from, you know, 2 teams that have had to travel a long way. South Africa much further than France, but still to make the travel over, I mean, it's just spectacular.
We saw plenty from the mixed 15 side for the French last night. Pretty excited about what their girls 18 side can do.
Yeah, and this is a division, you know, like England have a very, you know, well-versed team. It's very experienced. We don't know really that much about these two, but if we can judge them off the performances of their age group teammates, then these 2 teams will have everything to play for.
They certainly will, and it's France that have got the early possession here, just working their way towards the try line, hitting the brakes a little bit. Jolivet. There could be some space on the left-hand side if they get the ball to it, but just didn't quite, in this early morning setting, have the confidence in the passing range yet to go for that one.
Yeah, they took South Africa in really nice, just condensed all the defence on one side of the pitch and then looked to use the hands to whip it open. But, you know, early doors, your first crack at the line, it's very promising.
And you suspect, as the day goes on and that early morning bleariness wears off, that passing range might start to develop. In a slightly unusual substitution regime there. They've sort of managed to make it work. In fact, it could well work spectacularly for France. Just ball dropped. It sort of all went wrong and then all went very right all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where the attack doesn't really know what they're doing, so the defence doesn't know how to defend it, and it nearly comes to fruition there for a score. But I believe it's just going to be a penalty for offside. A couple of the South African defenders didn't quite hit the line. Duncan Mascarenhas hot on that.
Now we've got a double pink-booted pod on for France, so we expect big things from them. That one just spilling, and it has been raining a little bit in the early hours this morning, and there's a bit of dew on the ground still, so the ball will be slippy early on. Should hopefully dry out as the day wears on.
Solid transition here, but the half is just isolated, just gets the ball away. The South Africa need to go forward, make some extra yards, big contact in the midfield. Ball is away, overlap.
Didn't get the call, I don't think.
No, that's when you do need that big screen from your winger. It was clear overlap, they've worked it really well, but unfortunately they've got no more touches to play with. The ball just goes to ground, but both teams just working through the processes early doors. Hands maybe not there as it would be if we were playing this game at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock today.
I should point out the temperature is cold as well, so not only have we got a slightly greasy ball, we've got fingers that are probably a little numb, and at this time of year probably not used to being a little numb. It's about 11 or 12 degrees this morning. It's
yeah, middle of July, that's exactly what you want, isn't it?
These French players have just travelled across from an unprecedented 42-degree heat wave. Every rumour they've heard about the British summer has been proven true here. That being said, this sort of weather, this sort of cloud cover bodes well for the England bowling attack later on in the Ashes.
Please don't get me started on the Ashes, because I could accidentally ignore the touch and be here all day talking about the cricket.
It's just as well Australia haven't got a team here today. South Africa diving at the line, but touch was made. France will have possession.
Yeah, South Africa just seem to be, they're trying to run the sweeper play, but maybe just running it from a little bit too far out, so it just alleviates the pressure for the French defence. They can just sort of meander off their line a little bit and not really have to drive too hard at them. Oh, lovely little show and go. Oh, just gets caught. Superb little ball skills there.
Brilliant work. Scarlett Chauffet looked as though she was going to go around the outside there for just a half a second.
She has got the pink boots on. I was half expecting a full length there.
Another set of pink boots. This French side is loving the fluorescent colours.
Both teams living on the edge in terms of running at defence's half and potentially getting caught. That'll be 6 more. That's really well recycled there.
Now one of the South Africans has got a combination working that I don't think I've seen yet, and I've seen a lot. The backwards visor. That is quite something.
We love that.
Might have to try one of those myself.
Setting a trend.
France, could this be the opening? Oh, so close. Camille Martin almost getting the first score of the game.
Yeah, it's really well worked. They run the link punish, and now I think they're going to try and run this side again. Indeed. And this seems to be a little bit of a game plan. You run down, a very congested area, you suck all the defence in, and then I think you'll see one pass to the open side.
Diving for the line, but I think that wet ball just falling from her grasp at the last. It was a cracking effort from Rose Uge. But again, something that's going to get easier as the day goes on. That ball just a little too greasy at the moment to stick in the hand.
Yeah, and I'm a really big fan of this South African team at the moment. They're defending really tight because they know that the ball is wet. So France are going to struggle to throw long. So they're defending in such a tight area that they're able to just really drag all of the life out of the French attack. And then when they get into their transition, they're dumping the ball with 2 hands on most occasions. think they're going to get a foot in the ruck there. Good call from the referee. But when they're driving up the box side, they're dumping with 2 hands, maybe taking a bit of pace off the transition just to secure the ball. And at the moment, if you're South Africa, you've got to think, look, it's a good start. The French have had, yes, they've had cracks at the line, but you've held out. And now, hopefully, we'll see them be able to take some of that defensive success into their attack.
Bit of an error there, so France will have the ball back, but no signs of promise, as you say, from South Africa. France, though, will also be fairly buoyed by the amount of possession they've been able to hold on to. Once again, they're almost ahead of where they think they're going to be when they make their changes, but they've managed to make it work once more. Throwing the pass. Got to be careful on those touch and pass. Could be space. Pass goes out. Is it forward? Referees are happy with it. Did the touch come in though?
Oh, what touch?
Touch did come in. That's a spectacular touch.
Yeah, that's just as valuable as a try. That defender chasing into the corner. It's just a race of wheels, and South Africa come out on top. But again, South Africa doing pretty well in their defence, being able to just stay really tight and force France to go wide. And on the one occasion that they were able to find the long ball, South Africa backed their natural ability to get out there and cover.
Just a little fumble there. And we saw last night bucket loads of tries. This game getting close to halfway through this first half and yet to see a score, and it's just a couple of handling errors maybe that have prevented that as a result of the greasy ball.
Yeah, definitely. And at the moment, you know, a lot of the infringements are coming at the roll ball, dumping the ball, and the ball is rolling a lot, you know, further away. The ball can't move more than a metre, otherwise that's off the mark and loss of control. So what I would be telling my team is take 10% off the dump, just secure it, get it down nice and firm, plant it rather than rolling it. And then you can secure the ball and secure possession. Because at the moment, both teams just, you know, rolling through their processes at quite nice speed, but it's just the, you know, prime example there. It's just the 1%ers that aren't sticking. The ball going to ground, ball rolling off the roll ball.
It is one of the more counterintuitive aspects of touch, that it's called the roll ball, and the last thing you want to do really is roll it.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of people are taught, okay, so this is how we're going to win the roll ball, and yeah, you definitely just want to slam that ball into the ground nice and firm so it stays exactly where it is.
Ball spilled, and South Africa have possession again. And South Africa have possession again, and they have, as you said earlier, defended well, defended tightly, not panicked when they've been threatened.
Must have been watching the live stream yesterday, because a lot of those defences were set very wide, and there was a lot of space in the middle, but that's something that's not the case with South Africa, and yeah, they've got it down really well. Oh, lovely show and go. She's got to feed it off. Oh, superb.
Well, we did see a lot of teams last night watching footage and getting their analysis done ahead of today's action. Always slightly strange when you can hear your own words being used and then levelled back at people by the coaching staff.
Yeah, it is a strange one. I had a couple of people last night. It's a strange sensation, I've got to say.
And again, another error comes in, and South Africa probably need to just tighten those errors up, because while they've defended particularly impressively, they're yet to really muster an attack of real substance.
Yeah, and I think France are really showing what you can do when you get a smooth transition and you use that momentum well. They're not having to stop. That's a shame, because the hips just aren't quite square, so that'll be turnover ball. But France, when they get into their transition, look the most threatening at the line, because they're rolling with momentum. When they're getting repeat sets at the line, it's very static. They're not manipulating the South African defence, which allows South Africa just to sit really tight as they are and just move across as they move the ball. But
here's a chance though, quick turnover of possession, and South Africa this time can't get the cover in, and France opened the scoring, and that was that error count beginning to bite. It was they were halfway through making their changes where South Africa. They made the error. France went quickly and used every last inch. I'll tell you what, South Africa still almost found a way to get the cover across, but Sarah Guitard just getting herself over the line in the nick of time for the opening score of the game.
Yeah, and that's just being able to, you know, recognise what's happening. South Africa decided to sub in D, which is, you know, not something I would recommend to any touch player watching this. Although this is lovely play from South Africa. When they get going, they're showing that they can really move and move the ball with purpose. But France on that occasion just heads up.
Knocking on there, but they're going to have 6 more. France are offside, so first genuine attacking opportunity for South Africa. Let's see what they've got in store. Take the early touch. Now they try and engineer something, but touch is made.
Second penalty in a row for offside.
France have got to be careful here. They're very tight on the right-hand side, a little bit more spread on the left. Let's see what South Africa can do about that. They dive for the line. It looks as though that's going to be given as well. And South Africa respond with their first real attack of the game. Erin Venter with the score, and a good showing of what they can do when they get the opportunity.
Yeah, and for your first attack of the line, it's ideal. The only thing that could have made that set even better is because if you could have drawn a third penalty and got someone sent for time. But, you know, first attack, drawing 2 penalties, and then getting the score off the back of it when you've not really had many opportunity. You know, it's superb in South Africa, and it's a real confidence booster as well. And you can see in the defence, getting up, putting pressure on. And France is struggling right now.
South Africa advance on France, but they do have space on the right-hand side, but they just can't get that passing accuracy in off the left hand, and not quite into the breadbasket. South Africa try and play out, but trying to pass around that defence, and perhaps, well, this ball just dries off, you're safer to concede that early touch and just work your way up the field with a bit more patience.
Yeah, and additionally to that, they're using the late pass, which is very effective when the ball sticks, because you can pass around promoted defenders. But because they're throwing it so late and with such speed, with the conditions that are on the pitch right now, it's just asking the South African players to do so much to get the ball in hand.
France go for the line again. They had people outside. The defence started to drift, and Alice Shearer thought, hey, I fancy a little go at the line myself here.
Yeah, it's a lovely little phase play. They run the 32 short, they give the wrapper, and then the wrapper receives the ball and just dumps it. A lovely little dive to the line. The South African wingers just hovering on that try line.
Well, it's what we spoke about yesterday, isn't it? The outside defender's got a decision to make. Do I bite in hard, or do I wait and try and drift my way out to the outside player? And in the end, neither option quite committed to, and France easily able to take advantage and take a 2-1 lead here. France very kindly passing the ball to South Africa. Well, I've been tempted to make them collect that themselves.
Yeah, or you throw it to feet, which is my favourite. You're like, here you go, but I'm not going to be that nice.
The old accidental overthrow. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean for that to go over your head.
To be fair, I know a couple of people that in those situations just absolutely rifle the ball at the person and say, how good are your hands?
France going from deep here, making good ground, trying to get across their subs box, but they may in fact decide that there's enough space to just have a real attack. Chauffet thought about it. But they're eating up the yards here. They're going to look to have a strike play, and there could be a bit of space out on the side here if they can get the pass away. They do get the pass away, and getting it down is Camille Martin. She had the first chance of the game, and now she's got a try to her name as well. 3-1 France lead.
Yeah, superb transition, just always moving with purpose. brilliant dump in the middle just to engage the defenders, and then everyone is always tracking. South African defender almost gets there. It's really marginal if the touch is in first. Superb coverage, but just not quite good enough.
Well, if she went for the gap rather than giving the pass early, I thought, oh no, she's blown it, but such was the gas that she's got.
Yeah.
The defender was left scrambling.
Yeah, just enough in the end. South Africa needs to reply. Oh.
Space out wide, pass goes in. Oh, you called it. South Africa need to reply. And South Africa do reply instantaneously, as they did for the French first try. So 2 for the third. South Africa close it back down to 1.
Yeah, both teams really just condensing the defence all the way over into one side and then using the hands to whip it open side. And Winger holds her depth and width really well, and it's a walk-in at that point. But really good heads-up play to recognise, okay, this French defence is really tight on us. Let's back the hands and send it wide. And I think if South Africa can do more of that when they get the opportunity, they'll get more scores on the board.
They will indeed, and it was Bontley Madeleine finishing that one off as Camille Martin goes close again. 3-2 the scores at present. Couple of minutes left to go. Now South Africa would love to level this one up as we head towards half time. Having to work really hard to get to the right position to make their changes, but they've got them made, and there's a bit of space in the middle, but the pass doesn't go. And so it's a turnover and France possession. France windmilling their way over to that left-hand side so they can make their changes. Bit of confusion as to who's playing dummy half there, and then a bit of confusion as to who's supposed to receive the ball. I think all happened in a bit too much of a rush there for France.
Yeah, definitely, but you know, the ideas that you can see on the pitch are all absolutely correct. France are moving really direct in their transition. It seems to be the place that they're getting the most joy, especially when they're attacking the line. South Africa are looking to check the ball off in midfield. So as you can see, France are sending a couple individual players, but unfortunately some of the passes just aren't quite sticking. And you know, if South Africa can up those little 1%ers, then they're going to be able to get to the line a lot faster with more touches to use. At the moment, this game is really in the balance, regardless of the scoreline having France up. You know, if South Africa can make some of these passes stick, then it's anyone's game.
And they're playing with 6 more here. They've burned a couple of them, but now they find a little bit of open space, and they've got a chance to launch an attack. They're on 3 touches. Now 4. 2 touches to play with, but in a good part of the field.
Yeah, and again, France are condensed in that far corner. I'd take the dump and go open side. They do. Is the long ball on?
Long ball is on, but long ball's put down. Defence have got across anyway, though. And that's the half-time hooter. One final play to go. In fact, the referee says that'll be that. And we go into half-time. France leading against South Africa 3-2, and Joe, a very tight, cagey first half. A fair few errors, but I think we can put a lot of that down to the conditions here in the early morning kickoff.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the way that the two teams are trying to play. They're trying to play very fast. They're trying to check off in the middle, you know, play the extra pass to get the extra meter. And maybe it's not the style of touch you want to play for the current conditions, because you are asking a lot, especially of the hands and of the and of your concentration. You know, first game, 8:30 tap off. Concentration levels aren't going to be where they are if this game was to be played at 12, 1 o'clock. But you know, first half, cobwebs are off now. And you can go into the second half essentially at 0-0. You know, South Africa, yes, you've only got 2 tries on the board, but you know, you've been good value for it. You've worked really hard. You've got to the line on more occasions than that. And if both teams could just shore up the very few mistakes they're making, tries will start flying in the second half.
Well, let's hope so. 5 tries in the first half, and plenty of promise for a fair few more. And speaking of tries, you've got to stick with us for the 9:25 kickoff. We go back to the mixed under 15 competition. And why do I say speaking of tries? Because it's Wales, and Wales scored 21 tries in their opener, as we see just how enthusiastic some of the supporters are out there today. Oh, what a way to start your Friday morning, eh? Terribly exciting. But yeah, as I say, Wales scored 21 last night. They're taking on Belgium in that mixed under 15s competition at 9:25. So you've got to stick with us for that, because that Welsh side was pretty fearsome in the opening game of this Atlantic Youth Touch Cup last night. Here on day 2, at half-time in the opening game, it's France 3, South Africa 2 in the second half is coming up in just a couple of moments' time.
Ladies and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Ladies and officials, this is your 2-minute warning.
Well, we've got a minute to go until the second half kicks off, and clearly both teams getting their messaging done at half-time in rapid space, because France were out on the field with within about 30 seconds of half-time even starting. I think they know exactly what needs to be doing, and South Africa, to be honest, were out there about 90 seconds beforehand as well, so both teams clearly know the plan.
Yeah, definitely, and I think both coaches will be saying, look, there's only small things we need to fix. The vast majority of what we're doing is good. It's just the little handling errors, rolling the ball. So if both teams can fix those little things, then the success rate is going to go through the roof.
Ladies and officials, stand by.
Well, that familiar hooter blasts off, and we are back underway for the second half, with France leading South Africa 3 scores to 2, and of course for the uninitiated, France in blue, South Africa in green and gold. Well, in fact, just in green, really. I'm sure there's a hint of gold in there.
Yeah, green and gold, green and gold. Why not? I think every other South Africa team for any sport ever is green and gold.
And South Africa going close. South Africa going very close, so close that the try is going to be awarded. Sienna Hare, the perfect start for South Africa, and they have levelled it.
Yeah, superb, and it looked like France were set for them to go open side, whip it back across and use the width. A big call came from the other middle for South Africa for the ball back on the inside, and ball carrier just goes, nope, you know what, I'm going to pop it out. The link's bit in too hard. Lovely try, she knows before the refs give it. And that's the dream start for South Africa.
Well, we had to wait 10 minutes for the first try in the first half. We've had to wait about 10 seconds for the first in the second half. We're at 3 apiece And a brilliant 20 minutes ahead of us, you suspect, as France launch into their attacking play, but spill the ball and South Africa get the ball back, and this is a very promising start to the second half for South Africa.
Yeah, it looks like they've really fixed a couple of those issues. You know, the roll ball looks to be a lot cleaner so far. Attack is a lot more organised. They know what they're doing. They just need to secure the roll ball, because at the moment, once they do that, they're drawing so many penalties away from France. And France at the moment are really struggling to get the midfield press on. If South Africa start to play around just a little bit wider, then they'll find the space that's outside the single shooter.
South Africa
Good done.
could find a bit of space. There is space on the left-hand side, but the touch had just come in. But it's the right idea, just trying to work on the outside to try and force that overlap.
Yeah, South Africa have started like a different team. They really have. They look like they're running with a lot more purpose. They know what they're doing. Oh, I think they got the touch count wrong there, because that was 5th touch. They could have set a really nice strike. And now they're going to have to create something. No touches to use. Yeah, good shutdown by France.
Clever play from France as well. Squeeze the defence on that far side, knowing the big pass can't really come in at this stage in the game while the ball is as wet as it is.
Yeah, and they know that that's the risky play. It might reward you on occasion, but it's a lot more risky than, you know, working the ball down the short side. And there are other options that will be safer for South Africa. So for that French middle just to get up and close that space, it's perfect defensive play.
Promising signs here from France as they absolutely fly up the field. Could be a bit of space on the right-hand side. How's the handling? The drift on the touch is good. And South Africa close that danger up.
I think it's just been given forward in the end. Oh, it's
getting away with one a little bit there. Fortunately for South Africa, I think the referees had all turned their backs at just the right moment for them, so they've got a chance to play out. Can they take advantage of their good fortune? France actually do really well to get an early touch in and now get a second touch in, and South Africa having to work very hard on this particular set to get up to their box. In fact, so hard have they been forced to work that they end up making the error. And France with their best opportunity of the half now.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll get their reward for their defensive effort, because they really put the shove on. South Africa couldn't deal with it. Now France are at the line. Lovely check-off back inside. Oh, I think the touch has just come in, but they'll get the repeat set for offside.
Sarah Guitard absolutely gutted she'll be. She thought she'd got over. She'll have to go again. She may yet have a chance to. Doesn't quite receive the pass on that occasion from Huget.
Yeah, it's really, you know, it's well organised attack at the moment from the French. They're running their quickie sets, steps back. Good defensive shot there. And at the moment, France, you know, South Africa have got very tight defence. Maybe quickies aren't the right play, but we might see a variation. Oh! We did, and it just didn't quite go to hand. The space was there, and South Africa with another good defensive shot. They've been able to do that relatively consistently to this French team. They just need to secure the ball in their transition and get fresh legs on.
Again, just looking a little bit lost in transition as they try and find the players they want. And I know that all teams, and we saw this a little bit yesterday, teams have certain players that they want to take these particular possessions through. But is there a time, as South Africa actually, as I can see you counting up there, they've only got 5 on the field.
Yeah,
they really are having some confusion with the subs box. But it's something I've certainly noticed over the early rounds here is a lot of teams want certain players to run those plays in transition, and when those players aren't on the field, they almost look a bit lost and confused about who should be doing what, and the teams just need to take a little bit more responsibility on just individuals going, do you know what, I'm in the right place at the right time, I just need to be that person for this play.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it sort of goes to the coaching. I know a lot of coaches use the structures of you have your strike player, your ball handler, and then your platform player, players that specialise in certain areas that will complement each other. However, on occasion, if teams stay too strict to those structures, oh, lovely little hands in the corner, that'll be a try.
It's a second. Camille Martin, she started on the right wing. She's moved across to the left wing, but the result is the same. She's in try-scoring form this morning, is Camille Martin.
Yeah, it's just really good hands. The gap opens up. She maybe could have gone herself, but is unselfish. Gives the extra pass out to the wing just to secure the try beyond any doubt. It's a really well-worked play. Just recognising that the South African defence, you know, yes, there's been a lot of confusion with South Africa over the past few minutes, and the French just absolutely capitalising on it. And the French force another turnover. But yeah, as I was saying before, with the relying on certain players in certain situations, it does go against you when you're always relying on those players when they're not in position. But then that's the perfect opportunity for other players to put their hand up and be accounted for and say, okay, you're not here. Let me run this. Let me get ready. I'm in this position. So it's a fine balance between that coaching structure of running the plays with the right players in the right positions, and then just recognizing that occasionally it's not on, and we've got to, you know, use our initiative. We've got to think on our feet and just make things work. And I think teams that are able to work on the fly often get results when, you know, maybe they shouldn't, and they've been slightly outplayed, but they've been able to work on the fly and problem solve. And I think that's one of the skills that's just so invaluable in touch.
Well, it's one of those things that's true no matter what the sport you're playing. Stressing the defence is the most important thing, and sometimes that just means keeping them on the back foot, whether or not you're running the perfect play. Just running a play well will do something, and South Africa, oh, so nearly running a play very, very well indeed, but just getting touched almost as they crossed the line. Perhaps if she'd got the dive in, she might have got there. I think the trouble was she was never intending to be the try scorer herself.
No, I think that's one of those situations of, wait, how have I got here? how have I got to this try line? This wasn't in the plan. But yeah, I think the dive, if she'd got the dive in, yeah, the defender's just made the touch on the back as she's upright crossing the try line, so the dive might have just taken it away. And it's one of those situations where if the defence are retreating and you're going forward, the referee's probably going to give you the benefit of the doubt. So, you know, maybe one just to learn from. Next time if you're in that situation, you get the dive in early doors, and the rest probably give you the benefit of the doubt.
We just saw a situation on field there that perhaps is the slim difference between these two sides, as France had given the ball away whilst they were in transition, so their players were all half on the field, half off, and very bunched, the ones that were on the field. South Africa get the ball, but end up running towards where the few defenders were as they go diving through almost. Whereas in the first half, on a very, very similar play, we saw France ruthlessly move to the space and score the try, and it's that slight difference that perhaps is the difference in this game, albeit in such a tight game.
Yeah, definitely. And at the moment, South Africa just running very laterally, but it's a lovely little switch. Can she get around the outside and give the pass? Oh, just not quite. Touch is made. And South Africa, to their credit, are completing their sets consistently. They're just not asking the right questions of the French defence, not making them work for their touches, running in lateral lines. You know, that was the first play we saw from South Africa of the switch play to cut back against the grain, and it nearly works perfectly for them. So maybe that'll be something they use, you know, in this attempt at the line. But they just need to calm down, reset, and get the ball away. And France just applying way too much pressure and forcing that turnover.
Well, again, and you're much more of a touch aficionado than me, but it feels as though in their determination to make their changes in certain situations, they're costing themselves here. You know, it strikes me that there are certain occasions where you go, do you know what, we're just going to have to run an extra play without making the changes here, because we're actually going to burn our attacking opportunity as a result of trying to do that.
Yeah, and in those situations, someone needs to stay. Someone needs to stay and take the ball off that half, maybe take an extra touch if needs be. But someone's got to say, look, this isn't working. We're you know, hampering our own development on our own process because we're trying too hard and too fast to get the fresh legs on, and no one's set for it. And that's the main problem, is no one is set, no one's ready. You might have touches to play with, but if you've only got one person on the pitch and they're half, you can't do anything with it. So it's one of them where you've got to pick your times to sub. If you're tired, you know, I would say maybe sub one at a time. If one person's flagging more than the rest, you just sub one at a time, get that person off, get that person set, and then you can, you know, and then you can have that attack at the line. But there's just too much. I think it's just tired legs at the moment. There's a lot of stops and starts for roll ball infringements, drop ball, repeating the set. So,
well, we've just seen it again here on this play where they lost all momentum because they had to stop and wait for subs to get on, and it is the area that's perhaps causing them the most problems. So they nearly get across there. I think the touch has come in. It'll be touch and pass, and it'll be France ball, but France showing that despite getting themselves bogged down in some tricky substitution patterns, South Africa rather, I apologise, they are able still to find a way to create opportunities, and you've got to say, they've had the more of the running in this second half. Yeah. Feels as though we've spent a lot more time with our necks turned to the right than to the left in this half. Yeah,
definitely, and I just think, you know, lovely hands out. Oh, lovely pass back inside. Can they work it to the open side? Oh, the pass just doesn't quite go.
I thought for all money we were going to see a between the legs pass there. It was the pass that was on.
Yeah, get the tweener out. Get the tweener out. We love it. I do hope we see one of them this tournament, because they are spectacular when they go to hand.
But you just see it where the body angle was there. It was difficult to get the pass away, but everyone knew where the space was, and if there was ever a time to pull it out, it was there. Touch is made as France have a little dabble at the line, still with this slender lead of France, 4-3. Touch comes in again as they dive for the line.
I've got a feeling we'll see that same recipe of running down the short side, congesting the defence, and then moving it open.
To go back across, touch comes in, South Africa ball.
South Africa, by and large, have defended really well. You know, they've just been their own worst enemy at times, and you know, the roll ball infringements, the handling errors. You know, that turnover count for South Africa will be so high just from the first half that, you know, yes, they've made fewer errors and they've definitely drawn more errors from France, but because you made so many errors in the first half, you're always going to be up against it, and you can't help but feel like if France can, if South Africa can complete their sets and get into the France red zone more consistently, then, you know, South Africa could be the ones in the lead at the moment. And you know, it must be frustrating for the coaches to see all of the good work that gets undone by one or two handling errors of just trying to throw the extra pass when it's not necessary. Sometimes you've just got to hold on to the ball, take the ball down to continue your momentum, to continue your progress to the line.
France thought they might be able to just cause a few defenders to bite in, but they couldn't quite do it, so in the end a slightly panicked pass gives possession back to South Africa, who for the first time in a while on their very first play of the game managed to go forward, but then they just have the momentum halt again, but a missed touch just allows them to pick it up again, and it's that zone they've got to just get a bit sharper on, because if they can, they look so good in these positions that they can find the space, and they might yet find some more space as they try and go for the line. The touch comes in, and you could see there that Hannah Potgieter, she knew what she wanted the others around her to do. I just don't think the message could be communicated clearly enough for everyone to work out what was needed.
Yeah, that's one of those where you've got that extra touch. It's almost the most perfect strike dump opportunity, and you know, that player there is just take that ball down and allow someone else to scoot through, because you've driven that France defence all the way back. You've done all of the hard work necessary, and then yes, there was space on the open side, but that space will still be there if you take that touch, and then you give someone a retreating defence to run at, and that's a much more, you know, ideal situation to be in for an attacking player.
We tick into the final 4 minutes. France with this slender lead. Can they hold on to it? Could they even extend it? Or can South Africa find a way to level or even take the lead.
Oh.
Clash of legs between the two South African players. Sees that one switch over to France, and South Africa have made a change in defence, get away with it as they were defending with 5. The France error just allows a reprieve for South Africa.
I feel like South Africa just need to, keep their eyes up a little bit more, because on those turnovers in transition, France are really rolling the ball quickly, getting the play started again and trying to catch South Africa off guard. They've already had 1 score from it, and they almost had a second there.
Six touches used up. Is the referee saying there that ball wasn't given back nicely enough, basically?
Yeah, definitely so. That's not one you see given very often, to be honest, apart from if it's glaringly obvious that someone spun that ball 30 yards away. But France essentially will get a crack at the line if they can move the ball nicely and get upfield, but South Africa making that touch behind where the previous one was made, so brilliant pressure.
You could see that the France players weren't happy with how the ball was given back to them, but it was given back to them exactly where it should have been, just perhaps not as delicately as it might have been.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's just a bit of tiredness coming in. Ball goes wandering past you, like, yeah, let's kill a couple minutes. Oh.
Opening here for France. Pass goes out. Martin with the hat-trick, but I think that pass has gone forward. It has indeed.
Oh, South African player looks to be in a little bit of discomfort, maybe caught one in the cheek.
South Africa, I'm not sure their subs have worked out that's what's gone on. They were a little slow working out how they could have the requisite number of players on, and it's caused a bit of confusion and ended up with France taking possession, and with just 90 seconds to go, that could be a crucial moment in this game. France, a score here would surely seal victory. They go close with the dive, but South Africa close the gate. We're down to about a minute. South Africa needs something. France just need to get through their phases. They dive again, but this is all seconds being used. They'll be very happy with this, France. Back they go. 45 seconds now, and France being very, very wise here in their use of the clock. Now they move the ball. Oh, good fast hands. They could finish with a score. They do finish with a score, do they? No, not quite. Not quite. There will be one chance of that South Africa, but they are going to have to be snappy about it. There's a big old clock at the end of the ground here. They need to be paying attention to it. They need to think about how to work with this time. They've got 11 seconds. They know they need to create something. France know that too, though, and are just sending 1s and 2s up in defence to make these aggressive early touches and not allowing South Africa any progress. There is the hooter, and South Africa pretty much just stopped playing for half a second. What are you doing? Play! And France celebrate. They know how hard that was, how hard they've had to work, how good they had to be at certain times in that game. And France open the day's play up with the victory. A strong defensive effort just to make sure South Africa couldn't progress up the field in that final play. And a well-deserved, if very tight, victory for France in the end.
Yeah, definitely. Really good value for the win. And I think the game was won in that game sense of, the fast turnovers, increasing the tempo of play, and then right at the very end, just slowing things all the way down, being really composed on the ball, just really taking care of it, not forcing any unnecessary turnovers. And South Africa could probably feel a little bit hard done by. They had loads of success in certain areas, but the error count was just too much. If you're constantly turning over the ball, it gives you everything to do.
I think what we saw there, though, from South Africa was that if they can stay in touch with what looks a pretty good France side, when they're probably not playing at their best, we saw quite a lot of difficulties in transition. We saw a few sort of handling errors and things. They can iron those out, and they are ironable out things. They've got some real chances going forward throughout the rest of the competition.
Yeah, definitely. I've got to say that I am very impressed, especially for the defence, which is something that I tend to focus on. You know, the defensive spacing was really good, and it forced France to go wide. And you know, if you're limiting a France side to 4 scores, then that's something you can take a lot of pleasure away from, because you've worked really hard defensively. Like I say, the thing that went against South Africa was just the error count, the drop balls, the infringements at the roll ball. It all stacks up, and you're just surrendering possession over and over and over again. And there was a period in the second half of 5 minutes where it was South Africa turnover, France turnover, South Africa turnover, France turnover, and you just thought if South Africa could secure that ball and then work through the pitch with the amount of turnovers that they were forcing, they were going to find the success, but it just didn't quite happen for them. And you know, early doors, time zones might be playing a factor. Tired. First half, it was very dewy on the pitch. So a lot of external factors that will contribute towards some of the errors. And if they can iron them out, like you say, they're going to give every team a good run for the money.
They certainly are. France with the victory. A strong performance from them. As we say, though, plenty to be proud of for South Africa as well. It was an incredibly tight game, and it all finishes up France 4, South Africa 3. Do stay with us. The 9:25 a.m. kickoff, we switch back to the mixed under-15s, and it's Belgium against Wales. Wales, who remember last night scored a whopping 21 tries in their opening game against China. This one not to be missed. Have Wales got more of that in the locker? We'll find out in a few minutes' time, so do stay with us for that 9:25 kickoff.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
mode, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get down the line.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down enough.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
It all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
hands in. Come on, Ems.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, Dragon!
Cheers to Bristol, hip hip! Hip hip, hip hip, hip! One for the ref, hip hip! One for us! Woo!
I want for the ref!
Hooray!
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball,
We'll be having
Rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite,
It overlaps.
including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm
But
marking.
also when we
2, 3.
Yes!
So just come up, if you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space! You work hard defense. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You run quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Well, welcome back. We've just seen the referees warming up with what can only be described as a bit of an interpretive dance routine as the tunes blare out here at the University of Nottingham Sports Complex. But we've got a very exciting game going on, well, about to go on, I should say, as well as some exciting refereeing warm-up routines. It's Belgium against Wales in the mixed under-15 competition, and I've gone on a lot about this Wales side as a result of their performance last night. But Belgium, a side to get excited about as well, and we've got a couple of siblings by the look of it in the Belgium team as well, Jude Rowland and Florence Rowland. We'll see how they get on. Brother and sister combination by the look of it. Wales, meanwhile,
Players and officials, stand by.
with a number of talented players, as we know already. Belgium playing from left to right to kick off in their red shirts. Wales playing in black or very dark grey from right to left and defending first up. Belgium in possession. And Joe, well, we saw the very best of Wales last night. I'm sure sterner tests to come than they got in that opening game, but very exciting to see them out there again.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the thing that impressed me the most about Wales is just the core skills. Like the catch and pass from one side to another is just so good for kids this age. And I think often we do forget, like the under-15s, these are kids, and they're able to play touch at such a high level. There's a superb defensive touch there though from Belgium, and you know, both teams just feeling each other out early doors. I'm very excited to see Wales when they get loose and start throwing those long balls like they did last night.
And of course on Visor Watch, one of my side hobbies, we've once again got 2 referees out here who not only have they shown us their dancing skills, they've also shown us that their headwear and the weather bear absolutely no relation to one another's. We've got a cloudy, cold summer's day, and the referees have decided that a visor is the necessary headgear for such a day. I'd be out there with a woolly hat if I'm honest.
I wonder if we'll see the double visor come out. I know a couple people are suspect to a double visor every now and again. I think you'll absolutely lose your mind if the double visor comes out on a day like today.
Do you know what, the only circumstances in which I will appreciate the double visor is if they're worn sideways rather than front and back. I want to see wingspan. That's what I'm all about as Wales work their way forward. We saw this from them yesterday, and that man in particular, Williamson, going with real patience. Unfortunately, they're just losing the ball as the touch came in. So Belgium already showing that they've got defensive solidity to work with, and strong facials as they get the pace moving.
Yeah, that one for me right there is just 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Both people going into the ruck a little bit too fast, and the ball just spills out. But I've got to say, very impressed with Belgium so far. The defensive reads are really good, making good defensive plays. Wales at the moment just rolling through the gears, starting to increase their pace, especially in the transition now.
And I suppose for Belgium, given what Wales did last night, the key for Belgium will be to keep Wales out for as long as possible, just to allow that confidence they probably gained from last night, just to slip away a touch. Big pass comes in but doesn't stick. But if they can hold Wales out for a period of even 5, 6, 7 minutes, Wales are going to start to just lose that little edge of confidence they got from last night.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, I think if anything, Belgium will come into this game more motivated than Wales, because they would have seen the score last night and would have been like, okay, we've got to be on our A game, we've got to bring it. Wales, on the other hand, will probably be thinking, we did amazingly last night, we don't want to be complacent, but it's kind of hard not to just take a second and appreciate what you did. So, you know, at the moment we're seeing Belgium put loads of pressure up, Indy, really forcing hard touches at the roll ball, and Wales have to work really hard for their scores. A superb covering touch from the Belgian winger, just making a brilliant shot, shutting down the link. If the ball had been slightly out in front of the male link for Wales, then maybe that pass could have gone quickly.
Wales inject a bit of pace, could be a chance here. They dive, but the touch comes in.
So at the moment, Belgium defending brilliantly, closing down the spaces, moving together as a unit. It's like they're all on the same line of string at the moment, not allowing any space to come. And you know, Wales are having to resort to long balls early doors, and it's not necessarily what you want to see. You want to hold the long ball off for as long as possible, and if 4 minutes in, that's, you know, the place you think that you can find the most success in your attack, then I think that's just a testament to good defence, really.
And in these early morning games where there is a bit of dew on the ground, the ball is still a bit wet from overnight rain, is it a little easier to defend in this early part of the day than it was perhaps last night, and as it might be later on today, because you can be that much tighter in the knowledge that the long ball is so much more difficult?
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, for my defence, I would always say defend tight, force them to throw long, because it's just a higher risk option. And, you know, touch is sort of that game of percentages. You want to limit your opposition to the hardest possible chance. And at the moment, that is for sure the long ball. And Wales moving with more directness there, and they're going to get their reward.
Finlay Britton with the score. Had a hatful last night, and he's the first person on the scoreboard today. And just to demonstrate that greasiness that we spoke about, just look at how far he slides as he dives in here.
Yeah, it's a really good play. 32 short coming off the back of their transition, getting fresh legs on the field. They managed to do so, and you know, that's the benefit you have when you start to run really hard at defences, is you've got people retreating and you're going forward. I know I'd rather run forward than backwards, and you know, Wales get their reward, but Belgium come back. Good hands, and now they're going to have to create something without a touch.
And the ball goes loose, and Wales survive that Belgium attack and will look to create something of their own with this 1-0 advantage. Do that Finley-Britain try just a few moments ago, but the ball squirts loose and referee seems happy just to let things carry on. Not quite sure what's happened here, but another example, as we saw in the first game, of teams just getting a little over-focused on making their changes and forgetting that the ball is still the most important thing on the field. Touch has been made. Ref perhaps a little late in sticking the arm out there. There's a lot of confusion out there on the field at the moment. The last 30-40 seconds or so, I'm not quite sure anyone's known what's going on.
Yeah, that one was half caught. The Welsh player had scooped from half, and I don't think the ref had quite picked up on it as quick as the Belgian middle did. He was stood there screaming. He knew the rule straight away. And now Belgium at the moment, are, 1-0 down. As you said, 7 minutes in, very promising. They made 3 or 4 really solid defensive shots, maybe struggling to find your impetus in attack.
They got away with a forward pass a few passes ago as well.
Yeah, you got to live right on the line in touch. You do get away with some, in the contact game what you'd call heinous ones.
What's the point in a law if no one polices it? That's what I want to know. Wales going through the gears here. Nice passing, there's space. Goes himself instead. Oceanaires with the score, and it's 2 for Wales. And they are proving everyone who saw them last night and expected big things of them right here. They're just looking very, very clinical, very calm and composed when they get into that attacking zone.
Yeah, definitely. And for all the good that Belgium have made in terms of their defence, it's just that transition. When Wales really get motor in their attack and they're rolling into their attack with a lot of momentum, Belgium have found it really hard to defend. And it just makes the Belgium defender's job so much harder, having to retreat against people running forward at you. And if Belgium can start to get some proper attacks at the line, I think they'll find a lot more success.
Belgium throwing some wild passes. They were all working up until that moment, but that one just going down, and Wales get easy meters there. 2 touches and they're already up to halfway. And a chance here to really launch something, but that ball is loose. Just got to be that half a second more careful with the ball while it's just drying off here.
Yeah, definitely. And Belgium at the moment maybe being let off with a couple mistakes. Wales not being as clinical as we saw them last night. Although, with that being said, under a lot more pressure than we saw them last night. And Belgium could be happy with their performance so far. I would just like to say, this is an amazing step there. She's got wheels. Can she go round? Feeds off to the winger. Oh, I think the ref's going to pull it back for a fault, for a touch and pass. But that was superb play just to put the right foot step on. Who said a female can't do a male all ends up? Because that's exactly what happened there.
Williamson takes it in. Now they start to ease their way forward and back into the hands of Williamson. Enjoyed himself last night. What can he do this morning? They go diving for the line. Cheers go up for Belgium. Their resilience in defence respected by the crowd, but there could be a chance here. Pass comes in, but it was just behind and the touch is made. That pass, had it been just in front of the player, we would have been seeing a third Welsh score there, but Welsh winger Lilianelle Stevenson just had to check her stride, and that allowed the Belgian defence to get across.
Belgium just try and go down the outside on their transition, but they have been able to get fresh legs on relatively quickly. It's just now this touch is just held things up slightly, losing their momentum.
Again, it's a scrappy roll ball from Wales, and it gives possession to Belgium. It's the one area you'd say of Wales where they've just struggled a little, made a couple of errors there.
Yeah, definitely, and it's very uncharacteristic compared to what we saw last night from Wales. Last night's transition was so slick, although probably didn't have to utilise it as much as they have today. But Belgium, you know, forcing a lot of turnovers. Would like to see them put more pressure on when they get to the line, because it's just these touches in the midfield. They're trying to check off to certain players, but it's maybe not quite the option, as you know, you've not got into that red zone yet. You're not striking in the red zone. The most important thing when you get there, you know, when you're in the midfield of your transition, is just to get the ball down, get your head down, and make those yards, eat those yards up early doors. It's just not quite happening for Belgium at the moment. I'm loving the lethargic spin passes from Wales. It looks so relaxed. Just, yeah, there you are. Yeah, go on, you have the ball, no problem.
That ball just going down, but that's that national characteristic, I suppose, of the Welsh, isn't it? The oval ball is deep-rooted in their psyche, and the intercept coming in from Wales. Finn Keeley gobbling that one up and getting across to their third score. Did well to hang on to it. It was bouncing around in the air, but he plucked it in and raced away for their third try.
Yeah, good defensive pressure, just getting up. The Belgian player knew he had to reel the ball in quick and was probably too busy thinking about the man in front of him to get the ball in his hands and secure. Slips through. Welsh player's hard to react, goes through the gap, and then when you've got a, you know, fresh grass in front of you, it's an easy run to the line.
Six more for Belgium, and a chance here to get on the score sheet. What a difference that would make. Big cheers coming up from the Belgian crowd. Can they take some inspiration from that noise from the crowd just below us here? They're trying to find space. There's not a lot of space on that field at the moment. Wales have got their defensive spacing in such a way that all Belgium can see is a wall of black and grey in front of them, and Wales shut them out defensively. That's a really solid bit of work from the side that's got the lead at the moment.
Yeah, and it was a much better last touch there from Belgium. I just thought that the pass could have gone one further out. Thought the male link was in a lot of space, but you know, if you're the coach for Belgium, you can take positives from that. You've got to the line, you've completed your set, and that last touch looked very dangerous.
Williamson diving through. Has he got the ball down before the touch comes in? Yeah. He has indeed. Noah Williamson. Well, I said he was a box of tricks. And here he is, scoring his first try of the game. Wales' fourth. And they're starting to motor now. It was a nice pass from Thomas Priest-Evans. And no one stopping Williamson from there.
No, definitely not. It's a lovely little ghost back on the inside. Looks to wrap around the scooping players outside, and then just checks his run back on the inside, finds the space, goes through the gap, and lovely little dive to get himself over. And Wales now starting to kick through the gears, starting to put Belgium under more pressure. And Belgium maybe just need to find some more impetus in attack. Oh.
Belgium do really well to get the ball away, but Wales do well to get across and make the touch, but it was really nice handling from Belgium.
Yeah, and Belgium threatening the line more consistently, moving with more momentum in their attack. And as you can see from Wales, you know, a couple of hands on knees, just maybe soaking it up a little bit. And Belgium just need to make some of this pressure that they get, you know, the very rare moments of pressure that they're able to sustain. They need to make that count. This being one of those situations, you've just forced a turnover. You know, one touch, get it to the line, and then past that, you can just, you know, use those touches and attack at the line. I would have maybe tried to turn that ball over just a little bit quicker, because Wales were able to get fresh defenders on. Now they're set and ready. And now you're at the line, you need to make it pay. Clear structure, clear idea of what you're doing.
Belgium dive. Not quite.
No, good dive, good setup, but you know, Belgium are quite obviously they're trying to dump on the middle, and the link just got up and promoted to stop that from happening, although they've got both middles up here. They step back, go for the dive. Yeah, ball down, both defenders offside, and Belgium get the reward for their pressure. And the Belgian supporters are loving that.
Finn Keeley with the score, and it's the combination of Keeley and Henri Chantrain that does the damage for Belgium. Yeah. And that's a tidy bit of finishing from Finn Keeley. And Belgium are on the score sheet, 4-1 down, 2.5 until half-time.
Yeah, Wales going to look to reply, but no, just commenting on that score, it's the first time we've seen Belgium be able to get both of the Welsh middles up, and in that one instance they were able to capitalise, but Wales come back and reply almost immediately.
Matthew Clatworthy once again showing the advantages of a greasy top on the ground, sliding home for Wales' fifth.
Yeah, Belgium try and defend as a pocket, and you know what I mean by pocket is they're sending a middle to get to the line early to then fly off and get into space, but you know that pocket middle was just creeping across too much, and you know at that stage it's just a foot race to the line. If you're sending your fastest player on the sweeper, which is what the sweeper play is designed for you to do, then yeah, there's only really going to be one winner. It's a really good play to run by Wales to run against a pocket defence, and you know for this age group to have that level of touch knowledge, I think is just outstanding, really.
Working through very nicely here. Slick stuff. Oh. As I say that. The error comes in and Belgium will have possession.
It's always the way. I was just about to say that Wales seem to have fixed that transition, but yeah, just off the mark as the refs call it, and now Belgium get an opportunity to run through their own, but 2 touches taken to go to the box, and it's just gone to ground, and they're maybe going to be able to get fresh legs on and set before Wales can roll the ball.
Again, though, it feels like another example of teams prioritising making their changes over the most important thing on the field, which is the ball.
Yeah. I'd always say just never forget the ball. Never, no matter how tired you are, no matter how much you want to stick to structure, never forget the ball. If that ball's not safe and clean, then you've got to make sure that it is. And unlucky that the long ball just doesn't quite stick for Wales.
Just not quite getting the accuracy with that long pass. Otherwise, Stevenson was in for a certain try. She had so much space as the hooter comes in, and the touch comes in at the same time, and that's going to send us into the half-time break. Wales leading 5-1, and Joe, we gave Wales the big build-up, and they're delivering on that.
Yeah, definitely, and I don't think that they've really, had to try and dive deep into any sort of playbook for their attack at the moment. The basics are serving them well, and 4 scores to the good at half-time is a very good place to be in. But Belgium aren't without the positives. They've made some good yards going forward. We're now starting to see some more directness in attack. Just whether they can sort the disorganisation in defence will dictate if they can get back into this game.
That's a 5-minute warning for the second half.
Absolutely. So at half-time here, it's Wales 5, Belgium 1. Belgium giving a good account of themselves, but work to do. Wales showing everyone that they are just as good as we all thought last night.
Ladies and officials, your 2 second warning, please take to the field, ready to play.
30 seconds left to play then, or left until the half-time break is over, I should say, with Wales leading Belgium 5 scores to 1. Do stay with us after this one at 10:20 a.m. We move across to the men's under-18s and an absolute barnstormer. It's Wales in action again, and they're taking on the host nation England, so that one is going to be a biggie. But here we are focusing on the mixed under-15s competition. As the hooter goes, Wales get us started, and almost getting us started in spectacular fashion. As Williamson takes control of possession now, hands it on to his mate, Pris Evans. And now gets it back from him, and it's that combination again. It's a killer combination for Wales, and Williamson finishing it off for a very fast opening score of this second half.
Yeah, lovely little quickie, steps back. Just holds the play, recognises it's not on, checks the ball off, second quickie. Slip comes in, but he doesn't panic, just feeds the ball off. Shooting defender comes out the line, leaves the space behind him, and Noah Williamson, the grateful recipient of the pass. And Wales starting really fast, and I wonder if the coach has sort of said, look, we've taken our foot off the gas. We're going through the motions, and that's fine, but let's not give Belgium a chance to get back into this. And it looks like Wales have come out a lot faster.
They certainly have. Can Belgium respond fast? They've certainly got themselves into a position to do so, but that pass doesn't go where it was meant to, and Wales shut them out defensively once again.
Oh, I love the yards, mate. Just pulling out of the touch ever so slightly. Just gets caught at the end, but yeah, Wales seem to start, you know, they've started really fresh. Transition looks a lot better. Fresh legs on at pace, and they're going to have a touch to play with at the line. And things just calm down for a second as they get players in the right position. Foot in the ruck potentially, but Wales react. Good defensive play from Belgium.
Important play that from Belgium. 2 early scores at the start of the second half really would have felt slightly perilous, although with that error Wales have another opportunity to try and find that second early score in the second half. They're certainly going close with the touch. Comes in.
I think he should have given the pass there. The 2 players in the corner unmarked.
He just couldn't quite make the decision fast enough, could he? By the time he'd got there, he realised the gig was up. Could be an opening here. They cut back the other way. Try and go again. I think that pass is going to be ruled as forward.
Yeah. And Belgium, similarly to the first half, are able to defend Wales. But when Wales really start to turn the screw and roll through in momentum, that's when Belgium really struggle.
Another of the great paradoxes of the game of touch. Forward pass very much cared about once you get near the line, but no one seems to care until then.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those. It's the little nuance of touch. You can get away with it being slightly forward. As long as it's backwards out the hands, the referees don't really mind. But if it's too exaggerated forward, then the refs will be straight on it. Oh, that's a shame, because they'd worked that really well to send the doggy sweeper on the link. They'd exposed it really well, but just run out of touches to run it. But if Belgium can do that with a touch to use, then they'll find lots of space out there.
Wales arriving at real pace here. Sting just taken out of it, so Williamson will try and create something. And they come flashing through, they go diving for the line through Price Evans. Touch came in. Combination again, Price Evans and Williamson. They run out of touches and Belgium survive again.
Oh.
Delayed decision there as the referees were making their changes there. Just as the firm touch came in, another fairly firm contact there.
Yeah, that looked more like a contact bosh than a touch. Both forearms up, ready to bounce.
Neither side messing around here. That pass. Skew whiff from Belgium, so Wales will have possession. Williamson gives that one to Ross Rossi, and they move it out to Sienna McCormack, and they're just winding up here, Wales. Playing with 5 at the moment, and I think you just saw there Finlay Britton was wondering where his mate was to pass it to, and it just took the momentum out of their attack.
They actually ran a really nice passive line off the back of that then. Arrived into the space quite late, but the Sporting players didn't quite see him. Long ball goes. And that's 6 touches. And Belgium have sorted out some of the problems that they had in defence. They're hitting the line really nicely and getting off it. And It's just a case of if they can actually get to Welsh line and threaten them, because they're just forcing too many turnovers in this transition. And Wales are just able to sustain too much pressure. Oh. Wales now having another crack at the line. Sweeper play comes round. Oh, looks for the step back. Option was on. Just not quite happening. They'll have one more attempt.
Like one of these feet just giving away.
Seen a bit of that this morning, actually.
It's been quite greasy out there. The big pass comes out again. It's just behind the oncoming player, who then has to check their stride and spills the ball, but the defence have been able to come across anyway. If they can just get those wide passes in front of the player, they're going to find that those wide passes become try-scoring passes.
Yeah, definitely. And I'd almost be saying to the wingers, like, okay, so a few times the ball is just behind you or you're having to check your run, so could you just start a little bit deeper for me, and then I'm not going to adjust my pass too much and you'll be hitting that ball at pace. So there's a couple micro adjustments you can make to fix those problems. You know, Wales seem to be one of those sides that are able to problem solve on the fly, so I would not be surprised if we see a couple of those long balls stick throughout the rest of this game.
Another slip there. It is particularly greasy at the moment. No rain coming down, but there was an awful lot overnight.
Yeah, he looks to be in a little bit of discomfort there on the side as well, so I hope he's okay.
Wales trying to dance around and engineer an opening, not quite finding one on that occasion. Trying to draw the defence out. They do. Now they inject the pace. Could there be a bit of space out wide? Looked for the wide pass, went short. Belgium actually did really well. That outside defender not to get sucked in, stayed wide, which forced the short pass that was never quite going to be able to be a try-scoring pass to be the only option.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Belgium have fixed their defensive problems for the time being. And it's just if they can get out of this zone, and they just can't quite do that. And, again, some Belgian players trying to sub in defence, which is not what you want to do. And it's just this level of, they're just unorganised at the moment. And Wales are essentially running at 5 defenders, and Wales just give that opportunity away. And that's one of those opportunities that, you know, if you're the coach, you're saying, look, Belgium are unorganised, and on second touch we've thrown a pass that was unnecessary. And, you know, considering what we saw last night from Wales, I think, yes, the pressure from Belgium has made a big difference. But those passes that might have stuck yesterday just aren't quite sticking for them right now.
Nice step there from the Belgium 10, Paul Lee. It's back in possession again. He's up there 6, but for the first time really, Belgium had made decent progress up the field since this second half began. It's been all Wales, although they've only got one try to show for it, so the Belgian defence has been operating pretty slickly. It's just in attack where they need to just find a way to just hold on to the ball for a little longer.
Yeah, definitely. And Wales maybe not making their opportunities count as much as they did last night.
A little stutter step from Price Evans.
It's little things like that that really kill your momentum. Oh, I think he's got under there.
Did he hold on to the ball at the end? The dive was great. He evaded the touches, but did he manage to keep the ball under control?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Referees are happy.
Ross Rossi with the score.
What a name as well, by the way. Ross Rossi should be a TT driver.
It's nearly as good as Neville.
The superb little dive underneath. And I was just saying then before the try went in that they sort of killed their own momentum, but I suppose it doesn't necessarily matter when you've got people with pace to burn that can get underneath touches. And Belgium probably feel a little bit hard done by in that instance. They defended the set really well, and you know, maybe just a little bit of lapse of concentration just allowed Wales to get in. Because when Belgium are set in their defence, they make really good decisions, really good reads, and it asks a lot of the right questions for the Welsh attack.
Another, what to my mind is fairly blatant forward pass, but everyone's happy with it. And Henri Chantrain goes close, but not quite close enough for Belgium.
Yeah, I feel like this morning we've seen a couple teams now, you know, the South Africa 18s and now the Belgium 15s. Just, you know, a couple fixes away from, you know, really threatening some of the more established nations. Oh, beautiful pace. There is going to be a bit of a race to the corner, but he's got to check his run for the referee, and Wales can go in unmatched.
Thomas Price-Evans goes in, ghosts in really, completely unopposed. Belgian defenders almost seemed unaware that he was just coming in like a train. And it wasn't even like he came in from the subs box. He came from out to in, or from in to out rather. But just ghosted away. The two Belgian defenders ran into each other, and that's a nice feeling, running one in from halfway and putting his teammate one ahead.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the benefit you get when you run your transition with pace, is you're able to find those little gaps that, you know, you might only just make through if you're not, you know, if you're running at 70%. But when you're all out like he was there, you're able to just pick those gaps off. And Belgium now trying to reply. Touch is made and 6 is there, but Belgium completing their sets more consistently. Wales beginning to turn the screw in their attack, and we'll see if Belgium can defend the transition a little bit better.
A reminder that coming up next, England versus Wales. Mixed under 18s, massive game. The hosts against their nearest rivals. And judging by the Wales under 15s, the Wales under 18s ought to be a very good side indeed.
Been hearing nothing but good things about the Welsh 18s actually. Nothing but good things. So that one's set up to be a really feisty affair, because, you know, the England boys are always a strong outfit. We've been quite blessed in this nation for a really good touch structure throughout the country, which just, you know, allows these players to develop at really high levels. And unfortunately, the ball just goes to the ground off the back of the head of the Welsh link.
Well, once again, teams prioritising making their subs rather than the ball.
Yeah. That really was one. I'll just get me off the pitch, and the ball hits you in the back of the head. You're almost like, oh yeah, that was my job. I was meant to catch that and take that in.
Chantrain has looked like the creator for this Belgium side, but just trying to create in the face of a Welsh brick wall. With about 5.5 minutes left to go, chance of a comeback really is gone now for Belgium. It's about pride, and it's about keeping Wales away from the try line for as long as they possibly can. Wales, though, with no intentions of going anywhere other than across that try line. They might have found a way. No.
Yeah, Wales will get a repeat set of 6 now. Offside called. Belgian defender made the touch, but just hadn't quite hit the line. And I've got a feeling we'll see some quickie sets here from Wales. We'll look for the 32. Look long. Really good defensive read from the Belgian link. Just getting up in their passing lane, shutting down the passing option, and then making the touch on the player.
Diving for the line. Goes Fred Dineen. Doesn't quite make it before the touch comes in. Wales are threatening. Deneen again. Now they dive again, and Clapworthy gets the score. Wales is 9th, Clapworthy's 2nd. And how they'd love to get to double figures for the 2nd game on the bounce.
Yeah, that's a good streak to continue, and yeah, it's a really good attacking set at the line. They go through their variations. They run 32 long on the short side and then run 32 short, which almost gets them to the line if not for a superb defensive touch. And then they look to set up the long, whip it back for the sweeper, and the space opens up. And the Belgian defence is as good as it has been for some of the second half, just can't deal with those sorts of moves being run at that pace.
Belgium with an attacking platform here. What can they do from it? Just get themselves in a bit of a tangle. So Wales will have the ball back. Time ebbing away here now in this 2nd game of the day here at the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup at Nottingham University. But that ball not going wide. That's where Wales have struggled as they try to get across their box. Players just trying to get home, and because of that, the space is there for Finn Keeley to just race away into empty space. His 2nd try of the game, his country's 2nd try of the game, and all from, again, a bit of a botched transition from Wales and just no players to fill that gap.
Yeah, he gets his reward for thinking fast, recognises, hold on, these guys are trying to sub. I don't think you should be subbing in defence, and looks at the space, runs through it, and you know he's been one of the bright spots for Belgium in this game. Always looks to go direct. In some cases, maybe not the right option, but it certainly was there, and he gets his reward.
Williamson tries to get the pass away and down. Touch came in though, and Belgium survived that little moment. And as much as Wales would love to get to double figures for the 2nd time on the bounce, Belgium, you suspect, will be absolutely determined to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah, definitely. I think this second half performance has been much improved for Belgium's perspective. They run things a lot faster. They've been able to make up ground a lot easier. Oh, good hands. Oh, lovely wraparound. Is he going to go in the corner for his hat-trick? Yes, he is. That is superb play from Belgium, making something out of nothing. The coaches hug. They love it. Superb hands from the winger to recognise that the wrap was on. And those are the scores you love to see. 1, 2, and then it's just a foot race in the corner. And as he's shown, he's got wheels to burn.
Well, Finn Keeley is certainly not giving up on this one, taking the game to Wales, scoring a hat-trick, scoring all of his team's tries. 9-3 they trail. There's not enough time for that comeback. But Finn Keeley determined that Belgium are going to show the very best of themselves here in the face of a strong Welsh performance.
Yeah, credit to the winger in that play as well, because not many wingers are able to pick that up and recognise on the fly. If I just hold my space and pivot, I'm going to put this absolute burner into open space. So it's just really good heads-up rugby, and Belgium now playing with a lot of confidence. And unfortunately, the touch and pass gets given, but you know, this Belgian side seems to be very pleased with their work.
Touch and pass given. The forward pass that came beforehand was let fly though. It was a yard forward.
No, we should get you out there. See if you get upset with a couple forward passes.
Unfortunately, I think if I was playing, my temper would get the best of me with some of these forward passes. Tell you whose tempers are not getting the best of them though, and that's Wales, because they are off to such a flyer here at the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup. 2 games, 2 victories, and 2 dominant performances. It wasn't quite the absolute all-star, all-court game that they brought against China, but it was actually all the more impressive for it, showing control in attack, showing patience in defence as well, to secure a 9-3 lead against a Belgium side that offered plenty against them as well.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Belgium can take a lot of positives away from that game. You know, when they started to run things direct at the Welsh defence rather than running laterally, they found lots of space, and they've obviously got players with absolute wheels that can execute that space. So, you know, if they can put those players in those circumstances more often, they're going to get more scores on the board in future games.
They certainly are. Wales, though, starting off so impressively here. They have marked themselves out in these early stages as the side to watch in this mixed under-15s competition, as Belgium deservedly run through to the applause of their adoring fans. They gave every bit as good as they got in that game, but it all finishes up with Wales earning the victory against Belgium, 9-3. And do stay with us, because, as I say, that 10:20 kickoff coming up next. It's the mixed under-18s, and it is England against Wales. It is going to be massive, and it is coming up in just a few minutes' time.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out of the way.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half get times on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Dennis.
Tight! Eyes up, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
I want for the ref!
Hooray!
So close.
Go
on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball, watch the ball.
It's rather keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up, if you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You're running quickies, you stay tight. Watch out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Welcome back as England make their way onto the field through their adoring fans here for this mixed under-18s game. England against Wales, and this one, well, we've been giving you the big build-up all morning. That England side that looked so impressive last night against a Wales side that we've heard so many good things about, and very excited to have Jordan Melling alongside me to help guide us through this one. And Jordan, this is a big and exciting game, isn't it?
Yeah, really looking forward to this. Thanks for having me. Good to be back in the commentary booth. But yeah, really looking forward to this one. Two really good teams. They played some really good touch last year at Junior Euro, so yeah, this one's going to be a cracker. Wales straight down to the 7 already.
Just a real fizz of energy about their play in this opening set.
Lost control at the ruck. Good start from Wales. They've obviously got a tap-off move set up that they want to run that hammer down on the England middle. So that 33 short, middle down for middle, short coming from the link. Smart play, good setup, getting the girl into the middle, just gives them a little bit more of an attacking option, and that's Jake Rugby. Wigan player on the ball, making some good yards. England in a good position to strike here on 5. Bit of a shame from Sam Dixon.
Another error at the ruck, and We've seen a bit of that this morning. It has been greasy, as we've said, and perhaps just causing teams a little bit of difficulty.
Yeah, I think that's something you kind of got to accept a little bit. I was watching a few games on the backfield this morning, and yeah, there's quite a lot of drop ball from both teams, and I think, you know, you're not going to be absolutely perfect in these conditions. It is a little bit greasy, it's a little bit cool, and you see it already. England are trying to get off, and Wales can go straight into essentially a tap off setup here. They should be able to strike off touch 2, which is going to be quite interesting what they go into. They don't, but you'd like to see a play off this, and they go into a quickie. Step back. Good defence from England.
Gethin O'Callaghan, the Wales number 4, is an absolute unit out there.
Yeah, it's really good read. They've gone to the outside. Good defence from England. That's a great touch. Wales did really well there to notice that they had a boy v girl mismatch on this left-hand side. They've exploited it really well with the pass, but tell you what, that was really good defending from England.
Certainly was, denying Ivy Jensen the try-scoring chance. Again, no ball spilled. It's a really scrappy opening salvo to this game.
It is. I don't know whether they're just putting under a little bit more pressure than they would other teams. I think England against Wales, it's, you know, normally a good little tussle, especially in the mixed division, you know, opens and juniors. So I don't know whether there's a little bit more going into the touches, but England should get a shot to go here on 5. And they've lost it at the ruck again. That's 2 in a row now. I think England have got to look to capitalise on that. They are making really good yards, so that's the positive for England, that they are getting towards, you know, the 15-20 metres out on the 5th touch to get a good scoop on 5, but they've got to execute on the next one.
The little amateur working theory that I've got at the moment for a few of the handling errors is, well, it is cold, and players out there won't have played in the cold for about 3 months now. I reckon there's some cold fingers out there, and they're struggling on getting the coordination quite right with them.
Maybe, yeah, a little bit of that. I think, you know, I think the mixed players as well. Obviously they played yesterday, but this is the first game on field 1. Field 1 games, you know, you're on the live stream, a few more people watching. You know, the intensity goes up a little bit, and it's England v Wales, so it's gone up a little bit again. So there's always that as well. But Jake Rugby on a 32 short here. Oh, that's good. It's back to 1 though. Good shot from the wing. Much needed.
She's had a busy opening few minutes.
Yeah.
There's Ivy Jensen.
She did really well to read that. Space on the outside. They go back to the short on the other side, and I think he's not stepped over the ball on that roll ball. Incorrect roll ball, I think. So Wales have got off. Lucky again.
We stay at 0-0.
It is a bit of a cagey start, this. They've neither side have really got going yet. I think you'd like to see. Oh, straight through. Good defence, good recovery.
That was ghosting through. See Johan Aris, but the touch comes in, but the pass doesn't stick, and it's Ivy Jensen again who's saying, just get it in front of me, I could score here.
Where did that space come from? Like, I know it was a good chase back from England, but it's like they all collapsed in field and then forgot to readjust. They'll work their way back towards the box again. England have been pretty good at this so far. So that's 2. You want to be around halfway on touch 3, and that's really good. So now England can go on 4, drive in there, and then this is the touch you want to go off. Wales have done well to recover from that, but Sam Dixon will go to the short side, stutter, go again. They've got the 2-on-1. Well recovered from Wales. Forward pass, surely.
Great covering from Johan Aris for Wales. It was him that made that scything break through the middle, and it's him that at the other end of the field just shuts the space.
He's done really well there on both sides of the ball, but I think there's a couple of positives you can take from that little passage of play from both teams, that England are able to generate something from nothing on 5th, but Wales, good scrambling defence.
O'Callaghan has the ball back in his hands, finds some space, and we're going to have the opening try.
That's really nice.
Cyan Davis with the score created by Callaghan. And Wales, well, they've engineered a few chances, haven't they? And they probably deserve that opening score.
Yeah, they just generated a 4-on-3. So it's basically what England did on their scoop. England went to the short side. This time Wales stepped back off that right foot, and it gives them a 4-on-3. And that's what most touch moves are created to do. You're trying to get a 4-on-3 option, and then it's up to your ball player to make that correct decision in a split space of time. Short side quickie, straight in. England respond. Exactly what you'd want.
They do indeed. Ben Lockcraft with the score, instantaneous response.
Yeah, smart play. They get to that. I think it's actually a bad play. So it's same as a quickie, but you're actually going on your opposite middle, splitting infield. The Wales defending middle was just tucked under a little bit too tight, which allowed the England splitter to just get outside.
And you saw Ollie Simon with the gesture there as the try was...
Oh, what a pill. That's outstanding. They've worked to that hammer play again. They get that 4-on-3. So yeah, Aussies himself to the link. Hammer comes on there, right foot step, 4-on-3. The right option is a really difficult pass to the link, and he's hit it perfectly. It's actually not that bad defence from England. They've opened that link channel a little bit. The link stepped up to allow that difficult pass to go over the top, but wow, what a ball.
And it's a clever line from Scott Bennett, the try scorer, as well, isn't it? From out to in, as the defender's looking to cover the outside.
Great dive.
Again, England just responding instantly. Sam Dixon with the try this time, but where Wales are scoring, England are just finding ways to reply instantaneously.
Wales are scoring on the outside. England are scoring in between the middles. So out of the two, I would definitely take how England are conceding the scores, because they're the more difficult scores to get. The worrying thing for Wales is both England's scores have been straight through the middle or outside the middle. So they should be the easy ones to fix up. What Wales need to do next time Sam Dixon gets on the ball, for example, when he does set back, you can't give him the chance to dive. You want to make him throw over the top, because that's the more difficult pass. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, that game of chess that touch is, that you've got to react to how people are attacking. It'll be interesting to see if Wales do that. England go to the short side, England getting the lead. That's so smart. So the play they've set up here is really similar to the one they scored off last time with Sam Dixon. This time they don't give it the quickie, and they kind of give essentially what's called a fire up. So he looks to give the quickie, rips to his link. Wales are tucking under, which gives that space to the link on the outside, and it's just pace for your pace. And if you've got that mismatch, it makes it so much more effective and easier to run.
And Ollie Simon delivers the assist. Sam Dean with the finish, and for the first time in the game, England have the lead. They've had to come from behind to do so, responding every time to Wales's tries, but Wales are going to try and respond again themselves, and they're going to manage it.
Smart little setup from Wales. So it's a move that they've not run yet. 9 minutes into the game, and we're going straight into our playbooks, and it's a 32 short, but he's going to give it early. And because England have tucked under, they just end up getting outside the middle. But England recover really well, they scramble really well, and Wales react to it and respond really well to that as well.
Yeah, Samuel Williamson with the pace just to get on that arcing run and finish it off. And we are, after a cagey start, we're now into a real cracker of a game here.
This game has just taken off. We had a really slow start, and then it's all of a sudden 3v3, we've got a shootout already.
Big wide pass out from Dixon, but Wales close it up.
Last touch. Good option from Sam Dixon. I think I would have looked to have come this side, towards England's box side. Just if you're going to rip it and maybe kill it in the corner, I don't know if Sam Dixon thought they were going to score there, but if you're going to kill it in a corner, kill it away from the opposition's box, so it takes them all that time to get over to get off the field. Looks a bit forward to me. Good scrambling defence from England.
I'm glad you've said that looked a bit forward. I've been banging on about that all day. You've got to be a mile forward to get a forward pass today, let me tell you.
Don't get me started with that. England have got space there. They've got to look at that. Heads up touch there, but that could have been a score for England. They go back to the quickie plays. And they're looking to get a penalty there. If England can look a little bit more heads up on that transition, they're going to go straight through Wales. I think they're just looking to get down to the 7 and run these two-man plays. They're having success with it, so let's see how we go. He's offside, that's ball down. England back in the lead.
Ben Lookcraft with the score again, and this is what we saw last night in England's opening game, was they worked it between those middles over and over and over again, and they were willing almost to cede chances in other channels just to keep playing that same pattern. And I do wonder if they're keeping something in the pocket for later on.
Maybe. I think the only flash that we've had so far is that fire-up play that they do have. That's got to be a loss of control. I think Robin's got it. It's interesting. I was going to say when they scored off that, they obviously know what their strength is, so why not keep hammering it? And there's a thing in touch that you can so easily think, right, we've scored off that play, should we just run the next progression off it? And you can so easily do that. I think what more experienced players are doing, and it's so good to see that there is experience at this level, just keep hammering what's working for you. Sam Dixon straight through, and that's that heads up touch that we wanted to see on the play before. This is smart. This is really smart.
Dixon just ghosting through, a little wiggle of the hips, and just defenders falling off him all around.
It was what we were looking at before, so it's a little bit of what's called a fly play on fifth touch. It's two middles coming on to set up a fifth touch scoop, but instead of driving in this time, Sam Dixon's come out the back of his middle, and he's ended up getting a 3-on-2. When England ran that play before, Sam was a little bit more heads up, looked, ball in two hands, moving defenders about, and he's able to create that space for himself.
And having been 2-1 down, England are now 5-3 up, and starting to just show us what they've got in the locker as Rugby works his way forward.
Yeah, it's a touch pass. I think what Jake's got to do there is he's got to dig at his middle a little bit more. He's got to scoop at his middle, make his square if hits up, and then Jake's got a little bit more of a decision to make. He's got a bit more room to either go short side or come back in open. What he did then was just pick up and go short side, and the Wales middle defender did really well to kind of just skirt, give him a little bit of breathing room, and then as soon as the Wales defender got onside, he can just make the touch on the half. I think what Jake's going to look at next time he comes on is coming off his left foot and getting that 4-on-3 option. But Wales have got the ball back here, and they've should go into a little bit of a tap off. There is a bit of space on the right. They're not going to tap it quick enough.
A shame that, because England were midway through getting their subs on. There would have been some space to do it, so I was trying to get dancing around the outside, but it's a good touch coming in from Samble.
Really impressed with England's patience here. Like you said, it was a really slow start, but then to go down and then be up by 2 now, it's really impressive.
Wales would like to close that, but defence is wise to what they're trying to do on the outside there.
And they'll look to try and exploit this space out here really quick.
And sometimes all it takes is gas. Owen Lockwood opening the stride out and closing that gap back down to 5-4, and he just recognised he had the pace mismatch there, didn't he?
Yeah,
and just
he did.
Went for it.
I think there is a little bit of that in touch. If you do get that mismatch, sometimes it is just about exploiting it, and Wales have done that really well there. England will be disappointed with that. Oof.
Ollie Simon receives the firm touch.
Getting a little bit tasty this game.
Certainly is. He's a slight figure, but it still takes something to knock him flying.
Yeah, he's a tough lad. Really quick feet. Ollie will try and look to get one back at them with a score here. That'll be a sweet one if he can get over or set one up. And they'll go quickies again. We've got a link coming out the back there. I'm not sure if that was planned. Didn't look like it.
I'm still thinking
Space.
Oh, good handling. Referees blown his whistle though.
I think there must have been a forward pass in there, or maybe England didn't step over it, but Wales were offside anyway, so a little bit of a let-off for both teams, I suppose.
It was a brilliant finish from Poppy Riddleston though.
I'm not sure if this is planned, but yeah, Ollie's telling him to stop coming around the back. I think there's a little bit of miscommunication between Link and Middle here. So they'll go back into those two-man plays, they'll go into the fire-up again. Great defence.
Well, I wonder, he's been sending Luckraft back out to that link position, and I think in the early stages Luckraft was playing the middle with him. Interception's gone. Wales are going to go away and streak home to level this one up. The chase is coming in,
big chase,
but it's not going to be enough. Wales and Samuel Williamson level the game up. The interception on their own try line. Oh, well, heartbreak for England, but we love to see these sort of long ranges coming in, and Wales, well, they were in a bit of trouble for a while, but they've levelled it up.
That is huge. That's a 2-point swing for me. I think the amount of time England had on the ball there with the players field, you would have expected them to get over, and we would have been looking at 6-4. Now we're 5-5, probably a set or two each going into half-time. That is a huge swing in this game, and that's a loss of control. So Wales will get the ball back again.
A huge momentum swing here.
Massive. Wales have got their strong pod on here as well. I'm not sure if they'll probably stay on the field. It doesn't look like they are. It looks like they're going to try and get off. Could have been over the mark, but Wales will get away with it. It's good midfield defending from England here. This is going to be touch 4, I think.
Well,
that's
flying
5.
up the field, but
great defence from Jake Rigby. Great read. Loves that one.
Celebrating the touch there. He's very happy with that one.
That's as good as a score for me. That's a massive, especially like we said, there was a momentum shift there. You could feel it. So for England to stuff Wales on touch 5, you know, just over halfway, and he's replied with a good touch 3. Oh, great feet. So that was 4. This is 5 coming. What you want to do is just jam in for Sam Dixon here. That's back to 1, I think. England will play off it. Are England in? Oh, that's back to 1. That's back to 1.
Dixon.
Oh.
And Pearce are making their point that they think it should be back to 1.
It was. That was 100% back to 1. I think, yeah, a little bit of honesty required there, but yeah, that's a shame.
Big heavy contact. I think the referee's just going to let things play there.
So if England can just get, that's forward. Offside, so Wales should just play at the half here. I think if England could have got their midfield D up then a little bit, they might have had a couple of touches to play with, but it looks like Wales will close the half out. So Wales should be able to just play it out with a couple of touches here, but what a first half.
It's been an absolute rip-roar at the slow start.
They'll come back to that 4-on-3. Smart play from Wales, really smart. So what they've done there that's really clever, they've got their girl link on the sweeper. So when the Wales boys pick up to go short side, they've got a boy link outside them. England defended it really well. So to step back off his right foot, he then creates a 4-on-3 for himself, but he just couldn't execute it. It's a really quick play, really sharp play. A lot of teams call it a Sharkies play. And it is really difficult to execute. Last play of the half.
Oh, England would love a score from it, and in Simon they might have the man who could help engineer just that. Oh, he does so well to find a way to get the ball off the floor. Unfortunately for him, his feet just giving way underneath him. And that is going to be that. No, in fact, it's not. I think we had a penalty, so we're going to still keep playing.
I think it was a forward pass that they're giving, maybe a touch pass, but Wales probably get one more play. They'll probably just walk into it. Or we could see something crazy. Let's hope for the latter. Crazy, let's go.
They're going to give it a go, and why not?
Good defence.
Touch comes in, though, and that'll be half-time. And, well, as you say, a great half. And after what we've mentioned a couple of times, a slow start, it has absolutely exploded into life.
Yeah, we had 3 or 4 minutes where it was just like chugging along. Both teams are, like we said, a little bit. Maybe it wasn't even erratic, was it? It was just like, we're on field one a bit. Let's and that cold hands theory definitely held up.
It's a solid theory, isn't it?
But as soon as they got into it, as soon as they warmed those hands up, that was a ripper of a half. That I can't wait for the second half. And I think from what I've been hearing, this is probably going to be the final in this division. I think England played France last year as well. So they'll obviously be there and thereabouts. But if this is going to be the final on Sunday, oh, give me this again. This is great.
Well, I'll tell you what, both sets of players are showing us that they could well make it all the way to that final. They've been absolutely spectacular. In terms of halftime messaging, we'll start with Wales. What would you be saying to that Wales team right now if you were in that halftime huddle?
I think the thing that is working well for them is getting those mismatches. They're running a little bit more variation on their line attack than England are, and it's obviously causing England some worries in line D. So maybe stick with that. I think there's a couple of moves that they look really sharp on, that 32 short early release. I think England are tucking under really tight, so that could be something to go back to. The thing that's letting them down is their midfield on both sides of the ball. All we mean by that is getting off the field and stopping England getting off the field. Sometimes they're having to scoop around halfway on touch 5, and it's unless you've got an out-of-this-world rapid player and you get some good momentum, it's so hard to generate anything on touch 5 if you're miles away. From an England point of view, I think the positive for them is that they're scoring through the middle, which if you're going to run those middle moves, if you start scoring in the middle and you get a few scores from that, brilliant. Wales will lock it up eventually, so just move to your next progression. They've started doing that with the fire-ups, and the smart thing from their point of view is the getting boy v girl, and that is what a big part of mixed touch is, moving those chess pieces and making sure that you do get those mismatches. But Wales are starting to defend it really well, so England have just got to keep moving through progressions, and that's what touch is, especially mixed touch. You start with your moves that you're comfortable running, and then as Wales start responding in defence, you've got to move to your next progression, and you might, more experienced teams, you're going to have 6-7 progressions. So let's see where England can get to. But really interesting game, this.
It certainly is, and we are seeing some spectacular individual performances as well. Samuel Williamson doing some pretty special things for Wales, and the likes of Dixon and Ollie Simon doing some great stuff for England, and Rugby as well. And I wonder, just we touched on it just before the interception came in, that I think England had mixed their pod up a little bit. We saw one of the middle players, I think it was Luckraft, got moved to Link, and he I don't know if he'd been given the message that he'd moved out to Link, and just a little bit of that communication that they need.
Yeah, that was a bit of a breakdown, and there was a 2-point swing there. As Gary Neville enters the picture. That set was the biggest part of the game for me. England could have gone 2 up, and like you said, so on a set of 6, you want to try and get at least 3 strikes. You want to get 3 strikes on the opposition's line. They ended up only getting 1, and then it led to an intercept. And I think Ollie Simon will be really, really frustrated that, for whatever reason, his Link just kept sweeping round when they obviously wanted to run those quickie plays. And when they get those right, if they get a full set of 6 on the line, they do look really sharp. But that was the set. If England do draw or lose this game, that'll be the set that they look back on and think that might have been it. But let's see where we go.
Let's see where we go indeed. The buzzer goes and the second half begins. And it's Dixon and Pearce. Worked so well together last night. They've worked well today. And they'd love to start off with a score, and Dixon dives.
Really good. Thank you, Rebels player. What Sam Dixon does so well here. So he comes from his left, goes infield, goes down. So watch him when he gets the ball back here. Comes from his left, goes down, and then splits back to his left. Oh, as it goes off. Steps back, goes outside, and it just, for half a second, holds up that midfield defender. It's really smart. A Ben Meakin special, that. He's not wearing a sleeve.
But it has been an impressive feature of both sides, is their ability when they start from the halfway line.
What a pill! Woo!
As Wales
twice.
make the point, in fact, that I was about to get through, which is when they start from the half. Both of these sides so clinical in their play, and O'Callaghan there to Davis. Wow.
Left foot step, 4-on-3. Like we said before, the correct option is the one he's hit. Link hole. Wow. But that's twice now that England have given that link hole, and they're taking it every time. England have got to change that.
And so this game that has been so close to deadlock all the time.
Got a pill off.
Oh, outstanding. Outstanding play from both these teams. They're just going at it at this stage. We're seeing the full array of skills now. And just look at that from Ollie Simon, whipping it out.
What we said before was we need to see where England go with their progressions of the quickies. That's one. You know, if Wales are going to say, like, let's try and stop their diving, let's tighten up a little bit. They've given him that short side, so that means the Wales winger's got to step in as well. If they hit the right option there, that's just so smart. It's really patient.
And Alex Ahad here on the near side did really well to take that ball above her head and get it down nice and quickly before any cover could get across.
This is a great game. 32 short, early release, good defence from England, called offside. Great read from England. So what a lot of mixed teams policies, and same as men's and women's as well, when they run that 32 shot with the early release, you want your link to come and snipe it, to come and hit it really hard, which England did there. They were just offside though, and offside again, I think. England have got to be a bit smarter here.
An interesting thing for me, just in the way these two teams are shaping up against each other, and it'd be good to pick your brains on this. You know, there's a fairly firm understanding as well as just hit the deck with that ball. There's a fairly firm understanding that in mixed touch you want to try and be girl v girl, boy v boy to as great an extent as you can. But the way England was set up in defence here, and they left two attacking women on the far side against a male and a female, and here on the near side, two female defenders defending against a male and a female, and you wonder if is that a comms thing or is that just a setup thing?
I think it's a setup. I think Wales might have been might be how Wales want to set up an attack. So obviously you can't change it from a defensive point of view. Forward pass there, was as well. So yeah, Wales have obviously done that on purpose. England can't counteract it because that's how they're set up, that's how their shape is. I think in that scenario you've got to kind of back your girl link to defend it well. And the good thing about mixed touch now is most girl links are as good as a lot of the lads, and that's how England are defending. They're like, you got him, I'll back you. They might have to do a little bit more coverage when it comes to any plays that are trying to exploit that mismatch. Wales did score off it twice in the first half, so whether England have changed something, we did talk about England sniping from link. There might be a few plays that the England coaches have asked the girl wingers to actually just come and hit whatever comes their way, and just make a little bit more pressure so they're not actually getting around their girl links. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see if Wales do actually go back to it, but she's having a blinding game. Louisa Samuel's having an absolutely brilliant game.
Playing in that link position that you were talking about.
Yeah, she's
getting through a shift, isn't she?
Every time she drives off, she's just getting those extra 2 or 3 yards that she shouldn't get. Like, she's got no right to get them. The way she holds the ball in 2 hands and just shifts away from defenders, keeping that little buffer zone, it's working so well.
It is indeed, and as the minutes tick by in this, you can just feel it getting more and more cagey. Both sides suddenly realising, oh, we are in some kind of a game here.
Could have gone with hands there just to get to the box a little bit earlier, but England will be okay with that. So that's touch 3. England have got 2 more. Generate a little bit of momentum, and then we can go on 5. They'll look to drive in for one of these two, I think. Sam Dixon wants to pick up. He'll go back to the open side, pump once. Is that back to 1? It is.
The Pearce-Dixon axis getting results for England again. It's given them a great opportunity here.
Yeah, this is a big set. This is really similar to the one they had in the first half. It was a different pod, but England have got to convert here and then they can go 2 up. So they'll go back to those 2-man plays. So it'll be interesting to see if Dixon can come up with a little bit more of a progression here, because it looks like Wales have locked up that middle channel. They do go with a fire up. Oh!
Good covering touch coming in from Bennett there, because
that's how much faith they've got in Sambal, is that they'll run a fire up with her versus a boy. That's great to see. If you can use your girl links as much as you would with a guy, then that's where you want to be as a mixed team. Sam Dixon skips away from the touch, shows the ball. Is that ball down? Great defence from Wales. They've done so well to recover there. Last touch.
It was almost a winger's dive there for the try line, wasn't it? As he flung an arm out, England move it wide. Sambal goes close. Touch comes in. Wales survive, and survive crucially that set as this game really starts to tighten up.
This is such a good game. If you'd have said this is the Opens, mixed Opens, Wales v England, you'd completely believe it.
Oh, lovely footwork from Wales. Vital extra yards.
Oh, they got away with a little bit of a forward pass there, but Wales will go straight through on 5.
They hold on to that one.
And that's 6th touch. So England can go 3 hits up the box here. They're just over the 7 as well. So they should be able to get to halfway in around 3. Sam Dixon, good feet. He knows that they've got space in the bank. And they will get over halfway on touch 3. So here's where you want to generate a bit of momentum so we can go on 5. That's 4. And Jake Rigby's going to pick up on 5th here, I think. He goes short side. Oh. Yeah, had him on toast.
England with 6 more to play with here, as Rugby had the defence forced into making that decision there.
Yeah, Wales are doing really well to recover here. Like England could be up by 2 or 3, but too short from Rugby. Good defence.
Diving well, Rugby. He's got a hell of a wingspan on him.
Yeah, he's like Mr. Tickle.
Rugby goes again.
Massive set again. You know, we're in that point in the game. You know, with nearly 10 minutes to go, England can go up by 2 if they get over this set. But we had that 2-point swing before. Wales have done it before. Good feet. And that 6th touch again. Wales' line D has been really on it, especially in the second half. England have got to, you know, we talked about it at half time. That could be over the mark. Big decision. Yeah, we talked about it at half time. England have got to go to the next progression, but Wales are defending so well.
And it feels as though we're moving to a part of the game where every decision now is so important.
Yeah, that's the great thing about really good level touch is when it does, you know, when you got 10 minutes to go and you're either level or there's one score in it, everything matters.
Callahan goes through.
Wow, huge.
Referees look happy.
What a huge moment in this game. England have had so much time. They had 2 or 3 sets on Wales's line and not able to convert. But again, a bit of a 2-point swing like we had in the first half. England could have gone up by 2. We're now level. 10 minutes to go.
Gethin O'Callaghan with the score, and it's that pod we talked about that's looked like the bit of the danger pod for Wales, and they come up trumps again, levelling the game at 7 points apiece. 10 minutes left to go. We are in it.
He's been massive for them. Literally. He's a massive lad.
Massive on all counts, as Ollie Simon has a little dabble.
Nice progression again. They go to that QB play, but it doesn't work this time. They don't burn a touch. Really smart play from England. Ball over
Simon
the top.
finds space. Oh, Ollie Simon.
What a score. Ollie Simon. That is outstanding. That is so patient. They run a quickie play, but the next progression is a QB. He gives it straight back to his half, but then they don't burn the touch. Goes back into a quickie, stands his middle up, pill over the top. What a score.
And it's the combination we've seen before. Ollie Simon over the top.
Yep.
And Alex Ahad with the finish saying, thank you very much, Ollie. I will take that all day long. And
oh, big moment in this game. Wales had their attacking pod on. Not only have they lost the ball, the referees have judged that he's thrown it away.
8-7 England lead, and they're that bit closer to their box as well as a result
that's
of that.
Another big moment. We keep saying it, but like you said, everything matters now. And is that ball to ground? It is. Wales get the ball back.
You can just see a couple of errors creeping in for sides now. The tension is building. They know how big this game is in the context of this competition overall. Firm touch.
Oh, yeah, tasty. He's given it as well. That's that inexperience. You know, we talked about that England are being experienced and patient on line attack, but those are those little penalties that you just cannot give away. You've just given Wales' attacking pod a fresh set of 6.
Space wide if they can get it to it.
They're looking for that link hole again, but Elizabeth Davis locks it up, and it's England ball.
They needed someone who could throw that 30-yard pass, but it just
the thing
wasn't there.
England have been giving Wales the link hole, which Wales have taken 2 or 3 times now, and that time, whether they've changed it up on purpose or Davis has just hit the link, that time they've locked it up. So yeah, they need to go over the top, but if you've been given that link hole read all day, you've got to take it. Space on the outside.
O'Callaghan with a rugby union tackle.
I don't know if can you give that as a hard touch? Like he was just chasing him. That was a bit harsh. But big set again. Another massive moment in this game.
Well, Wales will just be happy to have kept England out there. I suspect they won't mind the penalty too much.
Pill. Oh, what a take. I think she's gone into touch. Yeah, she has.
And Alex Ahad, she's a real option out there on that left wing, isn't she?
Everything. She's got the sticky glue on her hands, I think. Wales will go over to their box now, and this pod has been on for a while. If England can put them under a bit of pressure, they might get something from it, but Wales are able to get over to their box in 3. Really good yards from them. 4, 5 come in. Over the mark. This feels like a final, this is awesome.
It does, you can just feel it, and there's a sense of atmosphere around the ground. The crowd is building up as well, and everyone's just unable to move their eyes from this field. There's an awareness that this is a big final few minutes of the game.
They'll drive in. There should be Dixon picking up. He does. He goes open side, short side, pumps, goes through. Oh, what a touch! What a touch! I thought that was a dead set score. Sambell's gone straight through. Dixon read everything right. Wow, what a touch.
Absolutely outstanding.
I think it was Bethan Jones.
I think you might be right.
Wow.
And Wales, well, how important could that be? They survived that scare.
If Wales get anything from this game, that was it. Like that's outstanding. That's not back to 1. He's just passed into him. Does this pod stay on? I think you've got to go get your team a score. Yeah, they are.
It does look like they are going to stay on.
Good work. So I think you've got to strike on 3 if you can. Strike as early as possible. They don't go for it, so this is your strike play. Dixon at half. Quickie, QB, good feet. There's your 3 on 2. Are they in? Davis, score. 2 ahead. Massive moment in this game.
Elizabeth Davis at the score, and well, Jordan, you called it. Keep that pod on. Go and get a score for your team. And well, boy, do they do that.
So triple QB play. Nice little setup, but Elizabeth Davis, Wigan Warriors player, dots it down. Huge moment in this game.
And the gap's out to 2, under 5 minutes left. And I'll tell you what, the way this game's been going too feels like quite a big lead.
Yeah, it does, yeah. I think for me, the way it's going, Wales have to score in this set. Yeah, this is massive for Wales now. He's hit the link, 2-on-1. Wales have executed, they've replied, game on.
Oh, these two teams,
so
they just refuse to go away. Ivy Jensen with the score, it's her second of the game, but they just will not go quietly, this Wales side. They are hanging in with some skill.
This really reminds, last year at the Opens Euros, Wales-England mixed, they played in the pool game on day 2, and it was eerily similar to this game. I think England won by 1 in the end, it might have been a draw, but they'll go for the sweeper at the end, good defence. And O'Callaghan for Wales is essentially playing like Dan Roberts did for Wales Opens last year. Comes on, rolls down to the 7, throws a link ball or a wing ball over the top, gets his team a score and trots off. And it is just, it's near the same game. Great ball, great take.
Sambo is, as you said earlier, just playing so well. Everything sticking for it.
If this 18s follows the trend of the Opens last year, this final will go to drop off and it'll be unbelievable on Sunday. So let's hope for that. But well, what again?
Big opening here for England. 6 to play with them. They're almost at the 7 already.
I wonder if anyone's ever called a drop off 3 days early. Simon, is that in? Ball down! There's your score.
Ollie Simon, and the way he hoofs that one back, he knows how big that is.
Huge.
His teammates know it as well.
He plays like a 40-year-old, Ollie Simon. He's like just so calm and patient and experienced. Like, he just, yeah, we'll score off this. It's like he thinks, yeah, we'll score off this play now. This will be the one we'll score off. Brilliant.
It
So
helps
good.
that he's been playing elite men's level since he was about
Since
9.
he was born. 9 months.
So it's back out to 2. Wales needed to score the last time it was at this stage and did. Can they do so again? No options doing down the right-hand side. So they look to go again. England offside, are they?
It's the first time that Wales have run a punish, a quickie on the links in this game. So when they do meet each other again, it'll be interesting if Wales go back to that, because there was a little bit of space to exploit. Wales will go sweeper, pick up.
They go wide, it's going to be there.
Wow, what a ball. What a pill that was.
Hat-trick time for Ivy Jensen, and Wales, as we've said before, will not go quietly here.
England are going to take the time here, but Wales might get 30 seconds maybe on the ball. We'll see how fast this set goes.
It was a great ball from Samuel Williamson as well.
England are just going to take the time here, take as much time off the clock as they can. They'll go sweeper. Oof.
And England, much like they did, as Sambo looks like she may have just gone over her ankle a bit there as she slid on the ground.
Let's hope that's nothing serious.
But it gives us an opportunity while she hopefully gets patched up, and it is nothing too serious. It gives us an opportunity just to look at what England have done here. And it's much like what they did the previous time they got down and scored with the Dixon and Pearce pod, which is they've kept this set of players on.
Yeah.
The Ollie Simon play for 2 sets here.
I think Bush is all right. I think the worrying thing at the minute is every time somebody goes down in touch clutching the knee, you're always thinking, is that ACL? Is that something we really need to be concerned about? And thankfully it looked just like a little bit of an impact injury. I think she fell on that knee rather than any twisting involved. But yeah, I think obviously you never want to see a player get injured. Wales, the tough thing is, from a Wales point of view, is that they can't stop the clock. So a massive win for England. If that's your final on Sunday, wow, give me that again. Like, and I'll call it now. That's going to go to drop off. Why not?
Well, I tell you what, I see no reason to think that it won't, because that was an absolutely astonishing game. If it had gone on another minute, Wales might have levelled it up. If it had all finished up earlier, Wales might have won it. It could have gone anyway. It went to England. And well, if that's an example of what we've got to look forward to over the course of the next 3 days, we're in for a pretty special weekend, aren't
Yeah,
we?
that was brilliant. So good.
All finishes up then. England 10, Wales 9. An absolutely cracking game. And I think that's just raised the excitement levels, raised the heartbeats all around the grounds here at the University of Nottingham. And stay with us, because we now switch across to the mixed under 15s, where we're going to see China against Ireland. China, who had a tough outing yesterday against Wales, will be looking to bounce back. Ireland, meanwhile, who had those travels problems yesterday, but they made it across, and they made it across in some style in the end. A dramatic entrance is always something to look forward to. But just before we hit the adverts ahead of that one, just a final word on that game, Jordan. Just two outstanding sides. England do really well to come away with the victory, but both sides will probably come out of that one going, yeah, we're looking good.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think they'll be confident that they'll get back to the final. I think the Wales will be thinking, great game, we'll see you on Sunday. Like I said before, I think if you'd have put Wales v England mixed open, I don't think anybody would have batted an eyelid. That was such a good level game of touch. I think if you get the chance, go back and watch England-Wales last year at the Opens level, because there wasn't a massive difference. It was really similar. But yeah, just some really good patient touch, and I think they'll be really excited to play each other again. I think both teams can there'll be things that both teams will be thinking there's so much we can work on. There's, like you said before the game, whether England are holding a few things back. They probably are. Most teams do hold things back for that final that they think they're going to be a part of. So let's hope they are. But on the other side of the coin, Wales will be doing that as well. Loads of positives, a couple of negatives from both teams, but that game, if it is, I keep saying it, but if that's the final on Sunday, that's going to be outstanding.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if it wasn't obvious, it was a bit of a cracker, that one. It all finishes up England 10, Wales 9. Do stay with us, because very shortly we're switching across to that mixed 15 competition and China against Ireland, but it all finishes up here. England 10, Wales 9.
took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches to get down the line.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, right? Now win it.
the all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in, come on then.
Tight! Eyes up, Tom! Yeah, go on! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
I want for the ref!
Hooray!
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball.
It's rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up, if you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get nose on your toes!
Get up! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You're running quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Welcome back, everyone. Joined again by Joe Wright for this one. China against Ireland in the mixed 15s. It's going to be an interesting this one. China struggled yesterday against Wales in this age group. Ireland missed out against a very good France side yesterday at this age group as well, but I do remember very vividly from yesterday that in Philip and John Finnan, Ireland have a couple of superstars in the middle, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to this because these are two teams that were sort of like working through their processes yesterday, maybe just brushing the rust off from travel. So yeah, I've got a feeling we're going to see two much improved sides today.
Certainly think so. The hooter goes, and there's a bit of confusion to start with. I think we're just going to start again, and well, I've never seen a start quite like it, but we're off and running, and that's what counts here as China get the ball moving and make good progress actually with their first couple of touches. This is nice.
Yeah, that's a market difference. That first two touches making loads of yards, quickie, they play the ball out. Unfortunately, the ball just goes to ground, but definite improvement already from the China side. And now Ireland have an opportunity to drive up the sub box, get fresh legs on, and see if they can build on what they put down yesterday.
Now, you say get fresh legs on, and I get it. But it's another one of these little quirks that I find very strange. All Ireland have done is had one defensive step that's lasted 4 touches, and they're making the changes.
Yeah, typically, especially at this level, you will get a pod that is better at defence and a pod that is better in attack. And it's one of those things where sometimes you just got to swallow your pride and accept, yeah, maybe I'm not the right person for it, and it pays dividends there as one Finnan brother goes off, the other one scores.
It certainly does. Ireland with their very first attack of the game coming away with the score. It's John Finnan with it.
Yeah, it's really good and much improved from yesterday. They get the ball down and off the floor very quickly, and then they're running at offside defenders. And you know, if you're running forwards and the defender's running backwards, as I'll probably say all weekend, there's only one winner in the race. And yeah, Ireland opened the score in early doors, and it's much improved from both sides so far.
I have to say, whilst I hope that John Finnan is fit and healthy and uninjured, I am delighted that he has his knee strapped up today, because it makes it so much easier to identify him as separate to his brother Philip.
Yeah, he really does have a lot of tape on that leg and both hamstrings as well. So hopefully he can stay fit for the duration of the game, because he's one of those players that you can't afford to lose.
Just look at the amount of ground that he's managed to make up there. Now his brother on the field, as is Oscar Dunn, who is the more unheralded superstar yesterday perhaps of this Ireland team, but a superstar he is. And Ireland with their second try of the game, this time Philip Finnan.
No, it's going to get pulled back for a forward pass.
Oh, it's a real shame, because Devitt O'Byrne had got herself across the line from the Philip Finnan pass, but called back.
Yeah, I think it's just crept forward. Maybe unlucky to receive that call, but really good momentum from Ireland, driving the China defence all the way back, scooping through, and what I thought was a brilliant option just gets called back by the refs, but plenty of positives early doors for Ireland.
There certainly are, as China try and make some progress. But unfortunately, can't quite make enough. So Ireland have possession and an easy exit here towards their box. They'll be very happy with that. 2 touches and they're already well into Chinese territory. But that ball, well, did they spill it? Referees say just go again. Slightly scrappy little possession there for Ireland, which is a shame for them, because they'd made such good ground to get into their subs, and then just all fell apart a bit after that.
Yeah, definitely, and it's one of those things where, you know, maybe you're just trying to get the subs on too fast and running things a little bit too, you know, too direct, and you just forget about the nuances of the roll ball, making sure that you get the ball down nice and strong, hips are square to the try line. But China now, they've drawn the penalty, they've got an opportunity to attack the line, need to eat up the yards early. Good play, they move into the red zone. Now they're going to have strikes at the line. Little bit congested.
It's all very tight, isn't it? 5 Chinese players within a couple of meters of each other. They dive at the line, touch comes in.
Yeah, just wonder if they'll look to move this open side. You've got 5 China players all in the same area. They do, they spread the attack. Work it back down the short side. Touch comes in. Little bit static.
Breaking through, going for the dive again, but it's just too congested, isn't it? It's too many players in one spot. There's almost means the Irish defence can just squeeze in, and actually they can have a spare person defence because fewer people can fill the same number of people's places.
Yeah, exactly, and I think China, they're working through their structures quite nicely when they get to the line. Much improved from what we saw yesterday, which was a little bit frenetic at times. But like you say, they're just running it in a very compact area and not stretching the Ireland defence. Oh, lovely.
And Ireland with a big ball out wide and a nice run in for Peter Hogan. to take the score out to 3-0. It was John Finnan with the big wide pass and Peter Hogan finishing it off with aplomb.
Yeah, Ireland just waiting for the defence just waiting for the defence to meet them at the line. And yeah, as you say, John Finnan just recognises, hold on, there's lots of space out wide. Why take the touch when I can just whip it out into space and back my teammates to go and make the offensive play? Better, oh, unlucky. I was just about to say it's better setup from China, moving the ball from one side of the pitch to the other. That did stretch the Ireland defence, but just handling error creeping in. Ball goes to ground, it just undoes all their hard work. Oh, feet.
Finnan dancing this way and that.
Ireland lucky to get away with 7 on there.
I was going to say, because no one seemed to come off as Finnan moved across, and they get a score for it.
Yeah, it's not often I'll say this, but I think Ireland got away with one there with the 7 on, because no one really replaced Finnan as he came on, well, as he was subbing off the pitch. But China don't react to the scoop. Female link just holds the space on the line, waiting for the ball to be dropped in her grasp, and it is. And Ireland go 3 to the good.
Yeah, Philip Finnan just almost dropping the ball into the arms of Sloane Rangatawa for that Irish try, their 4th try. Or in fact, their 3rd try. Both our scoreboard and the official scoreboard saying 3.
Yeah, good defensive play there from Ireland, just holding the space, not biting on what China trying to do. And at the moment, China just can't quite get their attack going. The structure is much improved from what we saw yesterday, and they do force the turnover. Just want to see them use their structures a little bit. Move the defense, play the ball in the middle, and then look to use the width. Touch made.
Jiang Chen Sun wearing 7 for China was the spark for them in that tough game against Wales yesterday, and he might look to be the creator here in this one as they go into the corner. Bit of a clash of bodies, but all accidental.
Yeah, really good take in the corner actually under pressure. This is 5th coming, so they'll have one more attempt. They look to scoop. Half is a little bit slow there. They look for the wing.
Finds some space. Touch comes in.
I think the score's been. I think they think the score's been given, but the touch has been made. Offside defender, so they will get a repeat set of 6. And this is a golden opportunity for China. You can't help but think if they begin to move this ball a little bit more, they'll find some success, because at the moment they're just running down the same corridor.
Sun dives again. I think China perhaps needs to just recognise sometimes when that space is congested, there's no point going for the dive in that tight space, but it means there must be a space somewhere else.
Yeah, definitely, and I think if they can begin to recognise that actually, you know, hands down the line is very effective, especially once you've made that initial touch, defence is retreating. You just give that early pass, put someone with speed into pace and see what they can do. At the moment, just running through the same corridor repeatedly, which allows Ireland just to close up defensively and really stop any progress that could be made. Both brothers on the pitch at the same time. Good feet. Great covering touch for the China winger.
John Finnan. Oh, he's going to go all on his own, and he's going to get that one down. And when they get those 2 Finnans on, it's the double threat, and it pays off almost instantaneously for Ireland.
Yeah, they're just so athletic, so powerful. Don't need to take the touch. Just right foot step, dives at the line. So long, could dive from 10 meters out and he'd slide over. Superb score.
And we're halfway through this first half, and Ireland have the 4-0 lead. Official scoreboard still taking its time to catch us up. I think there's been some chat going on the sidelines as Ireland look to try and keep China out. China once again getting into this slightly bunched setup with 5 players all stacked in a 5-10 meter corridor.
Yeah, see, and you know, you flip the coin in that sentiment and say, okay, you are running down the same channel, but they've done that a few times now, and the wing's been on every time. And you just think, you know, coaches in their box should be saying, look, if we're going to persist with this tactic going down this same area, we've got to then start to look wide, because there's a few circumstances where if that ball goes early, the winger, all she has to do is pop the ball down. Very similar to what Ireland are doing to China in reply, just working the ball round the outside. Hands down the line is good enough, and they get the score in the corner.
They do indeed, and it's try number 2 for Peter Hogan, try number 5 for Ireland. And it's very similar to his first, actually. It's just a ball that's been moved out from right to left, and Hogan only too happy to oblige his side with the finish.
Yeah, Ireland have done really well with capitalising on the little defensive mistakes that China are making. They're not taking their foot off the gas, and this is a prime example. You turn your back in defence against someone this fast, and he's just going to run all the way through, untouched.
Oh, Philip Finnan with all the time in the world just to coast home. He had enough time to take his cap off so it didn't blow off in the wind.
Yeah, definitely. And look, the China defence just turns their back, and the gas man goes all the way through.
You don't see that often.
No.
I think the cap's going to go here, so I'm just going to take it off. It's not going to slow me down. I'm going to still be at top speed. And he pops it back on his head once he's finished it off for good measure. 6-0 Ireland lead. And entertaining with it as well, this Irish side. China showing some promise, though. They can just get these final few phases of attack right. They will find themselves with some opportunities.
It's just unlucky because they're creating space in the Ireland line. They're just not picking their head up and recognising it, and then we'll take the touch, and that will be 6th. But there's been a few circumstances now, and I do hope the coaches come back and look at the game, because they'll see that you are creating space, you're creating opportunities. It's just that final pass that isn't going, then you just let Ireland off the hook.
Ireland flooding forward here, and arriving at pace is O'Neill, and O'Neill is showing dancing footwork. He's evaded everything. O'Neill from subs box to the try line, all in one sweeping, glorious set of movement. That's a way to get yourself introduced into the game.
Yeah, lovely feet. Just recognise the defence is congested. 1 step, 2 step, puts the gas on. He's just too fast for the covering defenders, and if I was there, I mean, I don't think you've worked hard enough to sub off. I think you should be defending your own score there.
I was about to say, I respect that. He's run on, 1 touch, 1 score, and off he goes again.
You know what, if you're going to do it every time you get on the pitch, why not?
China, oh, they'd love a score. Promising build-up play here, actually. Ball doesn't quite stick, but they'd engineered some space there. It was a half a chance, but ball goes loose, and Ireland able to escape up to their box, and they've got all the way to the box on just 1 touch. And in fact, they've not even had the second here, as Finnan just toys with the defence, and now Dunn happy to do the same. Wide pass comes in.
Hands. Oh, lovely.
Good hands, and now Philip Finnan only just onto the field, scores immediately and gives Ireland an 8-0 lead.
Yeah, it's a little wing pass back, and Finnan just hits that line at pace. He's able to ghost round the outside of the covering defender. Lovely eyes up play then again for the winger. We complimented was it the Belgian winger earlier, passing for the wraparound? And Ireland taking a leaf out of their book. And yeah, it's a skill that can go underutilised as wingers, you know, keeping your eyes up when you receive that ball, who's running around you, and, you know, Finn, the grateful recipient of the little pass back inside.
China going close there. Unfortunately, just the angle of the dive meant the ball was up in the air in the right hand while the left hand went down. But getting close, China. There they go again. Nothing doing there though. Sixth touch comes in and Ireland will have possession again.
I think a China player is hurt and will sub off. Yeah, a good spot there from the referee. We love that. It looks like he's hurting a little bit.
Well, I think it was as he dived for the line a couple of moments ago, he landed awkwardly on that left-hand side, and hopefully it's just a bit of an impact injury, but we'll keep an eye on that one as Ireland look to threaten this defence again. Dunn has it. Oscar Dunn. And John Finnan. There's a bit of space here if they can get the pass out. Oh, it's a beautiful pass.
Oh, good touch.
As the touch come in, touch has just been made, but it was a lovely pass from Ireland's Emmett David O'Byrne.
Yeah, superb pass, and they disguised the sweeper play really nice. So they actually used John Finnan as the ball handler rather than the strike player, and I think China just fixated on him a little bit too much, and it allowed all of the space. And I've got to say, whilst we've got a little bit of a break in play, China are much improved in terms of getting the ball from A to B. I think if they could just thread together some, you know, sequential attacks and really start to stretch the Ireland defence, then they'll find so much more success in this game, because, you know, getting the ball from A to B in their first game proved to be a little bit difficult. They were just running too laterally, and at the moment they're running really hard and direct, making good yards every time they take a touch. It's just the finer margins in touch, and it does make all the difference. And teams who get a really clean roll ball and the ball off the floor really fast do often benefit in both attack and their transition.
Ireland in a good attacking situation once again, as Philip Finnan just feeds it in to Alex Connor. Touch was just made. In fact, no, touch wasn't just made. Referee was just explaining to China why he was giving the try, and Philip Finnan with another hit. In fact, sorry, it wasn't Philip Finnan, it was Philip Finnan playing provider to Alex Connor. Alex Connor with the score. It's out to 9-0 now for Ireland. About a minute left until half-time. China would love to get on the scoreboard before that half-time break. They'll have a bit of a chance here, but the touch comes in.
And I think that last sequence of play really sums up China. They're able to get to the 7 and dump on the 7 very efficiently, actually. They run really hard and direct down the same channel each time, and they're able to make really good yards. But then when they get into the red zone, it just seems like they're lacking that one person who can set up the attacking play and organize the attacking line, and then go and execute what the game plan is. You know, and then you've got Ireland, who have these two brothers who can just tear people to shreds. They're so fast, so direct, and you can't help but think one or two more experienced players in this Chinese side, and, you know, they start taking these scores that they're leaving out there.
Yeah, because, I mean, for my money, it looks as though sometimes just running out of ideas as they get into that try-scoring zone, and then they're finding themselves just diving at the try line, and it's not really quite on, but just as a sort of, we might get lucky and score off that, rather than constructing a play where they actually engineer the space.
Yeah, and, you know, if you think back to yesterday, their score yesterday came from running down, you know, congesting the defence, really bringing it all tight and compact, and then throwing pass to the pace man, who just is able to go around the outside. And we've just not seen much of that extra pass when they're in attack, and that's what I would like to see, especially, you know, progressing throughout the rest of this tournament and indeed the rest of this game. It's just using that extra pass when they're in the line, because when they're in the midfield, they're happy to throw it, and it works. But then when they get to the red zone, it's like white line fever. Everyone just wants to dive at the line, dive at the line, dive at the line, when in actual fact that's probably stopping your momentum, and then you've got to pull back, reset, and if you're trying the same things over and over again, a team like Ireland will just condense and defend it.
They will indeed, and they've been condensing and defending it very, very efficiently all throughout that opening half. We head into the half-time break as Ireland receive a bit of strapping to one of their players there and have their huddle right in front of that Irish flag. What a good place for that. They lead 9-0 at the break. We'll be back with you for the second half in just a moment's time. Players are on the field, ready to get going. The rain has just opened. Let's hope it stays away from Old Trafford for now, hey? We've just been following what's been happening over there during the halftime break. Ireland enjoying life in the rain though. 9-0 up here at halftime against China in this mixed under-15s game. And by the look of it, John Finnan is absolutely itching to get going. Yeah. He's practically bouncing out there on the halfway line.
Well, I think he wants to pick up where he left off, because the first half performance was convincing enough, and looks like an Ireland team that just wants to put the icing on the cake, and they do it almost immediately.
Noah O'Neill with the score, and that is how you start the second half. Oh my word.
Yeah, pace, power, direction. That's all you need in touch. If you do the basics well, you get scores, and that's exactly what they do. They drive hard, they go straight, head down, lovely dump, and then both defenders just backtracking, and the They part like the Red Sea, and it is easy pickings for Ireland.
Double figures then for Ireland. Almost no time gone whatsoever in this second half. An astonishing start from Ireland. An error from China. The errors will start to creep in because it is absolutely hammering down. It's not scheduled to last too long, but it is going to be a pretty tricky period of play while it lasts and while the ground dries out. We see another error there that's just a wet ball error as well.
Perfect diving weather though.
Lovely diving weather. We should see a few. And I wonder if you're Ireland, what the focus is on. I'd be tempted, owing to my negative attitude towards how to play sports, I'd be aiming at going, actually, do you know what? I'm not too worried about what we do in the attacking sense in the second half. I want to keep this at 0.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, when you are comfortable in a game, you then want to get the basics perfect. You limit the drop balls, you limit the roll ball infringements, you limit how much possession that China has, and at the end of the day, you keep the 0 on the scoreboard for China. That's exactly what you want. If I was Ireland, like you say, I wouldn't be too bothered about what happens when you're in attack, because as you've demonstrated, you can attack to a high level. It's now, can you get that 0? Wales weren't able to do it. I think Ireland in this situation will love to do it, and they'll get the occasional one to add to the tally.
Well, John Finnan just coasting home from miles away. Just look at him strolling his way in. That strapping not holding him back one little bit. That's John Finnan. Makes it 11 for Ireland, and an error comes in. But as we said at the start of the half, we will see a couple of those as the weather closes in on us, and the temperature, which I thought couldn't drop any further, is dropping really low. I know we're banging on about it, but trust us, it's ridiculous. We're in July. What is going on?
I had the internal battle this morning. I was like, shorts, no shorts.
Well, I've gone shorts, and it's a regrettable choice. It has to be said.
Yeah.
Really regrettable choice. Where's that El Nino thing when you need it?
Maybe a loss of control, might get given a hard touch. Yeah, it gets given a hard touch. China just trying to be a little bit too intense in their defensive work. Ireland getting the penalty, and in this situation where you are comfortable in a game, what I wouldn't do is what's currently happening, which is just try and step everyone and not use your structures. This is a really good opportunity to practice your structures, to go through an entire attacking set, use all of your touches, and then hopefully get the score on the last one.
11-0, despite what that scoreboard at the end of the field says. That ball just goes out. But you don't mind Ireland going wide early in these scenarios and trying to put people into space. It's people trying to play on their own perhaps in these scenarios that you want to try and avoid, as Ireland almost get through there from Hogan. Hogan, who is having that right knee strapped at half time, but certainly looks as though he's got plenty of athleticism still about him.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to see Ireland use the touches a bit better here. Good quickie. Yep. Good defensive touch. Would just like to see Ireland use their structure, work through their progressions. We've seen the quickie, the midfield quickie. And they go to the short side quickie. Ball goes. Wing makes a really good defensive play, gets up in the face and puts the pressure on and forces the ball to go to ground. And Ireland probably be disappointed in the last 2 attacking sets that they've had. It's sort of just giving the ball away under no real pressure.
Yeah, and without any of their sort of key attacking trio of Finnan and Dunn on the field at the moment, and perhaps just losing a sense of whose role is what as they run through these plays.
Yeah, Ireland's sort of lacking a little bit of direction now. Trying to get the subs on.
As Dunn and Philip Finnan enter the fray. That is Dunn to Finnan. And the ball, I think accidentally, as the Chinese player just ran back to his line, I think his heel flicked up and caught the ball. Slightly unfortunate one, that one, really. Finnan and Dunn working together, but the ball just squirting loose as it made its way to Rangatawa.
Just a little bit of confusion here to restart the game. Just taking the time.
Trying to get towards their box. And then Sun gets on the ball. He's going to be important for them through this second half. Can he create a bit of magic?
Better.
They move well up to the 7, but they're out of touches. But that was good progression up the field, particularly given that they'd conceded quite an early touch there. To make it the full length of the field was a good effort.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, they took 3 touches to get to halfway. And, I mean, this is just, well, we've seen this too many times so far. Finnan goes through, puts the ball down, doesn't matter on the first name. It's a safe bet, both of them getting in. And it's just too easy for Ireland. They just drive up the box side. If you hit that ball at pace, you're going to find space.
Just goes around that outside, doesn't he? And defense at 6s and 7s with him, and I don't think he ever had to break into anything other than a mild trot there.
Yeah, just jogging over, nice and relaxed. And you know, it's just the benefit you get when you run things with purpose. You find the gaps, and Ireland have been able to do that all too easily in this game.
We spoke about this yesterday, though, in their game against Wales. It's it's another tough outing for China, but yeah, particularly as Mark was saying last night, actually from the Federation of International Touch, they've come all the way from China. This is about experience for these young people as much as it is anything else. Yes, there is action on the field, and yes, it might not be going how they want, but they're coming over for the experience of a lifetime. They're going to learn a huge amount about the game of touch alongside it, but they're also gaining just a life experience that so few people get the opportunity to have, to be part of an international tournament thousands of miles away from home. It's a special thing to be a part of.
Yeah, and this is what we were saying yesterday, this is just a festival for touch. It's just celebrating touch all across the world, and you know, China traveling so far to come and put a really good honest showing in. And you know, let's not forget the scoreline might, you know, flatter Ireland, but China have come close a lot of, you know, on a lot of occasions. It's just the little 1%ers that they could improve, and if they were to do that and then, you know, come back in a few years' time having worked on some, you know, attacking composure, I think is the big one, they'll be a really, really, really good side. It's just, I think the experience that the other nations have is just proving too much at the moment.
Well, yeah, if you look at them from an attacking perspective, they're achieving the sort of first goal of attack, which is to get yourself in position to strike. They just perhaps haven't yet developed those strike plays and those strike structures to be able to capitalize on where they are, but you can learn that for sure. If you can get yourself into position, that's half the battle.
Yeah, 100%. And one of the key things in touch is completing your sets of 6, not surrendering the ball needlessly on touches 2 and 3. And you know, China do that more often than not. So if you talk about the basics and you know what is absolutely needed to be a touch team, China have got it. That they can complete their sets, they can drive, they get from A to B very effectively. I think it's just like the final 25% of their game, and once that is developed, you know, these guys are going to be really solid. And you know, a couple of guys that we've seen have really good feet, really good hands. It's just having the composure and game sense to use them in the right areas.
And if you look at it, the other end of the game, the defensive aspect, yes, they're conceding, but actually quite a lot of these tries have been long range ones out wide in channels where actually, I mean, just to casually observe on the field, you can see there's an athleticism difference between some of those wide players for Ireland and the wide players for China, and that's just a quirk of the age group where some people are more physically developed than others at that age. And so if you're conceding tries where just a physical difference is the problem, well, actually you can probably chalk away half the scores just to that mere fact.
Yeah, definitely, and you see it so often in age groups. You get people really small and slight stature at under 15s, and you see them 3 years later at under 18s, they're 6'2" and broad as anything. And it is just that physical development. And Ireland seem to be blessed with 4 or 5 really physical players, very fast on their feet, very big, and I think that's just one of the main differences. I mean, you saw it in the game prior with O'Callaghan for Wales. I mean, he doesn't look like an under-18s player. He could be a Fiji Sevens player and you wouldn't bat an eyelid at it. And you do get those mismatches, and Ireland have just been blessed with more than China in this game.
They have indeed. They've stretched the lead out to 13 now. And China, again, getting themselves into that position of being able to have a strike, just not quite being able to finish it off. But as we say, they'll be pleased that they're able to get themselves there, and it allows them to focus on what the work on is. As Ireland and Finn just dancing, skipping away. Oh, that's magical. Magical at any level.
Oh, he's in touch. Oh, no.
Oh, let it go. Let it go. Those dancing feet.
Refs killing the joy of Finning. Oh, I thought he'd done everyone in a phone booth there, but just steps out in touch. China will get the roll ball. And if we talk about the positives for China, I mean, the glaring one's the scoreboard. At this stage of the game, conceding fewer tries than they had last night. So, and market improvements in terms of getting the ball from A to B. And Ireland, don't get me wrong, Ireland have not been able to walk over all of these scores. A lot of them have had to come from hard work. And if you're doing that to a team and they're scoring through really hard work, you can sort of give yourselves a pat on the back.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we look at that first half, we went in at the first half time, Ireland leading 9 scores to nothing. Well, in the next 14 minutes, China have only conceded 4. About 6.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, I think a fair few of them have just come from mismatches on the wings as well, getting around the outside. So, as far as I'm concerned, in this half especially, China can give themselves a pat on the back.
They certainly can. You can see just on the far side of the field there a slight gathering underneath the gazebo, which just tells you the extent to which the weather has closed in. No one lining the fields quite as they were in the earlier games.
Well, I've got a feeling if this was France, the stands would be packed and they'd all be chanting and waving with the horns.
Well, not least because it's 42 degrees in France currently and bright sunshine. But the UK has plenty of other things to offer.
Fish and chips.
We might not bring the weather. But we're certainly bringing the atmosphere.
Yeah, we do our best. We do our best. China just slow to get to the middle. I think this is just a bit of fatigue creeping in. Like you say, I think I'm right in saying had the furthest to travel out of anyone here. They've come here to show that they can play, and in every game that they've played so far, there has been real moments to shine, and I just hope that they can get their well-deserved score in this game, as they did in the Welsh game, because that score was met with almighty applause.
China diving for the line, touch comes in. Thought just for a second you'd opened the door for them.
I'd really hope that'd be one that'd be getting clipped up, put on the Instagram, predicting scores before they happen. We love it. And again, it's just, China in that attacking set, maybe just run that play one person too far in. if they'd run it one out, there was space there. And this is the thing, they work really hard to create space. They do create space, and then Ireland are just able to close that gap at the very last second, just before China are able to go through.
Ireland move the ball out to the left-hand side, but greasy ball just slips from the grasp over there on the far side. 4 minutes left to go, Ireland leading 14-0 at present. And sending a flyer up in the form of Noah O'Neill to go and make the touch. Done this time. And they've done well there. That's 3 touches in no time at all, and forcing the error from China. That's impressive though, keeping that defensive intensity going as Ireland then just spill it in the slippy conditions. But keeping that defensive intensity going when you're 14-0 up, there's what, 3.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah.
A lot of teams would just sort of passively sit on that defence, but Ireland still maintaining that discipline to send a flyer up.
Yeah, definitely, and that takes a lot of mental toughness as well to stay on task, especially when you are so comfortable in a game. And I mean, we often forget the ages of these kids. They are kids. This is under 15s, and to have that maturity as an under 15 to recognise, look, we've still got to be on task. We've still got to work hard. We don't want to concede a try. I mean, it's a testament to the people on the pitch, but also it's a testament to the coaches of constantly reminding them, look, we've got a job to do. Let's finish strong. We want that 0. We want the shutout. I mean, a shutout in touch happens very rarely, so when you get it, that is something to be celebrated. And at the moment, just under 3 minutes to go, I think they will get the shutout.
I'll tell you what, you make a good point there, saying these are under 15s, these are kids. We've got to remember that. And as Ireland carve another opportunity, this time for Rory McCall. And I have to say, I spend my life commentating on youth sports of every variety, and I have to say it's been very hard in this instance, and I'm usually hyper aware of it. But it's been very hard to remember that these are just under 15s. And that's a testament to what the players are doing out in the field across all the games in this under 15s age group. The skill sets and the play have been such that you don't think you're watching 14, 15-year-olds. You feel like you're watching something much more advanced than that. And that's a huge, huge nod of respect to all the players out there.
100%, and I think it's a testament. Oh, China might go in for the score. I think they've got the ball down, and they do. They will get their score. 90 seconds remain on the clock, and they get the score.
Zhao Yangyin with the score. He's gone close a couple of times. He hurt himself diving for the line earlier, and he got a touch of the ball 3 times in this build-up play. Went for the dive. Almost had his feet go out underneath him as he went for it. And China get on the scoreboard with 1.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah. And you know what? That is a much improved attacking set because they ran with purpose, sucked in the defender, and then gave the extra pass. So these little tweaks that we've been suggesting that I'm sure the coaches will be trying to implement are starting to happen for China. And, the score difference compared to the game last night is a massive, massive change. And I think the China coaches will be relatively happy with that.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. And with under 1 minute left to go, there's an opportunity here for China just to see this one out without conceding again. Work through their touches, work their subs on. In fact, they're going to hit with some pace because they had half an opening there for Yin, the try scorer.
Much better pace in their transition, really making the yards. And 30 seconds remain. It's just a shame that the ball goes to ground there, but yeah, it seems like when things go right for China, they do go they make loads of yards, they put defenses under pressure. It's just not quite happened consistently enough. And
Finnan almost in anger at having conceded decides to show us the full array of his skills.
He's got a lovely goose step, he does.
So light on his feet. As the hooter comes in, the touch will surely come in as well unless Finnan can do some more wizardry, and of course he can. Of course he can. Philip Finnan setting up Annie Fitzsimmons for the final score, the final touch, the final play of the game, and that is full time. And a strong, strong victory for Ireland. A terrific performance from them against the China side that, fair play, full credit to them, stuck to task through the game, scoring that late try to avoid the shutout, and it finishes up Ireland 16, China 1.
Yeah, it's really, really well stuck at it for China. They get their reward in the end with the score with 90 seconds to go. Ireland just physically looked faster, more focused, more organised, and yeah, I think especially because of the performance that we saw from Ireland last night, not getting the result against what was a very, very, very good France side. This will be a really good confidence booster for them. Just reminding them that they can go through the processes, they've got good structures, and they are fast and direct when needed to be. It sits them in a good position for the rest of the weekend.
Certainly does. All finishes up here. Ireland 16, China 1. Stay with us, because in 10 minutes time we switch to the men's under-20s and the USA against France. That should be an absolute rip-roarer of a game.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
Those last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down enough.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, right? Now win it.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
All right, hands in. Come on, Emma.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, tight! Dragon, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hip! One for us! Woo!
I won for the ref.
Hooray!
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep up, watch the ball,
Rather keeping an eye on your players, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get nose on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You're running quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Well, we are back, and we are back with the men's under-20s competition. Now, this isn't technically part of the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup, but of course it is really, isn't it? It's friendly games in the men's under-20s competition, but it's friendly games that we are going to enjoy rather a lot, because we kind of fancy that these are going to be two very good sides. The United States of America up against France. And the music is blaring ahead of this one. The Americans looking ready for action. The French ready as well. And Joe, you reckon you've played against a couple of these American lads in the past?
Well, potentially. I was not fortunate enough to grab names, but this looks like a very athletic side. I've got a feeling that the American wingers, if the Sevens team is anything to go by, are going to be blisteringly fast.
Looks as though a couple of brothers in this American lineup, in the form of Jake Catchpole and Seth Catchpole. We will see how it all unfolds over the course of the next 40 minutes. The hooter goes, and America into action, and I think a sign there of just how slippy underfoot it is. It's been a heavy downpour. It has stopped now, the rain, but I think already early on we're seeing the difference in physicality perhaps that comes with a bit of age and maturity.
Yeah, definitely, and the pace as well. The pace has definitely picked up. Both teams running very direct. Very good transition there from America. Able to get fresh legs on, nice, and now they're in the red zone. Can take a minute just to organise the attack. Quickie set. Looks open side, lovely hole, ball is away. And America open the scoring, lovely link, hitting the hole at pace.
Liam Gray bouncing through to score. On that short line, cutting back inside, lovely stuff from Liam Gray, and an early lead for the USA.
Yeah, this is physical touch as well. USA getting the nudge on and forcing mistakes. And at the moment, USA looking so up for this, moving fast. The passes are being zipped from A to B. Very efficient running. Pace around the outside. Avoid stepping out into touch.
And they are on it from the word go, this American side.
Yeah,
gonna have 6 more.
Great call from the referee, just not hitting the line. America are able to, well, they're going to have a repeat set of 6. Link is hanging out there, similar hole as he hit earlier. USA will burn a touch. Just getting their offensive line set. Open side quickie, ball just goes to ground. Just hanging around in the ruck a little bit too much, and France get let off, but they need to inject some pace because at the moment America are just all over him.
An athletic dumping of the ball there from France.
Yeah, Big Dan in the middle, spots the off the mark. And USA really forcing errors from France early doors. These have come out firing from the get-go, and France are struggling to cope with them at the moment.
He did everything he could to not be off the mark. Threw himself to get the ball down, but not quite able to. The US could be an opening here. They get through. Can they find a spare player? Searching desperately for one, but the touch comes in. Possibly the early pass out wide might have been the option once he'd burst through, but just couldn't quite find someone.
Yeah, France are struggling to get into gear at the moment. The USA are putting on an insane amount of pressure, just shutting down their transition at any opportunity. But now France starting to roll through, and will have their first crack at the line. And that's 6 touches turnover. France unhappy with some of the physical nature of some of the touches from the USA. Yeah, Dan's got eagle eyes. He spots the forward pass from the base of the ruck. No one knows yet. Whistle's now been blown.
Good call, Dan. Well done. A forward pass given.
He's going to be your best mate in this game because he's hot on those things.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I've got to shout him out. Actually, he is probably my favourite ref. For England,
he's mine too now.
Just gives nothing, takes nothing. Very stern.
Can spot a forward pass. Makes a big difference.
He can spot most things, Dan. He's a good ref.
France then, can they take advantage of this extra 6 from that forward pass? They can indeed, and they've evened it up. And well, fair enough to France as Thomas Bonheur scores the try. Been under the cosh for the whole of the opening 5 minutes, but they go in 5 minutes into the game and they want a piece.
Yeah, definitely, and it's the first real pressure that they've sustained on the line, and they're able to make it count. Just a really nice open side quickie. It's just a race to the line, and the dive is good enough to beat the retreating defender. And USA looking a little bit fragmented on the line, flying up probably when they don't need to. Maybe better to stay connected with your defenders and hold space, but you know, they look so potent in attack that I've got a feeling that their game plan isn't to shut France out, it's just to score more than them.
US flood through now, wide pass goes, they'll need to give another. Can't quite, so they just take the touch.
Yeah, it looks like they'll look for that long ball. I wonder if we'll see the wing tap back to the track and link. Scoop coming, looks to go wide, ball just goes to ground. Maybe the ball to the wing was on rather than the link, but USA every time they get into the red zone looking very dangerous.
Certainly are. France, how much confidence has that try given them? Looks like plenty as they start flooding through on this attack. We haven't seen the move like this so far, but just as we start to say it, the error comes in.
Refs have spotted something. I think they're saying it was a USA foot in the roll ball, so France will get a fresh set of 6. You want to take 1 touch, get to the line, and then you'll have 4 to work with. I'm unsure if that's a 4 sub or if he's been sent for time. I believe it's a 4 sub. France could have just gone to the wing. They look to do so now. Ball goes, but USA track across and get it, and the forward pass just alleviates all that pressure, and the ball should have gone initially.
Well, I'm trying to work out what's happened there that's caused the 4 sub, but
most likely chat. I know Dan is a big one. Any chat gets you a warning, and then if you continue to chat, he's got no problem with sending you for a 4 sub.
Well, interestingly, as we watch the game unfold in front of us, I'm just looking down below me, and the player's taking his boots off, and there's a lot of chat about the boots. I wonder if he's got an illegal stud on.
Yeah, actually, I think you might be right. He's just thrown the pair of boots away. He's looking for a spare pair. Not sure if he has any. Yeah, they look like metal studs, and if you know anything about touch, you know metal studs are a big no-no in the safety for other players, and it's unfortunate because at the moment USA will be down without a winger and looking pretty perplexed as to how to solve that problem. And France drawing the penalty on the line. And France will look to capitalise on what is a little bit of a confusing period for USA.
France getting across the line. Well, he's on the hunt for a pair of boots.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do about this. Nor if there's a solution. He's going to need to find a sports shop somewhere in the Nottingham area soon.
Yeah, it's a shame it wasn't picked up on the first day. But like I say, Dan's got eagle eyes. He spots these things. Oh, nice little wraparound play, but it doesn't quite come to fruition. And France just running some frantic touch, just trying to maybe force things that aren't quite on, and USA are able to withstand the pressure and roll into their transition. So a really good dump there in the middle, engaging 2 players. But Dan noticing that loss of control, and they might get an extra 10 yards.
Well, they found a spare pair of boots by the look of it. Whether or not they'll fit is a different question.
Feet.
As France maintain their attacking momentum, and actually ever since that forced sub, France have really taken the initiative, because they were struggling for the first 5 minutes or so, but the last 5 minutes has been all France.
Yeah, and France have been done for chat back there, complaining about maybe a foot in the ruck, but you know, for my money and the rest money, there was no foot in the ruck there, just a loss of control. Referees reminding people, yes, this is men's game. We do play more physical touch. You've got to be dominant in that roll ball and secure it.
Now, the good news is for the US, as they sigh through and look for the try, doesn't quite come off for them. But the good news for the USA is that Tate Gomez, the number 2, has got a pair of boots on now. He's still looking a little unhappy about things. I don't think they probably quite fit, but they'll do better than nothing. Looks to be the answer, but he's cutting a frustrated figure.
I think it really stunted the flow of the USA, having that 4 sub, having the drama in the box to get a pair of boots, and just seeing him point to the studs, to the coach. It's things like that, the off-field stuff, that really has an impact on field. And first half of the 10 minutes that have gone, USA were all over France, applying loads of pressure. France weren't able to get out the sub box, and then as soon as the 4 sub has come, France have turned the tide, and started to apply their own pressure on the USA, and USA just need to get to this red zone now. At the moment, they're just burning too many touches in the midfield. It's easy for France to defend.
And France as well, having been a little unhappy with the physicality earlier on, are starting to bring a bit of it to the party themselves. Some of these touches firming up a bit. We've got a bit of a feisty and tasty game on our hands here.
Oh, good option, good option. Oh, it's just a shame. Link hadn't hit his hole. It was always creeping. It was just static on the line. Link needs to be a bit deeper, hit that hole at pace. And they will get a repeat set. Penalty for offside. USA patient on the ball. Slow quickie, so they'll just recycle that, no worries. Ball needs to be up quicker, much better. Shoot at the line. Ball down, the refs are happy. It's a lovely dive in between the covering middles, and they extend the lead.
Leone Kangethe with the try. He was the creator for the USA's opener, and he's the try scorer for their second, and they're back in the lead, and take Gomez back on the field on the far side wearing number 2, and he's just had a little chat with Dan the referee on his way across. Obviously managed to keep himself under check because he's been furious on this near side touchline, but obviously just demonstrating that he's got the correct equipment on.
Yeah, and do you know what? It's one of those nuances of touch. Is a lot of people do try and wear cleats, especially when the ground is, you know, maybe just crumbling underfoot and you want to get that extra bit of purchase. But if that foot then slips on someone else, that's big damage. And Dan is well within his rights to reinforce that point. But USA, since he's come back on the pitch, are looking a lot more dangerous. Try line's begging. Touch has been made.
And it's a tricky one, actually, for, you know, any player, and I'm sure lots and lots of players do, that have come from contact from rugby union or from rugby league, where you're actually told you must wear metal studs for safety because they are the safer stud than a plastic stud, because a plastic stud can sharpen so easily. And then you come across to touch and you're told you can't wear the metal, you've got to wear plastic because plastic is safer than metal, and you're going, well, hang on, which one's safe? I think probably the answer is they're all safe, if we're honest. Boots are designed pretty well nowadays.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, technology's come a long way. Oh, unlucky. It was very nicely worked. Little ball out to the wing tap back, but America are able to just hold that off. And I've been very impressed with the defense on show for both teams, able to shut down the opposition's attack very effectively. Maybe just a couple tired legs as we approach the final quarter of the first half. And the passes that were sticking just aren't quite finding the space. Brilliant defensive play there, getting out the line, shutting down half, and France were able to strike in their transition, but just having to come back, and that's an incorrect roll ball. Prime opportunity now for the USA. You know, one touch, get into the red zone, make it count. And they sub whilst the ball is being rolled, so they've got fresh legs on without worrying about having to drag the ball over to the sub box. And we'll see if they can make this work. Checks back on the inside. Picks up. Not on. Goes for the quickie. Looks for the ball. Gives the ball. Brilliant touch.
Really tight game, this. Both sides showing their skills. Look at that pass. Beautiful stuff. Defense just able to swing across though and stop Trask from going any further.
Oh, good touch. Really good touch. Nothing wrong with that. You've got to get the ball down. And again, 2 touches now the USA have made. That's 3, and the France aren't even at the sub box. Ball goes, slips, 4th touch. They have 1 touch, and they're going to have to scoot from about halfway. Touch is made. I think there's more inconspicuous ones that haven't been given. But France get let off with a really poor transition. And now they're able to strike from halfway. You can't grab the shirt. And USA just alleviating all of the pressure that they'd put on France. and he's been forced up for chat, and the France will react quickly. The USA player doesn't really know where he's going. Ball goes, touch is made, and USA scramble once again. At the moment, masterminds of their own downfall.
They are, but I do wonder if there's sort of irritation with a couple of the decisions might just rile them up and fire them up and kick them into a real performance as this game goes on.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, it is very easy to get dragged into that frustrated style of touch where you feel like a couple of calls haven't gone your way, you feel a little bit aggrieved, but you can't let that affect the way that you play. And at the moment, you know, USA are above, and they just can't let themselves, well, they can't allow France back in, because at the moment, the only way that France can get back into this game is through the penalties that USA are giving away for needless things, like the occasional hard touch shouldn't get played, the offsides, unnecessary because you're in your transition, you should be able to hit your line. And they're just giving these really ideal opportunities to France, and now France will have a repeat set of 6 on the line. Again, that's another one just completely unnecessary whilst on the line. It's a second.
I kind of like it. I kind of like it.
Oh, so do I, and I will say that. I say that with bated breath, because this is the style of touch that I like to play, the physical style of touch that gets in underneath. But France have been able to make the penalties count, and maybe USA will learn from a couple of their unnecessary penalties that they've given away, because when they're playing within the guidelines of the law, they are massively on top in this game. But it's only when they give France good field position is when France can take advantage.
It's a tidy finish over there in the corner from Mathis van Dale, and we're back to level pegging, 2 scores apiece. We've got about 2.5 minutes left to go in the second half. Both sides getting a little frustrated, actually. A lot of chat on the field, but this is elite sport. Passions run high, and we love to see it.
Oh, feet. Good spot there from Dan. I was wondering, a few of them have been right on the line, but foot just not travelling over the ball as they dump, so you gain an unfair advantage, able to get out of that dump a lot quicker than someone who would pass their foot over. And there was a couple that were right on the line, and Dan spotted that one that was a little bit more obvious.
Forward pass there.
It's almost like a swear jar for you. You get a forward pass counter.
Well, people could just blow their whistle when there's a forward pass. That would deal with the problem.
Good strike dump there. France trying to scoop through, but the USA get back on side and make the touch. And you know, for all the good work that both teams have done, struggling to find the direction in attack. Just being told to take the roll ball again as things slow down.
US might find a bit of space on the right. They just couldn't quite get outside that second to last defender. Otherwise, the opportunity was on.
Yeah, just not back in the hands in that situation. Rather than trying to run round your opposite number, maybe just give the pass and allow a faster player to take the space. Just as France have done here, making loads of yards, but I think that's just a loss of control. Yeah, just releases the ball before the dump goes, it bounces off the pitch, and USA really winning the roll ball at the moment.
France absolutely flooding through. It's quick, slick play from them, but it's quick and slick defense from the US as well, who just need one more touch to see out the half. But France playing nicely here.
It's on.
Dancing this way and that.
It's on. Give it one more.
touch comes in, surely the touch has been made, surely. And the referee agrees the touch has been made and will go into the halftime break deadlocked at 2 scores apiece. A low scoring game, a physical game, but a game of top level touch rugby here.
Yeah, both teams showing a lot of physicality. You know, the French side definitely a lot more unhappy with it than the USA. I think that this is exactly the type of game that the USA wanted to play. Just can't help but feel like if the USA can stop giving away the needless penalties through, you know, the needless hard touches and talking back to the ref, then they'll be able to really kick up a gear going into the second half.
They certainly will be. Half-time here at Nottingham University as the United States of America 2, France 2. Just under a minute then until half time. We are 2 scores apiece as we get ready for the second half, and the referee just trots across to have a word with the USA coach. Joe Wright's been leaning over to see if he can pick up on that conversation. What was being said down there?
Yeah, so he just said, he was like, "Coach, can you come over?" He was just imparting the statement of both teams aren't passing the foot over the ball, and anything that's ambiguous gets pinged immediately now. He said it's the same for both sides. So yeah, we saw one get called. Probably some more could have been given, to be honest. And it's something that the referees have highlighted, and now both teams have no excuse to not pass the foot over the ball. You know, especially on your quickie sets when you're trying to get in and out really quick. You've got to pass that foot over the ball, otherwise you could just dump it and run off.
Well, you said he's eagle-eyed.
Oh,
he's been eagle-eyed. France go close.
Yeah, good play, good quickie play, just feeding off. Long ball goes, looks to beat him around the outside. Big touch in the middle. That's that difference in physical development you've seen. That's a big winger. Big shove on. Really good dump in the midfield to generate some momentum, and now the USA are really cannoning into their transition. Fresh legs on, really smooth. Best transition of the game so far. This is 5th, they're gonna have to scoop. Defense is set, they look long. Oh, I don't think the ball was meant for the link. Wing was on.
Didn't get the call from the outside that he had space. France survive.
Yeah, and you know, it goes back to that, you know, the wing play that they're trying to make. If that ball goes to the wing, the tap back to the link is on, has been on all game, and might be something that the USA have spotted. See if they can expose the French defence. Lazy defenders not tracking on the inside.
Another big physical touch coming in.
I love it though.
Oh, I'm enjoying it.
I love it.
I'm enjoying it so much.
It's why I absolutely adore playing men's, because men's touch is super physical, and that's what you want. You want to have to win that roll ball. Really have to work hard for it, and then when you do, you feel so much better for the hard work that you've put in.
Well, and if you think about it, you want a game where people are having to work hard, because that's how space starts getting created, is when people are working hard. There's a brilliant diving touch comes in there from the French number 8, Timothée Berton.
Yeah, I think he's going to get done for offside though. USA thought he was going to play advantage, could have got the ball down, but Dan pulls it back.
I think France, sorry, the US rather, in an attempt to get the try awarded to them, claimed they scored it and launched the ball back all the way to halfway, and it was a long trot back there for Taylor French to go and collect the ball and bring it back. And there he is on the ball again. Probably didn't want that straight away, having just done 100 meters to go and get it. US having a little chat behind the ball. Here they go, they just about made it work. Didn't quite go to plan.
It's something I've noticed in the French defence is some of the links are really lazy to get back on side, so if they just dump that ball and pick it up early, they'll be able to catch them offside. Sometimes, you know, when the play doesn't come to fruition, they get touched. USA just take a second, and if they react quicker, they'll be able to find the space in behind the lazy defenders.
They go through their 6, and France will have possession again. 2-2. It is tight, and it is tetchy out there.
Great yards. French have really warmed into this game, now starting to play expansive. They've got the scoop on the 23 channel. Ball goes back to short side. Lovely feet. Can he feed off? Can't quite. Touch gets made. Much better from France in their transition. They then move it open side. And unfortunately on that occasion, it doesn't quite come with a score, but you've got to think if they keep moving this USA defence as they were then, the gaps will appear. And in these 40-minute games, you can afford to, you know, condition some defences to, you know, move a certain way.
The US working forward. Looks as though the bucket hat
feet
trend has spread all the way across the Atlantic and onto the head of Jaden Murray.
Yeah, he's got real feet. He seems to be one of the players that's going to make something happen when he gets on the ball. At the moment, just picking maybe the wrong passing option. Went on their 5th touch and scooping. But this French transition has developed so much throughout this game. They've really adjusted what was going wrong.
Forward pass comes in, but again unseen.
Long. Ball to the winger might have been on, but they go to the link instead. It seems like both teams are reluctant to throw the wide pass. It seems like that's where all the space is at the moment. If they can just back it, throw it long early doors, rather than tracking across the pitch so much, it just allows the defence to crab across and cut out any space that was available on the wing.
Well, there was that big rainfall at the start of the previous game. I just wonder if the players still have it in the head. Perhaps it's still wetter underfoot and on the ball than it looks from up here, and I wonder if just some of the players are reluctant to throw that wide ball because of that. As the referee again is having a look at one of the players' boots.
Forced sub for boots again.
And another forced sub because of studs. Well, the US are going to be running out of boots faster than they run out of players, as they did really well
that is superb.
to come in and make the touch.
That winger who subbed on for the player who got forced subbed had to hit the line, then get off it to make that touch. And he saved a guaranteed score.
Absolutely outstanding from Tavian Trask to make that touch. But the US have got a problem here with their boots. It's Deacon Benham who's having to make the latest change, and well, I'm not sure if they're going to have enough spares for that to be able to happen. There's certainly none forthcoming as we speak. I'll keep an eye on that one.
Oh, well, they've got the boots from earlier. They definitely have at least one spare pair of boots that they can use. But that's not overly helpful as he tries to go around the outside, but just loses footing and slips into touch.
7 metre roll.
And you've got to think, like, the USA, this is more of a, I dare to say, an admin error than a player error with the boots, because it's not something you see that often.
Well, I do wonder if it might be a sort of quirk of the law book in differing nations. I wonder if in the US, as I say, because metal studs are fundamentally safe, they're just not in the rules of touch. I wonder if it's just a quirk of the US national laws of the game that you are allowed to wear them, and they've not realised that in an international setting you can't.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these are fit rules, remember, so we've got it's done by the letter of the law, and we've got a couple of the senior referees now approaching the pitch, just maybe to make sure that everything's going the way they should, probably talking about some of the boots, but can't help but think that after this game, the USA will be going straight over to that ref's tent and saying, right, what's okay, what's not okay, because we need to get this fixed, because we can't go the rest of our tournament having players getting forced subbed on the fly for incorrect footwear.
Well, and probably, have you got directions for the nearest sports shop?
Yeah, where's Sports Direct?
Has anyone got a direct line to Mike Ashley?
Can you get Sports Direct on Deliveroo? That's the question. Can you get some boots delivered? That's how I feel. If anyone's in Nottingham, actually, watching the stream, and you've got some boots you can donate, then yeah, come down. I'm sure these American lads would be more than grateful.
US go close again through Dominic Zavala, who does seem to be the one orchestrating the plays when he's on the field. There's good hands there to hold on to that. It's a good pass.
Oh, I think it's forward.
Oh, it was a beautiful piece of play. And actually a stunning finish from Tavian Trask, but the ball had just drifted forward.
Such a shame as well. I think that's the story of the USA team at the moment, and the French team as well, to be fair. It's just too easy to defend, and then when the moments of magic come, it's just the 1%ers that are letting them down, whether it's not putting your foot over the ball or the forward pass. And you know, when you've got through extremely experienced referees, they're going to pick these things up. You just can't afford to have this lapse of judgment.
Here's an opening though for the US.
Oh, USA get away with 7 on there.
Denny, 7 on.
Oh no, Dan spotted it, Dan spotted it. Good lad, good lad. And if you're not aware, 7 on is a penalty from where the players are meant to come on and off the pitch. So the USA will essentially get a tap off now in the middle for 7 on. France will get a tap off, sorry. And again, it's just these little errors that are just stopping any USA development in the final third, just surrendering possession to France all too easily.
Well, you told us he was a stickler. He certainly is as France go close. Andres Schoffel diving for the line, but just touched. And this second half, almost halfway through, yet to have a score. But now we do, and it's that man, Andres Chaffot. He went close a few moments ago. Now he's across the line, and it's the opening score of the second half. It's taken 10 minutes to arrive, and it's arrived for France, who've come from behind to now take the lead.
Yeah, Chaffot's been the one to just make things happen for the French attack. He's looked so direct. He's quite obviously got to step off both feet, which is so dangerous. And rather than use the hands like we've seen him do throughout this game, he goes, all right, hands aren't working. I'm just going to put the hammer down and beat you to the line. That's exactly what he did. And now USA have got to reply. They look for the passive player, just doesn't quite come. Beautiful link shot there.
US, big wide pass. Touch comes in. Covered the ground well there, did Louis Bentz.
I think they just lost the touch count. But they've got the penalty for offside, just releasing from the line too early. Encroaching the space too early and illegally. The USA have a perfect opportunity. This will be the set to make it count. Look for the quickie play. Brilliant defensive touch.
Kangethe diving, but touched in the process. But he is another one of those US players that's got magic in his hands and almost creates something there. Inches away from leveling the scores.
Yeah, that trail line on the quickie's been on for a while now, and I was about to compliment the USA setup and saying that when they do run the quickies, the two middles are very close together, but then the links are set quite far away in space, ready for the fire up if it does come. Unfortunately, doesn't quite go to hands there, but it's really promising signs. And you know, just under 8 minutes left to go, and USA have got to feel like if you get some more repeat sets on the line, you will get over it again. Brilliant defensive touch.
Seth Catchpole with the touch, and it was Seth Catchpole that came so close to scoring a few moments ago. I'm just watching on the far side, Tate Gomez, who had that boot issue, and he's like a caged tiger on the far side. He's just been prowling up and down that touchline.
Can't quite get through the gap, but it's a really good feat initially to create the space. Just looking for the support. And if I was to make a critique of some of the USA attack, especially when they get into their final third on fifth touch looking to scoop, is there's not many options for the scooping player to look for other than the roll ball. And it just creates complete separation between the ball and the supporting player, and it's then very easy to France to come up in that umbrella-shaped defence and snuff out any opportunity.
France in a bit of a good patch at the moment, a purple patch in the game, and diving again for the line is Chaffot, and he's got there again, and he is like a slippery eel in those situations. You just cannot lay a finger on him.
Yeah, just gets so low underneath the toucher. Really good in and out. Foot travels over the ball, steps back on the inside. Touch does get made, but the ball is down beforehand. Then France double the lead.
Two in quick succession for France and for Chaffot. And this, the biggest margin any side has had in this game. It's been so tight all throughout. And you consider the amount of tries we've seen in the other games. This one, it's been closer to a boxing match. Just both teams jabbing at each other, landing soft punches every now and then, but you just sense waiting for the killer move as that pass drifts forward.
Yeah, they keep looking towards the right-hand side of the pitch, the USA, looking for the long ball, but you know, your left winger, he's stood in acres of space. He's just not quite receiving that pass.
And it's that man, Tate Gomez, who, as I was saying, is like a caged tiger over there. I really think almost get the ball in his hands early, because I think you might see something special from him, not least because he's riled up. He's not happy out there, and I think he quite fancies a little bit of time in possession and a bit of a run just to show what he can do.
Yeah, definitely, and I think, you know, he is a good option as well. He's stood out in a lot of space. The winger for France has to come in short, as France look to go and make it pay down the right-hand side. Touch comes in, Dan has spotted an infringement. Touch and pass. USA will get the tap penalty, able to begin their transition from deep.
US up to halfway, flowing nicely at the moment. Flowing very nicely at the moment. If they can pass around this touch, they'd be going very well, but they get a set of 6 again anyway. So they're going to be very, very happy with that, and a big opportunity here as we enter the last 5 minutes to narrow the gap to 1.
Yeah, you can just see on your screen there the space on the left-hand side of the field. Are they going to look for it? They look to go through the middle. They get the second penalty. One more and a player will get sent for time for the rest of the USA possession.
And the way this game's gone, you wouldn't bet against that, would you?
Not at all, not at all. But again, you can see the 2-on-1 on the left-hand side. Do they look for it? Not yet. They don't need to. Ball is down, refs are happy. They come back to the short side and they work it really well and close the gap back down to 1.
Well, why look left when you can just go short right to Samuel Farbert? And all he had to do really was just catch and fall. And that's exactly what he did, and we are back down to a 1-point game, 4.5 minutes left to go, and we're in for a pretty grandstand finish here in this men's 20s game. As the magician.
I think he said that he dumped the ball outside the 7, so the USA defender was onside.
Chauffeur, though, weaving his magic spell, and he does it again. Oh, it's a hat-trick, and he is just toying with the opposition.
His feet are too good, feet are too good. Recycles the play, thought he'd got round, defender made the touch. Then he goes, okay, you may have got me once, but you're not getting me a second time. Steps inside, bang, right foot whack, steps outside. Lovely touch, could walk it over in the end.
And no sooner had the US narrowed the gap to 4-3 than France score again to bring it back out to 2 and up to 5-3. US surge through, big wide pass, there is Gomez, and Gomez scores. Immediate response from the US, an important response. No, there's been an infringement.
Oh, forward pass. It's unlucky because USA had worked out really well, but just the forward pass, and they did look left for the first time, and unfortunately the right option just didn't result in what they wanted. Oh, and it's beautiful from France. France really turning the screw. It might have took them 35 minutes to turn on the flash, but we've got there in the end.
We have indeed. Erwin Levesque with the score. And France have just grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck. 2.5 minutes to go. And probably with that score, now the gap is out to 3. It's too big for the US to do much about.
Offside again. They're going to go back to the quickie play. Half's not there quick enough. Good ball. They look left. Ball goes early, but offside again. Second penalty. If the third comes, someone goes for time.
Bit of a debate here amongst the referees. Well, France will be very happy with how long this has taken. There's 30 seconds being burned off the clock just in the process of working out what's going on here. US, on the other hand, will be gutted to have lost that time.
A really good defensive touch from France. The USA going to have to do more than just quickie set to unlock this France defence.
Move it to the right. Now they go and look towards the left. Oh, it's a good pass, but as the touch comes in, the ball is spilled. And with a minute left, if France, in fact less than a minute left, the hooter goes, France accept the touch. and it's all over here. France take the victory, 6 scores to 3. It was tight and it was tetchy, but as the game wore on and on and on, France just found another gear to kick into in the final 5 minutes and made it, in the end, a comfortable 6-3 victory.
Yeah, superb from France. So we're just able to turn the screw in the final 5-10 minutes. Just, you know, really up the intensity, up the completion rate, with completing their sets much more consistently. And yeah, they just ultimately proved too good for the USA in the end. But, you know, I think the USA can be, you know, take a lot of positives from that. I think if you take Gomez stood on the far side wing, you'd be a little bit upset you didn't see more of the balls. You stood in space for vast majority of that game, and yeah, I think USA just couldn't quite get into their rhythm, and it really stopped any progress they could make an attack.
Well, all finishes up then as the players clap each other off the field, with the US taking the victory 6-3, sorry, France taking the victory. What am I talking about? France taking the victory 6-3 against the United States. Do stay with us, because at 1:05 we've got another cracker coming up. We're staying in the under-20s age group, but we move across to the women's competition, and it's England against South Africa. 1:05 for that one. Do stay with us.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard, because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out of the way.
Those last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just, as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, guys. No, win it.
The alt starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, then.
Tight! Eyes up, Tim! Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So close.
Go
on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball.
It's rather keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
1, 2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
So you join us for tap-off here in the women's under-20s division. England against South Africa. And Joe, always exciting when the host nation takes to the field.
Yeah, definitely. I've got a feeling this is going to be a really strong game. We've seen South Africa once now on the live stream and they look really good. But this is a different test in itself, coming up against an England side, very well drilled side. Got to shout out the coach, Adam Brimlow. He certainly knows what he's doing. He's a very well-experienced coach in the women's division, and we'll see a very organised England side here.
You've got to shout out Alice Summers there, wearing 10 with a heavy shoulder strapping and unfortunately the bucket hat as well. She's done a good amount of work in the commentary box alongside us last week over in Burton upon Trent, and now she's showing us that she's as good with the ball in hand as she is with the mic, headwear choices aside. Though she did warn us that the bucket hat would be coming out, so
oh, we love a good bucket hat.
There's a lot of strong use of the word "we" there. Summers. Ball just evades the grasp of Mia Watts, but promising signs from England early on. They've really put the pressure on in defence and got themselves into quick attacking positions in the opening exchanges.
Good, strong touch in the midfield there from England, just putting on the pressure. But South Africa are able to eat up some yards around the outside. They'll have one touch now before the strike.
What can South Africa show? They've not had much attacking possession thus far. Just as they start to get into their stride, the ball is spilled, so England will progress up the field. That's a great move there, just to take them beyond halfway with consummate ease. They are looking really slick early on here, England.
Oh, lovely touch. Oh, just looking for the cut. There's no options on. Ball goes to ground, and that'll be turnover. England just losing a little bit of their direction when they get onto that scooping play. I'm sure they'll figure that out as the game progresses. Oh, good feet.
South Africa having to make their subs ahead of where the ball is, which means it just takes a little bit of time for them to get round. They get there eventually, though.
Yeah, England putting the squeeze on really effectively. But South Africa end up making good yards, and you can't help but feel like if they can just increase their tempo when subbing, they'll be able to get those fresh legs on behind the play so they can hit the ball at pace. At the moment, it's just too static when their fresh legs enter the field.
England working forward. And a Crossley in possession. Little stutter step. Just trying to tempt the defence out. Throws the pass. Slightly risky one, but it works out. And now they can inject a bit of pace and see if they can find some space. Could be out wide. Lovely work. Did the touch come in? It looks as though the try was scored. Amelia Bunn out there on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it's really well worked. They're just trying to see if they could get the penalty for dropping early, but they end up checking off back inside, in behind the cover in middle. Ball goes out wide to the winger, and the winger it's an easy catch and ground. And it's a really good opening start for England. Just finding their feet. Maybe lost a couple of opportunities that they thought they could have executed from, but able to force good turnovers in the South African transition, and able to make those turnovers count.
Yeah, a tidy finish from Bunn on that right-hand side. South Africa now making progress down that same wing and levelling up instantaneously with really their first attack in and around that 7-metre area.
Yeah, it's really good, and the England link gets called offside, hasn't hit the line, so she's got to stay off, and then the wing has to bite. Lovely heads-up play, tip over the top, and that evens it up. South Africa's first crack at the line, and they're able to convert.
So one apiece early on here. Bit of an error comes in. South Africa will have possession.
Yeah, England may be just guilty of overplaying slightly in the red zone. South Africa don't seem to have that much of an organised defensive system. So if England were just to focus on getting the ball down, then maybe they wouldn't be conceding a couple of the turnovers that have happened early doors in this game. Lovely play from South Africa. Just check the ball back on the inside. They got a scoop from here. Lovely check off. Scooping opportunity. Good hands. Oh, it's a shame. Yeah, they've drawn the penalty, and at the moment when South Africa get moving, they are really putting it to England.
They certainly are. And we saw their 18 side struggling to flow. Some good technical play, but they were just unable to get that flowing pattern to it. Here though, the 20s able to really flow through and just absolutely flood through the play with pace and a bit of panache, and very nearly getting the score there.
Yeah, it's very impressive. They're running phase play when they get caught within the 7. Only critique I'd have is maybe spent too much time outside of the red zone, just trying to set up their play. But they'll have one last opportunity now. They look for the short side play. Ball goes back on the inside and ball goes to ground. But if you're South Africa here, you are so enthused by what's just unfolded. You've been able to really stress this well-drilled England defence, and at the moment, South Africa seem to be getting a lot of joy when they get the roll on.
Yeah, South Africa enjoying themselves. Conceded but levelled quickly, and now playing some nice stuff. They're playing 3 up in that defensive pattern, so they're having to work hard to get them back. They managed to, although Summers is just dancing around, and space on the right-hand side.
The touch was made. Touch was made to be given touch and pass. Superb play from Alice Summers, but unfortunately the touch comes in a fraction before the pass is released, and that'll be turnover ball, and South Africa again with another good defensive shot. Yeah. Referee's really hot on this defensive line, making sure that they're hitting the 7. South Africa will have a tap-off, essentially. Just need to focus on moving forward. So at the moment, England are able to piston their defence really well and shut down any momentum that South Africa are trying to gain. Oh, lovely footwork, though. Touch is made, really good defensive shot from the England winger.
It's a tight and even game, though, in these opening exchanges.
Oh!
Interception, England. It's a foot race for the try line, and it's a foot race that England look as though they're going to win, are they? Although the lactic acid hits, but just England get there. South Africa claiming the touch, but I think the try was made. Clara Oki with the score. Oh, she was away, and then suddenly you just saw the lactic acid hit the calf muscles, and then it got so tight.
Oh, it's really not far away as well for the South African defender. Another couple meters and she makes that touch. But there's nothing more exciting in touch than an intercept full-length try.
Well, it was terrific effort from Rhoda Olivier for South Africa. A little cheeky to have claimed the touch in the end of it. But perhaps after all that effort, she felt like she needed to give herself a chance on the reward for it.
Yeah, if you don't buy a ticket, as they say.
But oh, you felt for Oki there. That was a real case of the lactic acid just hitting in an absolute flash.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, at the moment, South Africa are finding loads of joy, especially drawing offside penalties. And although South Africa are trying to run their strike plays from probably what I would say is too far out to really threaten that line, it's almost confusing the England defence, and the England piston players are releasing too early and the referees are hot on it. They look to run the phase. They come back to the short side. Just too congested. Phase again. Ball goes. Interception made. That's touch 0. And that's first. And they'll take 2 touches to get fresh legs on. And they'll be able to really roll into this drive. Smooth transition. They've got one more to use. They don't have to go through on this. They recognise, take the touch. That's 5th. Link punish. Can they get on the outside? Yes, they can, and the ball goes down. Superb score. And that is a textbook transition.
Well, the Simon dynasty continues. Phoebe Simon crossing the line. I thought for all money she was going to pass this one out wide, but so did the defender opposite her. So she just hovered the dummy out there and just made her way home.
Yeah, it's a superb read, superb read. Pump the ball, winger has to go. He just goes through the gap, and for all of South Africa's impressive touch, scoreboard is really favouring England, although they look to go around the outside again. Just doesn't quite get there. Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely dump. She's done so well. She's in behind there. That player's offside. Play on. That'll be score given. And that is just superb touch. The little Aussie to buy both of the England defenders.
Well, I tell you what, you think this means something to this South African side? Look at the look on Emma Rixon's face once this one is eventually given. She was almost demanding it of the referee, saying that player is offside, and just look at the celebrations. She absolutely loved it.
Yeah, superb dummy, and the England defender buys it, all ends up. It's able to go through the gap. It brings the deficit back down to 1, and you know, England have really got to tighten up defensively. South Africa are running some unconventional plays, and it is hard when you come up against what isn't traditional touch, but at the same time, this is an experienced enough England side to be able to deal with that. And I believe that's Alice Summers and Mimi Payton just passing the ball between each other and going under.
Well, that's one way to respond to conceding the score. Just go and strike back immediately and stretch it back out to a 4-2 lead. And England, as you say, they're looking good in attack. They've just got to tighten up on defence. It is an unusual attack that's being presented to them.
Yeah, definitely, and with that it does present its own set of problems, and at the moment the England players are just releasing from their press too early and the referees are calling them offside consistently. So maybe you just want to set that press from deeper, and then you can afford to maybe release at the same time, but if you're coming from a deeper position then you're still going to be on that offside line. I think there was a turnover called and the on-field ref has overruled the decision. Hard touch given. So South Africa, if they can use a couple touches to get to the line, they're going to have 3 attempts to bring the deficit back down to 1. Oh, lovely play, lovely setup. Our half just isn't quite there fast enough, but they manipulated the England defence really well. They look for the quickie, it comes, they go back to the short side, pass back on the inside. She wasn't ready for it, and if she was, the try line was begging. And if South Africa could just up this tempo by 5-10%, they're going to be finding the try line more often than not.
Yeah, at 4-2, very, very much in touch. Been an impressive display from both sides in certain ways, and in other ways they'll feel there are bits they can tidy up. But both have done one thing particularly well, which is just inject so much pace when they drive up the field.
And I've got to say, the ball manipulation, that player's offside surely. Yeah, again, same problem, just releasing too early. But I've been extremely impressed by the ball manipulation skills from South Africa, just engaging defenders, throwing switches and then throwing dummies that people buy, all ends up. And you can't help but feel like if South Africa can just inject some more pace and direction as they are there, then they can get this England side on the retreat and really go at the line at them.
Again, South Africa happy to cede the touch, quite a long way short of the 7. Looking as though they're feeling a little more comfortable with it this time around, and then forcing the error from South Africa. And perhaps just a sign there that England have worked out what to do about this South African defence.
Yeah, so, well...
attack, rather.
All I would do if I was England in defence is just hold space, move together as a unit, force them to throw long, because at the moment what's happening is individual players are biting on the little bits of manipulation, and then that opens up a dogleg in the defence, and this cutting back against the grain that's working so well for South Africa is just exposing all of that space. Now, if I was in the coaching box for England, I'd say, look, just hold your profile, hold your space, force them to move you. At the moment, you're getting moved too easily, and it's just allowing South Africa all the space in the world.
South African subs a little slow to get on there, so it's just stymied the momentum a little bit, but they do well to get to the middle of the pitch before they get touched. Summers, who's shed her strapping on that injured shoulder, getting stuck in. I think one of the South African players has lost a boot. Well, we've had all manner of boot issues here this morning.
Yeah, I've never seen so many wardrobe malfunctions in a day of touch.
I'm not sure whether her teammates helped her or hindered her. She's lobbed her boot off the field.
Yeah, now they're stuck with 5.
Managed to engineer the substitution to get that one changed. That was a tricky moment for South Africa.
Yeah, England for the first time in a while having some pressure in the South African red zone. Now trying to get around the outside. That will be, I'm unsure if it was played at. But so as much as we say if you slap the ball down to a floor, as in the defence, you get the repeat set of 6 for the attacking side. If you don't play at the ball and you're in the passing lane, it's one of those where it's very much up to the referee that's on field at the time. Some refs will give it, some refs won't. And yeah, referee's decision was she was in the passing lane and the ball was thrown at her. So South Africa achieved a turnover. Good yards, but just now moving too laterally, and that'll be 6 touch and turnover. You can't help but feel that South Africa can get this transition moving forward more rather than laterally. You know, the little switches and stuff work really well in the red zone, but maybe not so much in the midfield. You just want to prioritise getting into a dangerous area rather than trying to beat players in the middle.
England a little slow to get their 6th player on, but now they have all 6. Now there could be some space out wide, but the touch comes in. The attack. In fact, the attack will have 6 more by the look of it. They will indeed. Offside in the midfield. So, England leading 4-2. A little under 2 minutes until half-time. Would love another one.
Nice, good face.
Oh,
that's so good.
But the pass.
That's so good from the South African defender. Recognises that England are trying to run the phase, hits the line, bounces back off, makes the touch on the half, and then half is caught before she can whip the ball out to the winger. And at the moment, it seems to be just the tenacity from South Africa is keeping England out.
It certainly does seem that way, doesn't it? Just refusing to be bowed to any sort of pressure. Juggle the ball there, but do well to keep it alive, and they're starting to cycle through. And once they get into this position, we've seen that they've got some real strengths in their side. And of course, as we say that, the ball just spilled, but getting through that transition quite nicely are South Africa.
And I've got to say, to be at this stage in the game and only 4-2 down against an extremely experienced England side it's very impressive. Not many teams in this division will be able to do this to this England side, and testament to South Africa. They've done really well, but this is Mimi Payton on the roll. Really nice hands. Alice Summers is able to go through the gap, but the touch is just made. Potential for an offside call. It is given. And England, for the first time in a while in this first half, will have a repeat set of 6. However, you've only got 10 seconds remaining. And as I'm saying that, Hooter goes.
Hooter goes. England then Need to score without being touched here. Could be a chance. They move it wide. They are going to score without being touched. What a way to play the final play of the half. Ella Hulsall with a finish. And that is how you play on final possession of the half.
Yeah, and this is just Alice Summers and Mimi Payton doing what they want. Alice receives the ball back, feeds off to Mimi. Mimi engages the link, pulls them both out of position. It's an easy run in. And South Africa have made England's life very difficult, but to go in at 5-2, it's one of those well ground out victory. Well, not victory at this stage, but result, because you've not had it all your own way. You've struggled at periods, but you've still been able to get over the line.
Yeah, and it gives them a comfortable now looking half-time lead of 5-2 at 4-2. It's very, very tight. 5-2 just feels that little bit more comfortable for this England side, who've played some really nice stuff. They've been presented with some challenges by South Africa, who've played really very well at times. The likes of Emma Rickson doing some wonderful things out there, but England surviving the onslaught by and large when it's come, and ending the half with that brilliant try to leave us here at half-time. 5 scores to 2 in England's favour. Just under a minute then until we get back started. We've been watching the halftime entertainment here, which has been watching a couple of the England touch officials learn how to use radios. It's been a real education for us. England players making their way out onto the field nice and early. South Africa still taking the time to talk through a few things. And Joe, one observation I've made at half-time, I can see, and I remember seeing this at the Nationals as well, actually, but the England side have got a little whiteboard or a chalkboard down there in their subs box. What sort of things are likely to be written on that?
To be honest, it's probably transitional structures, looking at where you want to dump when you get your fresh legs on the field. Also probably some strike plays and pod structures as well. Alternates for if things go wrong or if people get injured. Now, Adam's a seasoned coach in terms of the women's division, so he'll have everything he needs on that whiteboard. And in terms of what they'd be saying at half-time, it'd just be don't buy on the little bits of manipulation that South Africa are running, but they've got an overlap here on that side. Just don't quite back their hands to get there.
It's not quite confident enough in their core skills. South Africa there. Otherwise there was a chance.
Throwing the ball away as well. Extra 10 metres just gives England all the field position necessary, and we might not see a subset here. We might see them drive and get a crack at the line. These are the two that want to make it happen, Alice Summers and Mimi Payton. I had the pleasure of playing with Mimi when she played for Crewe and Antwich, and yeah, just an absolute workhorse. It just legs for days, is so powerful. Yeah, in the mixed game as well, when she plays at club level, it's like playing with 4 blokes on the pitch. She's so powerful, and there's a prime example of that dive into the line. Sideline ref gives the nod. Is the on-field happy? The on-field is happy, and Mimi with the pace and power goes over for the opening score of the second half, and it was all too easy.
Well, they finished the first with a score created by Patton, and they start the second half with a score that is finished by Patton. She has had a heavy influence on England, just opening up a comfortable margin in this game. 6-2 they now lead, scores immediately either side of half-time.
Yeah, and you know, Mimi is one of those players that is just, her core skills are brilliant and is very much adept at, she's one of those annoying people, and you know, if you're listening to this and you've got a friend like this, you'll know exactly what I mean. It's just annoyingly good at most things that she does. And it's like, well, some people have got to train for so hard and for so long to get those skill sets, and she's just one of those players that seems to just get it, just understands the game, and you know, when you've got a player like that on your side, it is invaluable.
Some people just have it all as England start to surge up the pitch, and South Africa just need to find a way just to quell this England storm if they can, because England have their tails up in a big way now, and they're going to have 6 more to play with, I think.
Yeah, really good defensive play there, actually. Realised that she probably wasn't going to be able to get that ball, and winger was out of position, so just bats the ball down to stop it going to the England winger. However, England now are going to have a set of 6 at the line, and they will take their time. Yeah, well done. Really well done. England recognising that South Africa in the first half were potentially dropping early and didn't quite get the call, so just really over-exaggerating, pulling out of all the touches, forcing South Africa to go and engage.
England, they score here, you feel it really is an uphill task already for South Africa, such has been the momentum in the last few moments.
Yeah, England have really come out firing since the second half. I think Adam was unpleased with what he saw in the first half and has told them, look, come on, we're capable of going up another game. We may be winning, but I want to win this convincingly. And that's exactly what they've been doing. Unfortunately, they just forced the pass, but again, they get the second penalty for dropping early.
Yeah, big wide pass from Anna Crossley, just dying as it floated its way out to the far side. 6 more to play with, as you say. Playing a little bit of netball here to try and engineer some space. That's lovely stuff, and there could be an opportunity.
Oh, intercept.
Intercepted by South Africa. Crucially so, because if that pass had found its way through, England was scoring. As it is, South Africa survive, and that could be a crucial defensive survival there, because at 7-2 you really would have felt that was a long, long way to come back from.
Yeah, definitely, and you know this winger on the near side for South Africa has made plenty vital defensive plays just to save South Africa at the last. And South Africa at the moment seems to be relying on a few individuals to make things happen. And when you've got that sort of game plan, you do struggle to stretch defences because you're relying on certain people to make certain plays. And England just have quality all over the pitch, and that seems to be where England are winning this game.
You are right, though. It's Aaron Fife on this near side that's made some crucial interventions. Working hard, despite the headwear choice. Particularly popular headwear choice actually in the South African ranks, the visor.
Yeah, we love it. You see it a lot in the Southern Hemisphere teams, the big visor. I want to see a double visor.
South Africa again with the deliberate knockdown just to allow the defence time to settle and reshape. Been a tactic they've used more in this second half actually. We didn't see a lot of it in the first half. That's something we've seen from England a lot in the second half as well, is almost netball passing their way around as the touch comes in there on Veronica Rojek.
Yeah, I think Adam has highlighted to the women's side is, look, we can play around these more effectively. We're not backing our hands, we're not trusting our ability, and they're just trying to drag all of the South African players up off the line. They're finding the success more often than not. The wide pass goes, brilliant covering touch from the South African winger.
Just needed that fast hands, almost a little ship-on pass there. Would have made it stick. Unbelievably difficult skill to execute, but that was the time to do it. Firm touch comes in, and England have the penalty, and they ghost through, but there's no one quite there to give it to. And possession is handed back to South Africa.
Yeah, that's what South Africa need in that situation. If you've got two people passing around, you send two middles up and just shut them down. You know, in those situations, especially if they're on first touch, you don't mind giving a penalty away because you've only got to defend one extra in that context. So get up, get the big shove on, see if you can walk that fine line with the referees, and then you'll find some momentum off your defense as they have now rolling into their transition. It might have been static for a moment. Brilliant hands there from the link. And good meters made. They've got one more touch before they need to scoop. Good pass. That's fifth. They now look to ship it open side. Oh, the wraparound was on, but just goes to floor. And when South Africa have their opportunities, they do look dangerous, but England have definitely tightened up defensively since the break.
Yeah, it's been a strong showing so far in the second half from England. But South Africa showing well in defence as well, restricting them to just the one try and what has been some pretty sustained England pressure through this second half to date. Patton, the try scorer, works with Summers, back to Patton. Big contact there on Anna Lofts. But a legal contact. Two players just rather ran into each other. Rodder Olivier, you remember, tried to make that big chase down on the interception back in the first half, has really stepped up in the second half. Couple of big plays.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. A couple of the South African individuals really, you know, stepping up to take account, and that is a bit of a hard push there. And unlike the one down the other end for South Africa, where it's both players colliding in the same force in the same area, that was one player really sort of initiating a heavy touch whilst the other player was trying to get the ball down. So referee well within his rights to call it, and now South Africa will have a crack at the line. They look to run the 32. They do. A little bit too far out to force any danger, but they run the passive link. They then give it to the wraparound, step back the other way, positive play. 2-on-1, can they execute? They can. Not enough pace to get into the corner, but a really good covering touch. And the rain just starts to pour, and I think some of these extra passes that England are playing in their attack might, you know, you might reel back on them as the rain comes down. Maybe not the smartest thing to do with a wet ball.
Unforecasted rain as well. It's not what we asked for. We were told rain in the morning, but certainly not after lunch. And
well, we were also told that this is summer.
Well, there is that. There is that.
Good hands.
Currently playing much like we're in a South African summer, it has to be said, i.e. July in South Africa. Their winter.
Oh, Anna Crossley just goes over, but a brilliant diving touch has been made.
Yeah, cracking touch there from Cuba Melissa Arenze, I believe. well.
Oh, such a shame. It was last touch, and the South African player goes for the interception, knocks the ball down. So England milk a repeat set at 6.
10 minutes left. 6-2 England lead. Space out on the left-hand side. If they get the fast hands going again, they're just not quite fast enough. Needed that just ship on pass, but it's such a difficult skill to execute.
The South African wingers have been superb in when they shot. Shooting in the right areas, holding space in the passing lanes, and at the moment it's the South African wingers that have helped them out. But when you're exposed in that 2-on-1, as we've said before, you've got to make a decision and hope it's the right one. But the dummy, the show and go, and England get their reward for the sustained pressure.
Really good skills there from Ella Halsall. It's the same play they've run 3 times now into that channel. This time she just had that extra yard of space, gave her the option of throw the pass or throw the dummy. She went with the dummy and gets the try, and England have a 7-2 advantage now, as we now have both sun and rain all going on at once, and it would appear wind going in 2 directions. If you look at the flags out in front of us, we've got the green flag blowing to the left, we've got the yellow flag blowing to the right. I don't know what's going on out here.
Yeah, this is British summer to a T, eh? British summer to a T. I would say I wouldn't change it for the world, but I think I'd prefer 26 degrees.
Oh, good hands.
That's just a shame, just a shame. 6 touch and turnover. But South Africans in spells show that they can work some magic to unlock this England defence, but it's just not consistent enough to sustain the pressure. Whereas England can force turnover on turnover on turnover on turnover, and then when needed they can put the hammer down and go all the way through.
Well, Clara Oki, she scored 1 long ranger. She's got 2 in the back pocket now. Moments to remember for Clara Oki and this England under-18 side.
Just spots the gap and goes all the way through, pins the ears back. Not as far to run as her previous score, but all the more important.
8-2 they now lead, a commanding lead now. It was a tight game for a long time, but England have just put the squeeze on.
Yeah, and England will be happy with the way that they've shut South Africa out in this second half. I think if they can keep this South Africa side out for the second half, it'll be a brilliant result, especially considering the fact that England did look under a lot of stress in the first half with the South Africa's unusual approach to line attack. But in this second half, England have been much improved, and yeah, Adam Brindler will be very satisfied with what he's seen.
Summers and Patton both on the field and looking to work in tandem again. In fact, this time they miss out Patton and give it 1 further to Halsall. Now they're working back in tandem again. These two so on the same wavelength. Getting away with a loose ball there. Summers, what can she create? Had a little half a goose step looking out to the right-hand side. Now they switch out to the left-hand side. Wide pass comes in just a bit too high so the defence can drift. And eventually it all comes to naught. If that pass could have just been flattened out a little bit, the chance was on the left-hand side.
Yeah, definitely. But England have found real success in recycling the play and not just surrendering the touch when they think that it's come to its natural end. And that's something that South Africa are really struggling with, because South Africa, when they believe that the play has come to an end, all of a sudden the ball gets recycled and then the defence is out of alignment. So it's just really good heads-up play from England to, well, and again they've forced another turnover, but they're really stressing this South Africa side now, and it's just a one-way street.
Certainly is. They're going well. Are England working down the right-hand side? Bit of space there for Amelia Bunn. Almost up to the 7 now. Are England coming back across the right-hand side? They could have numbers, couldn't quite just get it through. It was good defence from South Africa in the end. And Crossley back in possession again, goes to the line herself, gets down. Anna Crossley with the try, and it's out to 9. England just stretching away as this second half ebbs through.
Yeah, bread and butter for Anna Crossley there. Takes a touch, splits left, and then you've just got a foot race, little show and go. Winger has to stay on her opposite player, and Anna takes it very gratefully. Lovely dive under the covering touch. And it's something that Anna does all day. Oh, lovely dummy.
Firm touch coming in on South Africa there, but referees happy with it. Another one that's packing a bit of a punch there. Again though, referees happy to crack on. South Africa happy to crack on as well, zipping through, bit of space here. They move it wide, but the space is closed up by England, so but they're going to work it across there, but it's a pass that doesn't quite go to hand, and they can get through another defensive set without conceding. And as you mentioned earlier, probably actually the target now for England has become don't concede in this second half.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you've shown that you're comfortable in attack. Now it's a case of let's flex the muscles in defence, let's really shut them out, let's frustrate the South African side, who did find some joy in the first half, and let's make their jobs really hard for them, and that's exactly what England are doing. Offside call. Thought South Africa had done really well to get the shutout, but England just able to manipulate that defensive line and get the offside call.
England working within inches of the try line and holding on to the pass by the fingertips is Veronica Rojek. Getting across to send England into double figures, but just watch this again. She does so well to hang on to it.
And that's one touch from the turnover, by the way. They carry the ball all the way up. They don't wait for an ideal situation. They go, come on, we can make this work. Step on the outside, back inside, feeds the covering, feeds the inside player. An amazing hands to reel that one in.
England are up to double figures. 10-2 they lead, 2.5 minutes left to play. South Africa trying to work their way into an attacking position here, and they've done well to do so. Can they convert this time? Moving it wide again, keeping the ball alive as much as they can. And they've still got a touch to play with. Moving it out wide. It's a good covering touch there from Amelia Bunn for England. As Cuba Melissa Arense went close. In fact, I think it might have been Talia Hussein. No, nonsense, it's neither of those. It's Erin Fife on the near side. We've spoken about her already, I should have remembered.
Lovely punch up the middle there from Mimi Payson. Look at the pace at which England are driving up the field, eating up the yards, checking off when they can. Oh, it would have been perfect if Mimi could have taken the ball down. Alice was on the scoop, the winger was begging. But they'll take this opportunity. Open side quickie. Looks back on the inside. Touch is made, and a good defensive shutout for South Africa.
These two, when they're on the field together, they are just pulling the defence any which way they want them. They're just so in control of what's happening on the field.
I think there'll be a loss of control there for South Africa, and the fatigue just creeping in. And England have got an opportunity to finish this game with a score, really stamp their authority on this division, because this is a very convincing result.
Not wide they go. Do they get it in? I think they do. Defence just couldn't race across fast enough, and Ella Loveridge, I think it is, on the far side there. In fact, no, it's not, because Ella Loveridge is there wearing 13. Lottie Saunders it was on the far side, getting the score. England's 11th.
And that's what happens when you've got such threat through the middle, is the defence tightens up extremely, too worried about what's going to happen through the middle, and then you've got the option for catch and pass around the outside, and England are too experienced not to use that.
Indeed, too experienced, too good in the end. South Africa gave as much as they could, but England, just with too much in the locker, a really professional second half performance from them. They scored that try just before the break, and that gave them the momentum, and a quick score early in the second half took them further out and eventually to that 11-2 victory. All finishes up England 11, South Africa 2. Do stay with us, because at 2 o'clock we're back to the mixed under-18s and France against Ireland, and we know, having seen all the age groups of these two sides, that these France and Ireland sides are well worth watching, so stick with us at 2 o'clock for that one. Finishes up here though, England 11, South Africa 2.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches to get to the point.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just, as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down the middle.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now we're in, we're in.
The orc starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
All right, hands in. Come on, Evan.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, Tom! Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
That was video. Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep up, watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having
Rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You run quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Welcome back, everyone. Atlantic Youth Touch Cup continues. We are just about over halfway through day 2, actually, and we've got a very exciting game coming up now. France against Ireland in the mixed under-18 division, and alongside me for this one, Peter Walters. Peter, great to have you along, and I know you're overseeing a lot of things that are going on with a lot of these French sides. You'll be able to give us a real insight, and speaking to you beforehand, this is a game to get really excited about, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks Angus, and it's great to be here. I just flew in 2 days ago from New Zealand, so had a good sleep last night. But look, these two teams are really good. They're two teams expected to be there on finals day, and along with England, obviously, and both well-coached sides. Ireland with Tanya Rosser and Cecile Mass coaching with the French. So 2 female coaches, great to see.
Certainly is, and you're wearing the jet lag well. Slight early. Can't tell if it's an injury or an error from France. I think it's an error that he's trying to pretend is an injury. Might be what's happened there.
We're looking for Matthew.
Always the best way to get away with something. Say you got hurt.
Oh, he's nice in between
France
them.
advancing well, actually, progressing very nicely and whipping that ball wide, and that's very, very nearly a magical pass.
She's on it.
Yes,
Oh, you want to
penalty
not
there.
myself, but
I
I
think it may have been ruled forward, and so let's see how Ireland get towards their sub-box.
And Winston Lewis.
Taking it forward, midfield,
and Roscoe
Steenkamp, girl,
and
they're heading
Adrian
towards that box there. So. There's Kieran, the guy that just drove the last one. He'll be one of their key playmakers on attack.
Kieran Byrne wearing 2. One to keep an eye on. Ireland just spotting a little bit of space on the right-hand side, but we're going to come all the way back.
Yeah, just a ruck error there, side on play. It's a roll ball to France. France head towards their box. And there's a really good drive there. Ireland not moving forward on this set. Just happy to roll back. This is going to give the French 3 touches on the line.
Another heavy touch coming in. The physicality has been ramping up through the day. That was nearly very good. There was an opening there for Charlotte Tonzo to get through, but just... I don't know if she was expecting the ball because it came so late.
Yes, you see one of the far side link for Ireland front running across the face of the defence. There's a few teams that do that, and you sort of get away with things, you know, but it's not a good habit. Ireland here advancing forward. Comes Kieran there. You got a play through call there. So the girls, yeah, she's given the advantage. She played it out, so it's the turnover.
For half a second there, Kieran Byrne, I think, thought that all his dreams had come true as the field opened up in front of him, but everyone else had just worked out we were coming back for France ballers. France, oh, they're driving really nicely here, aren't they? That's 2 or 3 now we've seen where they've progressed really very cleanly up the field.
Yeah, and you'd like to see Ireland actually get forward and get up and meet them early in that touch count to put pressure on them so they don't get down so easily to their line.
And it almost looks like a choice from Ireland. Yeah, this looks like a pretty good Ireland outfit, so you'd expect that on that sort of drill they could do it if they wanted to. They're obviously making a choice to sit back. Why would that be?
It could be just, I mean, look, I don't know, it could be it could be part of their coaching strategy that they're not willing to head forward and you know, attack the attack. Whereas you look at the French, they're coming forward to make those touches.
That ball just spilled loose. The Irish player on the near side here, Alana Dixon, just having to think about keeping her feet in field, and whilst doing that, trying to gather the pass. Too many things to do at once, and it allows France possession. And again, they've driven forward.
Yeah,
really
this is touch
nicely.
3, so the ascendancy look is really good in their favour. So
it's good hands there.
oh, here we go. We wrapped around there and exploited that 2-girl side as a try.
It was great hands from Benjamin Braun and Gabriel Caron with the finish. We just watch here. Lovely pickup.
Yeah, they kept it alive well then. It was a good decision to wrap around by the number 9.
Yeah, Caron with the wrap, and a tidy bit of play from France, and a well-deserved first score of the game. They've had the greater possession and field position so far. Ireland really with their first true attacking chance, and they go for the line through Byrne.
Here's good defence by the saving middle there on the open side. Got off the line, made the touch. He needed to do that because the touch was actually offside. Oh, look at Kieran. Look at that. Just beats his man quite easily. Goes in for a try.
Byrne with a sort of 360-degree loop there. Casual as you like. Just look at this. Off I go. Oh, no one's there. Job done, level scores. Kieran Byrne.
Very unorthodox. It's the sort of stuff you wonder what's going on in front of you as a defender, and they do something like that.
I don't think I've seen her try anything like that before. That was extraordinary.
Leg no! Good. Forward.
And I guess when you concede one like that, you've just got to go, well, fair enough. That's just a weird bit of magic, and we're just going to play our game.
Yeah, France really looking to exploit their two-girl side. They keep going back there. That's a slightly heavy touch.
Well, they've been creeping in, haven't they? This time, Cathal McGarrett gives the referee absolutely no option. Firm.
We'll try and cookie a short side. There he goes. And it could be ball down. Yeah.
Monteferi certainly thinks it is. He's hammered the ball back to the halfway line. Referees agree.
It's a very hard one to defend. If the girl makes the touch, the guy in the middle's got to be under her and V-line towards the ball and tell her to pull her corner hard. So it's an easy score if you get that girl linked to make the touch and then attack her.
And I guess the solution, if you're Ireland in defence, there is it's got to be a huge amount of communication, just to tell people where you are and to get them moving.
Yes, definitely communication and positioning. You can see that Kieran's obviously a key attacker. They keep putting him on online attack because he's obviously got a good strike rate.
Flings that pass out wide, but touch comes in. France leading 2-1. Getting on for midway through this first half. It's been a strong first half showing from France. Ireland have had a couple of chances, and though the scores are tight, France have had the bulk of the play, you'd have to say. I think the referee's just having a little word with the Ireland players just to calm down with some of these slightly heavier touches. They've been creeping in. We've seen one penalty, and I think she's just saying we don't want any more of that.
Yeah, France driving forward.
France actually only, I was going to say for a moment there, they only had 5 on, but they're back up to 6 fairly sharply. It's a shame. It had the potential to be a decent scoop through from Joly, but supporting players ended up kind of ahead of him, and then he had to make a decision, and ball ended up going to ground.
Looks like off the mark there. Looks like he stepped over the mark. It's a penalty tap.
Another heavy touch coming in, but the referees are letting it go.
There's a 33 Peel. It's coming down the lane.
Oh, lovely. Oh, the handling. Ladibur with the finish, but it was all about the hands in the build-up from Evan Joly, I think it was.
There's a 33 ruck there, and the link hits it. Beautiful pass there, out in front of me. It's extend and reach for it. Flicks it onto the girl, try in the corner.
Oh, it was Aurélien Leprimenec with the soft hands, the gentle pick up and scoop pass through. Fantastic from France. Ireland, well, nothing they could do about that one in the end. When you pull out a piece of skill like that in the past, there's nothing you can do to stop it. What you can do is respond in frenzy, and they've done well to almost get themselves across the whitewash. In fact, they have scored the try. I thought for a second the referee was going to say the touch had been made, but that is a perfect response from Ireland.
Let's have a look at that. So he drives it and he just runs around the link. Girl's in a bit too far. She doesn't quite make the touch before the attacker gets the ball down. Well done, Ireland.
Instant response. Amelie Birrell over in that far corner, and Ireland doing really well just to keep this one close. 3-2, France leading deservedly, but Ireland staying in the hunt. And France now respond in kind.
Yeah, referee calls it down first. It looked like what was a 32 Peel. girl wrapped around, she fed her the ball, and she got it down quickly before the defender made the touch try there.
Sharp work from Blue and Levesque to get down. And actually, in the end, she had a fair bit of space.
Yeah, it's a good platform there. Kieran back on with the attacking pod here. Punching their way down. Let's see what they run here. Okay, it's a Rooster or 32 peel. Wow. That was once again Kieran. He just pulled his body away from the outreached hand, got around, and there was no touch made.
That's just good body control, good footwork, isn't it?
He just pulls away from the defender. Yeah, good agility there.
Kieran Byrne with his second score, his second superbly skilled score as well. And as I keep saying, it's just keeping Ireland in touch here.
Skill error there by Ireland, that could prove costly. They're still in their half and they've got 6 touches now, France. They'll come towards their box, get a fresh pot on. I like the little checkoffs France are doing, and Cecile has got that where they play there. They're quite happy and skilled to throw the ball around. They've got confidence.
Oh, and another simple looking try in the end, but it's constructed so carefully and so well.
Yeah, they seem to have a simple game plan, and that's to attack that two-girl side. Most of the tries have been down there in that area. And the defence just needed to move across quicker.
Gabriel Caron with the try set up by Benjamin Braun, but lovely, lovely stuff from France. And every time Ireland just chip back at this lead, France have the answer and steer it back out to 2. It's 5-3 they lead. Plenty of time left in this first half. Ireland can afford to be patient about trying to chip back into this game. Such is the amount of time left, as it was nearly an extravagant step that turned into a bit of a fall, but it was a 6-touch anyway, so France will break out and head towards their box. And for the first time there, Ireland put a bit more pressure as France tried to drive, perhaps because they were driving from deeper and managed to force the error.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you put pressure on. You make teams, you know, you're putting them under pressure, and errors do occur.
Gives Ireland a really strong attacking platform, and it gives them the score. Sammy Phelan across the line.
Well done, Ireland. Let's have a look at this replay here. Oh, the screen's gone. There it is. Okay, is that a 32 peel? We better get the screen sorted, mate. Missed that one again.
We've got a dodgy screen up here in commentary. Fortunately for you at home, you're getting all the replays. France with 6 more here in a really strong position. Chance to bounce back out to that 2-score lead. Patient build-up play here.
Yeah, good ball there.
Good ball, maybe a judge forward, possibly. Referees are going to have a chat about it.
He's got the all clear. It's a try.
Maya Leidbert with the score. But just watch this again, it's whipped with such pace.
Yeah, it's a 33 peel platform again.
And it's a nice flat pass. A lot of today we've seen those wide balls go in and they've got too much height on them, so actually you waste the space that you've created because the defence, while the ball's in the air, can sweep across. But on that occasion it's a nice flat ball and it just doesn't allow the defence any time to move.
Exactly. Kieran's on, hit the attacking pod, 32 peel, hits the link, and she throws to the winger, ball just fell short in front there. It's pretty tough for a girl throwing those ones left to right.
Still more encouraging signs though for Ireland that when they do get into those positions, they can create opportunities. They're finding the spaces. And it remains a tight game, but France just seem to have so much creativity within their ranks when they get into those attacking areas. Each and every one of their tries has raised the heart rate.
Yeah, ruck error there on the second touch, and it's rare from France. They haven't been making that many errors, but there's one right there early in the count. So Ireland will have a good attacking opportunity here.
Kieran Byrne toying with the defence once again, and now he just goes on an arcing run around the outside, decides nothing's going, so accepts the touch. I think the referee's done him for giving him a bit of chat, and do you know what, I'm not that surprised. He's complaining about a heavy touch after Ireland have been throwing in some of the heaviest touches we've seen all day. It's a bit of pot kettle back situation there.
That's better from Ireland, getting forward to meet the attack, making a nice touch. Good defence there. Ireland's ball, they'll be heading to their box now. This pod's been on for quite a while.
In fact, they try and make a couple of changes before they even start the possession, such as their eagerness to change this pod over. To Byrne, 3 touches, get up there, and France get a 4th in not long before the halfway line. It's a lovely scoop pickup though, and the pass just all a bit rushed and spilled by the receiving player. France have possession again.
3 minutes to go, 6-4 to France as we head towards half time.
France, they're just getting to their box with such consummate ease.
That's good defence. I would have given that no control. However, he's given them the touch and playing the 5th touch there.
All comes to naught as it is. Ireland possession. Good dummy there from Ireland. It allows them a few cheap meters. They work to the box. Now they'll look to spread the play a little bit, see if they can find an attacking platform here for Byrne, and he ships it on one more, and they're moving through with pace. That looked like a suspiciously forward pass, but referee's all right with it.
There's 6 touches there.
Again, France getting across their box really, really well. They're looking so smooth in that transition part of the game.
Not a great finish from France there on their 5th and final.
Almost to such an extent that I'm not even sure, other than Byrne, that the Irish players knew they'd used up their count.
Another skill error there from Ireland, so you'll see France come towards their sub box and get these interchanges going on. There's 2nd touch there.
It's the rain.
Yeah, another error there, so the error rate's really crept up in this game.
Well, as the rain started to come in, it's just starting to affect a bit of the handling. It is one of those slightly strange days where just every now and then you get these showers and you just hope that they pass through. In fact, it may already have passed through. It's swept in and out in a matter of moments. Just about a minute left to play here in the first half. That pass unexpected, I think, by Phelan, and just goes to ground. So France will have what could be the final possession of the half if they play their cards right. In fact, it could be a very exciting final possession. They've really swept through on that drive.
Yeah, they look intense now and focused. They obviously know they've got a clock there, and they've been told by the coach there's only so many seconds left. So they'll be looking to have a crack and score off this last set.
Diving for the line goes Joly.
Yeah, good touch there. Link looks like he stepped off the line, made the touch.
And Ireland probably going to have to score pretty quickly here. Very little time left to go before the hooter. And in fact, there goes the hooter. And that'll be that for the first half. Strong showing from both sides. But France on top, 6 scores to 4. And Peter, a strong showing from France so far. They've looked good for the 2-score lead, I'd say. It's been a strong performance from Ireland to stick at it and keep chipping away at the score. But France look as though they've got another level they can hit. They've looked so smooth at times as they move through the gears.
Yeah, they do. And if I had to pick a team that's played better with less errors, it would be the French team. Obviously, Ireland have a big strike weapon in Kevin Byrne, and they'll be looking to have him out on attack as much as they can. So it's a good contest. The errors have really crept in that latter stages of that first half. So now that there's a bit of rain been coming down, the ball will be even more slippery. So there's more control needed. They'll have to decelerate at the rucks and try and keep that error rate down. And
with your hat on of observing what's going on with the French teams and picking out any pointers without giving away any trade secrets, is there anyone or anything particularly stood out for you in this French side so far in this first half?
No, I can see that they have, like all teams at this level, they have a strategy, they have tactics that they run. Like a lot of the French teams, one of their platforms from getting from one end to the other is they start off with a 32 ruck on the far side away from their box, and then they move towards their box, and then they just drive up that lane. Pretty much to what most teams do, but it's just interesting that they tend to go, and they've had more luck going the far side first instead of going straight to their box like most other teams.
They've certainly had plenty of positive play, and I guess from an Irish point of view, they'll take a lot of encouragement from the fact that when they've got into attacking positions, they've been able to convert, and they've converted successfully. And obviously the likes of Byrne have been a real threat. Is there anything they can do, perhaps defensively, just to stem what's been coming at them in terms of that sort of French tidal wave of attack at times?
Yes, well, if I was the Irish coach, I would certainly tell them to put more pressure on Ireland, on France when they're coming off their line, because like we talked about earlier in the game, they weren't moving forward. One or two individuals would, but as a team, they weren't moving regularly forward to attack the attack and limit their yards, so that they'll have to, on their fifth touch, to be like 20 metres off your line, as opposed to getting down to your line with 2 or 3 spare touches.
And I guess as well, the more you put pressure on that attack, the more likely you are to get the ball back in a position which is much easier to advance up the field. And the name of the game is get up to the 7 as fast as you possibly can.
Yes, and I just looking across at the Ireland huddle over there, their coaches Tanya Ross and Billy Nawani. Billy looks quite animated, so he's got arms swinging and his head's moving, so he's obviously giving them some heavy stuff going on there.
Reading the right act, perhaps, about that defensive pressure. Not too long until the start of the second half. It's been a strong first half showing from both sides, but France good for their 6-2 lead. Stay with us after this one, because we've got a massive game coming up at 2:55 when we switch over to the men's under-18s for Ireland against Wales. Remember, the men's under-18s and under-20s competitions not technically part of the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup in that they're non-capped as a result of the way the tournament has been laid out, but certainly playing for plenty of pride, plenty of enjoyment, and I don't think the fact that those 18s and 20s games are uncapped is going to be holding them back whatsoever. Now we've got about a minute to go. France have clearly done all their talking. They know what needs to happen. They're already out on the field and looking pretty happy about it. Ireland slowly making their way out. A few more messages that were required from Ireland, but they look as though they're out and ready to go. All that remains is for the buzzer to get us started for the second half, and it looks as though Ireland are going to be starting with that strike pod of theirs featuring Kieran Byrne.
Exactly, and look at the formation of the French defensive 6. They've got 2 waves, one on the 10-metre mark ready to go, and another wave 5 metres behind them, who'll come forward once the dummy half touches on the next ruck.
France setting their defensive stall out right from the off. Let's see if that's a pattern they stick to through the half. Second half then just about to begin. France leading 6-4 here against Ireland. Will they stay in front through the game, or will Ireland manage to come from behind and take victory? All will be revealed over the course of the next 20 minutes. And Ireland looking patient in build-up here to start the second half. As the sun comes out, my goodness me, British summer. Bit of sunshine. We'll take 20 minutes of that. Thank you very much. As Kieran Byrne goes diving for the line.
Yeah, it's a good touch there by the female link there for France.
France, as they did in the first half, getting to the box well, but then a bit of an error in handling just as they'd got to that crucial part of the field. So Ireland will have another great attacking opportunity.
Yeah, error made there, and the girl obviously right-handed. She couldn't, the toucher came from her right, and it's not the hand that she reaches out to make the touch as a right-hander. So lots of errors happen there, and one of those happened right there and then.
Ireland then. And they create something. Byrne goes to the right-hand side. Touch comes in. Just ran out of options a little bit.
Yeah, their platform needs to be a little bit cleaner. Their lines, their positioning, so Kieran can get more opportunity there. He's having to do a lot of work to make it work. And in saying that, there was a beautiful long ball, and they've called the touch there that the touch was made.
Well, he did well to see that the option was on, but I guess it's what we were saying actually in the first half, isn't it? Sometimes when you get too much loft on those passes, it just allows the defence to just scoot across, and France did so in the nick of time, but it was touch and go. And France, and they do here. Oh, it's almost brilliantly gathered.
Yeah, good defence by the Irish link there. Just nice direct line straight up to the attacker.
Ireland not quite taking that from the correct position, hence they had to start again. It was a bit of a shame because there were holes all over the place as a result of that slightly broken field attack.
You see the French are flying forward to meet them, and you know, making all those touches and cutting down the yards of the Irish team.
And still by and large employing that pattern you spoke about early on with 3 up and 3 back.
Yes, and that was fifth and final. Then look how far out they are off the line there by the pressure that France put on them. They're going to their 32 ruck far side. They'll now bring it back towards the box. What you'll find there is these girls here, when they make these drives, it's very hard for them to make a clean one because they're having to touch with their other hand.
And is that a skill that a lot of teams will have to work on as France get across again? Looks as though the try is going to have been scored by Le Prignac. Has indeed, and France open up for the first time in the game a 3-score lead. They stretch it out to 7-4.
You look like a quickie step back and passed off, and the Irish link just reacted late and started a little bit wide on his pre-touch.
And going back to what you were saying about, you know, having to be touched from the right-hand side when France are attacking from right to left as they move towards their box, and therefore having to have an emphasis on their control with their left hand when they dump the ball. Is that a skill that a lot of teams are having to work on quite hard? You know, it's obviously doing something with your non-natural hand as Kieran Byrne goes to the line is a skill that's hard to work on, and a feature of the game probably that a lot of outside observers won't necessarily know about.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, coaches will say, look, you've got to be able to throw left and throw right and dump the ball with both hands, but reality is when you're going as fast as you can, to actually change hands into your weaker hand is not easy to do.
Certainly a challenging skill. As Ireland clawed that try back through Byrne, drop it down to 7-5, but France, oh so nearly. Would have been a spectacular finish from Laid Burr if she'd managed to capture that ball in and then finish it off all in the one motion.
Yeah, France holding that 2-point buffer. And once again, we see France moving forward to put pressure on the attack. That was a good pass off there by the Irish girl link.
Again, another very forward-looking pass is allowed to go on. It's been the bee in my bonnet. As France don't mind it one little bit though, because it's allowed them this opportunity. An intercept from Gabriel Caron, and no one's going to catch him. Scorches away right in front of that horde of French supporters at the far end there. And it's an 8-5 lead for France.
Yeah, it was a good skill there. He put his hand out to sort of in the passing lane, and he didn't actually tap the ball up. He just tapped it sideways and it fell down, and he picked it up with his other hand, ran the length for a try. France now with a 3-point buffer, 8-5.
Well, that's how you respond, isn't it? Kieran Byrne. No sooner have France stretched the lead out to 3 again than he goes, well, I think I'll just have to take control of this one myself then.
And I noticed he stayed on to defend the set. So obviously, when you're, when you're a good player, you're good on attack and defence. It's just that his value to the team is obviously attack, and they would normally take him off if the game was close, but it isn't close, so they keep him on there because of his nous, and hoping that he'll help to diffuse this attack and keep France from scoring.
It was an extraordinary try, that, wasn't it? Straight from the tap off, and he just bounced off the right foot and then had the stride length and the pace just to surge away from the defence.
Very quick, very quick.
Well, France have struck back, a try of some controversy, in that Ireland were convinced that they'd got a hand on, but the referee's not having a bit of it.
He looked offside.
And it must have been the offside call that came in, and Audric Nicole only too happy to just flop over the line, bring it back out to 3 again. And as was the pattern in the first half, every time Ireland chip away, France just respond and keep that advantage at that comfortable level for themselves.
Yeah, we've just got 12.5 to go now, and France up by 3, so that's quite a good buffer. They'd be wanting to consolidate, not make any errors. Oh, and just as I say that, they make an error on the first touch.
The curse of the commentator strikes again.
When you're in that position with a good lead, you really can afford to slow things down a fraction, not play at 100 miles an hour, and just slow it down to maybe 90–80%.
Ireland go wide, but the ball goes to ground.
Yeah, they had a good overlap there, and the pass didn't quite hit the target. Sort of went in between the two girl players. So
France with a bit of work to do to get across their box. This is probably the hardest they found it, and yet still within 3 touches, they're over the halfway line and able to make their changes. It has been such a slick part of their game. And now they've got a great attacking opportunity. So great, in fact, that they're going to score off it. Aurélien Le Prunec with his hat-trick. Shame about his kicking, but we'll forgive him of that, because that was an extraordinarily good try from France.
yeah, the other link at number 6 had come all the way from the other side to try and pick him up, but the speed was too good.
Well, it was impressive in the most part, because for the first time all game, really, France got themselves in a bit of a tangle on their transition as they tried to get to their box. They sort of burned through 2 touches far earlier than they'd wanted to, but on that 3rd touch they managed to find the space, just surge away as Kieran Byrne turns supplier for Roisin Ridge, and Ireland again just strike back.
Yeah, it was a good ball, looked about 20 to 25 metres width and hit the girl. She had done well to really catch that. And yeah, try. Look at that. Great work.
So 10-7 the gap. Ireland still staying in contact, and we've got just a shade over 10 minutes left. There's still plenty of time left to go. Ireland will be thinking, if we can just stay in contact, you just never know. France will be thinking, if we can just stamp on the accelerator a little bit, get an extra couple of scores, and suddenly Ireland are looking at a deficit that they're not going to have enough time to come back from.
Yeah, refs call them offside.
Renan Richardot scoring the try. That's a couple now with Ireland offside. And is that a bit of tiredness creeping in, or is that just a bit of worry at what this French attack is throwing at them?
Yeah, he was unlucky, the number 6 defender. He had both feet behind on the line there, but it's a very tight call there by the ref. So could have gone either way, and he gives the try to France.
11-7. Ireland have been striking back almost instantaneously throughout the entire game whenever France have scored. And they do so again here. It'd be a good time for them to do so, and Kieran Byrne dives to the line. Nothing doing this time, but once again he is just such a threat, and he is getting through an awful lot of minutes in this second half. Six touches though, so France survive that one and have a 4-point lead. Lovely footwork again from Le Pruniac. Slip there, seized possession. They're going to have another 6. They're offside.
This could really hurt Ireland. 6 touches on the line, you'd expect France to have a good chance to score here.
Huge opportunity for France. They dive for the line. Referee looks happy with it. Players look happy with it. And Audric Nicole looks very happy with it indeed. France now have a 5-point cushion. 12-7 they lead. And that could be match defining.
Yeah, they've resorted to a quickie platform these last few minutes and relying on offside players, and it's worked. Ireland once again just not quite onside there.
And it's impressive, that sort of change in tactics, finding another way to score tries midway through the game and doing so effectively. That's a really promising sign for this France side as we sort of look ahead to the course of the next few days.
Yeah, it's quite clever, and strategy is going to certainly come into it. I mean, they're playing 40 minutes games at this tournament, which is quite big back in New Zealand. They play 30-minute games for this age group, so 40 minutes is a long time over 3 days, especially for, I mean, in the 15s you get a lot of 12, 13-year-olds, you know, so they haven't contend 3 games a day at 40 minutes. It's huge.
It certainly is. It's a lot of exercise, and it just shows you how important those subs are, because that is the best way to save energy. It was a good finish that from Cathal Mac Gerrit. But it's probably now at this stage too big a hole for Ireland to dig their way out of. France have done really well. Ireland have been chipping away throughout the game, but France have done incredibly well just to stay in control of the game. They've been the superior side, but they've had to work for it, and they've had to show us the full array of their skills, and what an array it has been as they go for the line again, this time Joly, and it's going to be given again. And France are starting to enjoy themselves now.
Yeah, they are. And you see the setup here. It's a peel play and dives inside. The defender not lifting off the line for Ireland there. You got to step, drop and lift. So drop back to the line, then step forward off the line. So if they dive, they're going to have to reach a metre or 2 past you.
13-8, France lead. That ball just goes to ground. I'm not sure everyone's quite sure how or why it's happened. There's a bit of a chat between everyone, and I think it's been decided that it was accidentally knocked out of Irish hands by France, so we'll carry on. Kieran Byrne dives to the line. It's a spectacular dive. Touch came in there. That's a brilliant touch from Nicole for France. Byrne. Soft hands, but the touch comes in on Gilmore outside him.
Yeah, good touch winger there. She lifted off the line well. Beautiful.
Kieran Byrne just manipulating the defence around him and then just giving the soft, easy pass to Roisin Ridge for her second via his hand.
It looked like no room there, nothing on. He started from a static and just started running, went around the gill link and offloaded. Beautiful skill there.
And just encouraging his teammate to get the ball down nice and early before something goes wrong, and then making sure Ireland get on with it. He certainly still believes that there's time enough to come back into this one.
Yeah, I like how Ireland is still playing. They're still playing and being as intense as they can. And as we say that, France going for another try.
Well, and that is what they've been so good at, though, isn't it? Whenever Ireland have scored, and this time it's Gabriel Caron, France have found a way just to get over the try line nice and early afterwards, and just never to allow Ireland to get that sense that they're coming back into it.
And consistently through the game, you see France attacking the two-girl side. They perceive that as a weakness, and it's worked in their favour.
It has been an intelligent display from France on all sorts of levels. Ireland have given a good account of themselves. Evidently a very good France side that they're up against, and they've competed well, but France just with too much class.
Yeah, 14-9, 3 minutes to go, so it looks pretty much in the bag for the French here.
And we saw in this division earlier on, I don't know if you caught it, but an incredibly good game between England and Wales, who both look very strong. France looking very strong here as well. A strong division overall, it's looking like.
It really is. 5 teams, and just looking at this game, the standard's going to be, the semi-finals are going to be great.
I think we're going to be in for some pretty tight, intense knockout rounds, aren't we?
Yep. French have looked very good this game. Nice and clean. Still a lot of work to do, still a lot of errors. They've made a lot of errors, not as many as Ireland, but still lots of errors.
The composure has been striking. Real sense of calm about their play, nothing.
Yeah, this guy's been on at the skill link all tournament. There he goes again. Making her pull her, she makes a touch which forces her to pull a hard corner and is reliant on the inside guy middle to come across. So well done to that French link, very smart. He's set up or scored 2 or 3.
Yeah, Arthur Ferry there, wearing 23, scoring this time, but as you say, he's been a creator as well. And 15-9 now, and just in the last 5 or 6 minutes, France have really stretched this advantage out into a very healthy one. 6-point difference now. Under 2 minutes left to play. Ireland won't stop. We've seen that, but it's another interception from France. Ireland do well to scramble in defence, and with French players out of position, it buys them a bit of time to get themselves back into alignment in defence. Panic stations can just calm a little bit as now France roll through on their subs box. Threat's not over yet. Threat's never over when this French side has the ball in hand. Now they hit the brakes a little bit, set up something a little more formal, and this is where they've been so impressive, is in having that patience, and in having that patience it pays off with the score. Charlotte Tonso with the try. I think they're just going to have a bit of a chat here, ref talking to a couple of the players.
Yeah, there's a little bit of mouthing going on there. Must have been between the players, so maybe she's picked that up and she's going to deal with it now.
I think the try is going to be awarded. The French players are making their way back towards the halfway line. It was just a talking to about some of the chat that was going on afterwards, but the net result is a try, and a try really that encapsulates this French side. They work their way up the field quickly and energetically, and then they get into that attacking zone, slow the pace down, and just pick a good option.
And that's a lot of tries in this game. There's 16 and 9. There's 25 according to my maths. And it ends up being a comprehensive win for France.
Yeah, it's been without ever looking like they were miles ahead of Ireland, they've looked like the better side throughout. They've ended up with what is going to be a very strong victory as the hooter goes, the final touch comes in and France take the victory. As we say, 16-9 here against Ireland, and a really, well, I think the word for it is a thoroughly professional performance from France. They really just controlled that game from start to finish, and eventually that pressure told into what is ultimately a fairly comprehensive margin of victory.
Yes, you can see they're a team that's done a bit of work on the training paddock. They're quite clear on their processes and their tactics, and they perform them pretty well. Error rate was a little bit high, but I mean they are young athletes and still learning to adjust to performing skills under pressure, like when you're running fast and stuff like that. Yeah, so good win to France.
Absolutely. All finishes up then. France 16, Ireland 9 in this mixed under 18 division. We switch across now to the boys under 18, and it's Ireland again. They're up against Wales at the 2:55 kickoff, so do stay with us for that one because it should be a cracking game coming up at 2:55. Finishes up here though, France 16, Ireland 9.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get down the line.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
The orc starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Ems.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, Tim! Dragon, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! Hey! One for the ref, hip hip! Hey! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
Well done, video.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
'Cause it's quite,
It overlaps.
including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we got 2, 3.
Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? Alright, quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Well, welcome back everyone. We switch across to the men's under-18s division. Ireland against Wales. A game that always produces plenty of excitement. As sunshine is over the pitch. I look out ahead of me and I can see grey clouds, but over the pitch, sunshine. It's found the small hole in the clouds, and hopefully these two can serve us up a bit of a treat in the sun. Wales with first possession. Fizzing the ball out wide. Oh, this would be a good finish, but the touch comes in from Matthew Cockton.
Yeah, good initial feeler there for Wales. They look to run expansive and then come back to the short side, but the Irish defence is more than capable of dealing with it. And these two nations are really competitive teams in the mixed division. So the men's is hopefully going to hold the same amount of intensity. At the moment, Ireland just struggling to get out of their own half in their transition. Now there's pace injected. Oh,
wanting to show the skills early, and well, I suppose it is worth remembering in this boys 18s division. These aren't capped internationals in this particular division. They're not technically a part of the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup. So probably is a bit more scope to try a few more things and have a bit of fun with your skills, because they are in effect just friendlies, these boys under 18s, although there's not been too much that's friendly about them, as we see there with a fairly firm touch coming in.
Yeah, it's really good there from Ireland, just noticing that the Welsh players offside and struggling to get back, and just put their head down and drive straight into him, getting the penalty in the set of 6. And yeah, at the moment, Wales just running that line fine. In defence, not trying to drop early. Links promoting, trying to make the touch. Oh, good feet, good evasive. Hard touch given, another set of 6. See if Ireland can make it work.
There's been a real variability today, hasn't there, in what is and what isn't a hard touch. We've seen some fiercely hard ones at times, and then we've seen others that haven't been too bad, being well policed. All depends on which combination of referees you've got. Of course, it's not really a fault of anyone. It's just different styles and different horses for different courses, really.
Yeah, exactly that. Some referees enjoy it, some referees don't, and you know, you've got to figure out that balance very early. You know, you've got to understand what the ref is willing to let go and what isn't. So early doors, you want to walk the line. Oh, Wales trying to go through, but it's lovely interception, and he'll go full length. No one's catching him.
Ben O'Connor goes the length for the interception. The lungs will be screaming, but Ben O'Connor won't care a jot. He's just put his side in the lead. Really good skill as well, because he tapped it up for himself so that he could regather.
Yeah, a lot of people would just tap that out into space and accept that you're going to give away the 6 more just to hold it down. But no, taps it up in the air, backs his speed to get on the end of it, and then once the ball's in hand, it's too easy for him to eat up the yards. It's a beautiful start for Ireland.
Wales. Well, I'll tell you what, just looking at the physique here on Ed Maguire, wearing 6 for Wales. If he gets anywhere within range of a dive, I feel it's going to be quite difficult to stop him.
Yeah, he's a big lad. The pick-up go the other way, look long. Beautiful pill into the corner. That is superb. Right foot step, huge ball over the top, and the winger reels it in. And Wales needed to reply, and they've done exactly that.
They certainly have. Huge pass coming in. And I'll tell you what, it's a tidy bit of finishing that from Isaac Thomas as well, because he had to get that ball down smartly.
Yeah, and it's a really big thing as well for wingers, is you just want to make sure that you're holding your space and holding your depth so you can reel the ball in and accelerate onto it. The last thing you want to do is be too flat to the play and then have to check your run to be able to get the ball down. And the middle and the winger combining beautifully for the equalising score, but Ireland look to go down the other end and run a very similar play.
Another physical contact there, but more a case of 2 players just arriving in the same place at the same time than anything else, as Ireland flood through, but nothing doing there.
Yeah, 6-touch turnover, just losing track of the touch count.
So we stay Locked in at 1-1.
Oh, lovely. Wales transitions moving really well. Good pressure from Ireland to get up and make the touch. Wales will have one more to strike. Oh, good touch. Great covering play. Oh, and he's tried to give the ball back, but you can't fling it. Can't fling it carelessly, and that gives Ireland an easy out.
You can see what's happened there as well. There was a sort of heavy touch came in after the play, and I think he's a bit frustrated at that, and so he's sort of launched the ball back but tried to make it look like he's giving the ball back, and referees are wise to it.
Yeah, definitely, and it's one of them where you know, you've got to walk that line pretty carefully. You don't want to compound those errors. You know, if you set is done, set is complete. As long as you're killing the ball deep into opposition territory, you've got a good chance to get a defensive shot. But if you throw the ball away and give them a needless advantage of 10 meters, then you know, you're taking away that chance of getting an early shutout. Oh, good speed. No one at half. Just slowed down for a second, but they're back into their transition. Lovely ball skills to move it expansive, and now they're back into their flow.
And oh my word, not only is the sun out, I think I can feel the temperature rising. It's incredible.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
I don't know what to do with myself. I mean, it's still not hot. Wales, good chance here. They get the ball down, and it is the lengthy Ed Maguire that gets down. Actually, in that instance, he had quite a long way to get down. It wasn't so much the long dive as having to just get down nice and fast. Makes tidy work of it, though. It was a lovely little scoop pickup, wasn't it, from Fraser Britton there?
Yeah, and because they're moving at such pace, the Irish winger has actually retreated beyond his own try line. So, like you say, it is just a case of catch and ground, and that's the benefit of having such a direct plays. You can catch players retreating beyond their try line, and if that's the case and you get the ball down, more often than not, the referees will vow in your favour. Ireland now trying to equalise the scores. Half is just a little bit slow to the play. Early release is on. Can he ground the ball? Brilliant covering touch, but I think Ireland are going to get an offside penalty. Brilliant shot there from the link, just recognising that the hole is too big. Needed that vital intervention, and they get there. Oh, lovely. Lovely score. Lovely score. Just worried about the what happened the play before of the early release, and they increased that defensive spacing just slightly too much, and Ireland just dive under the covering touch.
Yeah, and I think it's Daniel Morrigan that gets across. It is indeed. That's a really good finish, actually. Under pressure on both sides, but gets away in 2-2.
And that's the benefit you have of being able to run through your variations, your progressions from similar platforms, is defences then start to worry about their extra option, and then you can just get underneath. It was a really well-designed play there from Ireland, but Wales right back into the attack. Not many midfield turnovers in the early doors in this game. Both teams going all out at the line. Link punish, steps back on the inside, dummy, ball down. Superb score.
Well, Fraser Britton created one, scored another. He's pulling some strings out there.
Yeah, it's really well worked because they bit congested over on the right-hand side. They work it over to the left. Link punish. Link has to corner really hard to get out. Step back on the inside, little dummy, and the line is begging. Irish defender knows he shouldn't have bought the dummy. It's too late in that instance, though. Wales doing a really good job of frustrating the Irish attack, not allowing them to get into their flow. Oh, good feet, good pace.
Flamboyant flourish of the whistle there. Signals Wales possession. Yeah, Wales have grown into this game really well. We may only be 10 minutes in, but
Wales at the moment seem to have found their rhythm early doors. And this transition is murdering Ireland. They're too fast, too quick. The ball goes. Think it's going to be given a touch and pass. And if that's the case, then it's a superb defensive intervention. And it is. Brilliant individual play. A little bit of aftis on the far side. But a brilliant individual play there to stop what was a for sure score.
Yeah, great touch, but Wales just look so threatening when they move at pace. They just look unstoppable.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Wales have got the fast turnover. Ireland is still organising. Able to eat up the yards. And Wales look like they're in all sorts of control. Diving at the line. Ref seems to be happy. And he is.
Ireland were claiming the touch, but the referee was happy the ball was down first. Jake Lewis stretching out to get there.
Yeah, they're trying to dump on the middle, but the link is promoting because the middle isn't advancing, and I believe that's what the ref called play on for. They're able to just get the ball down before the link gets back onside, and Ireland need to just shore up a bit of these some of these defensive errors. The spacing's too wide and Wales are too good, and they just pick it apart every time.
Just ran out of road there, Ireland. The defence drifted nicely for Wales.
Yeah, good defensive touch from Tal Nurse there. True and Antwich cohort. Very solid player is Tal. And he gets the defensive shot for his country.
Wales then. Can they get another one of those electrically fast? Breaks out. It's actually really well dealt with early on by Ireland.
Yeah, but it's when you get into touches 4 and 5 for Wales is where they really start to punish Ireland, because they're able to check off, but that's 5th. And Ireland have defended that much better. Much better.
Really strong defensive set from Ireland. Can they provide an equally strong attacking one? No, unfortunately not. That ball just dropped, and now Wales have a really promising attacking position. They looked to the right-hand side, thought they were going to give the pass, but instead they decided to just play the more patient game. We've seen them go full gas most of the game, but now they try and ease off it. Big wide pass comes in, and, well, whether they go full gas or they ease off it, they still find a way. So impressive from this Welsh side.
The left-handed ball is just superb. Look, he's winding it, bang. Beautiful release, and the winger just has to grab it and ground it. And at the moment, Wales are able to do what they want when they want to do it, and Ireland are struggling to put them under any real pressure.
Ireland trying to set something up here. Getting across the line, but touch is made.
Yeah, this is a bit of a personal gripe, but it does frustrate me when teams on 4th use the strike play they should be using on 5th, because then you create a circumstance in which you've not got a touch to play with, but you've still got possession of the ball. And in those situations, it would be much more beneficial if you were to just take that ball down initially for 5th and then run your final strike play on 5th. At the moment, Ireland are just forcing things a little bit too much, and it lets Wales off the hook, because Wales are just able to hold their space, knowing you've not got a touch to play with, and they don't have to worry about getting back on side. They've just got to hold the space and man on man and make sure that they can cut out any potential opportunities for Ireland. So at the moment, what I'd say for Ireland is you've just got to be able to get the ball down faster and run these strike plays at pace, because that's exactly what Wales are doing, and Wales are finding so much success through it.
Certainly has been a strong start from Wales. 5-2 they lead. Around about 5 minutes left in the half. The rain has decided to sweep in now. Absolutely bizarre day here at Nottingham University, but on the field it's been a fantastic day. Some stunning touch has been played. across every division we've seen, really. We've seen some absolutely fantastic performances across the board.
I would actually say none more so from the Welsh sides. I think the Welsh sides have really put on some performances when on the live stream, and boys 18s are no different.
As a nation overall, the Welsh have been performing well, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. It's a testament to the structure in Welsh sides as well, because a lot of the Welsh players do then come and play in England for the NTS, and they're able to test their mettle against some of the best players in the UK. And I mean, it's paying dividends here. The Welsh sides have really enjoyed themselves on live stream.
They certainly have, and rain is really starting to blow across now. It's not quite what anyone wants.
No, it's going to make this ball greasy, but Wales will be happy with it. I think no touch has been called, but the referee hasn't. Yeah, now there is just a little bit of confusion there, but no touch. Turnover ball.
Ireland dancing through there, finding a bit more space. Now they work close to the try line.
This is better. They'll have one opportunity now. Platform needs to be good. Quickie picks up, goes wide. Lovely catch. Touch has been made. Superb coverage there from the Wales player. Ireland winger thought he was in.
Well, it was an ugly looking pass, but it made its way there and almost resulted in a score for Matthew Cockton. Not quite, but Ireland showing that they can be a threat.
Yeah, definitely. And Ireland just giving away an offside penalty, which makes their lives a lot harder, because Wales have just been able to roll into the middle of the pitch under no real pressure. And now they're checking off beautifully around the outside, but unfortunately that ball gets dumped just a fraction too late. And Ireland are let off the hook from what was initially a superb transition from Wales.
Ireland do well. I was going to say they've done well to get away with a bit of a fumble there, but they didn't get away with it.
No, not at all. They half just stepped into touch as he's played the ball. Really good spot there from the referee. Then Ireland at the moment just struggling to find their feet in this game. That'll be a touch and pass maybe. Nope. Referees have a better vantage point than we do.
Not good enough to spot the forward passes. Though, I think, I'm going to get myself into trouble with this, but it's a cross I'm willing to die on.
You'll have players baying for blood. Oh, good dive. Really good dive. That's that long and strong dive, getting low underneath players. Oh, sideline ref has something of note to say to the on-field referee. Nope, waves it off. Score given. Beautiful dive, textbook.
Hugo Lewis with the dive, as you say, absolute textbook.
And he's made to run all the way back to collect the ball and bring it back to the centre.
I reckon Wales won't mind too much about that. It's extended things out to a 6-2 lead, and with 90 seconds left in the half, I think a little bit of having to run back and waste 20 seconds of it chasing the ball down, they won't mind too much.
No, definitely not. Definitely not, and they've been really good value for their lead. They've manipulated the Ireland defence really well, and Ireland, when they are able to get in behind the Welsh defence, just can't quite get players in the right positions to make it count, and they run things a little bit too static. Early releases on, doesn't give, pops it back, touch is made, offside call.
Less than a minute left until the half-time break. Ireland, you'd think, really do need to score off this set. They're going to give it a good go. It's a lovely, I was going to say it was a lovely pickup, but it was just dropped. But they're going to have 6 more, so barring any sort of error, Ireland will have all of the possession in the remainder of this half. The question is, can they make it count? And look to the left-hand side. There's a bit of space out there. Pass isn't accurate enough.
Second penalty. One more and someone goes for time. And they've got to move quick though. Seconds counting down. Referees aren't happy. No, it's been sent for time. They'll have one more heads-up play. Oh, lovely hands. Oh, it's just gone to ground at the last moment.
For half a second, I thought Cockton was going to just show us the little goose step and try and go around the outside as that space got closed up, but pass didn't quite stick. It was a Hail Mary play, had to be. It was the last play of the half. Ireland go in 6-2 down. They'll be wishing they could have found a way across the try. Unfortunately for them, it was the decision by the referees to drop Wales down to 5 after that third penalty. It actually probably cost Ireland the chance of having a proper go because they just ran out of time.
Yeah, definitely, and it is one of those unfortunate moments where the referees are more than entitled to send someone for time, but it's actually just wound down the clock in Wales' favour. I do think though for Ireland they've done they do really good work in the midfield, and then when they get into their final phase of play, trying to attack at the line, it's just too stop-start. They think they're past someone and they get a glancing touch, and they've got to pull it all the way back to get the ball down. It just stops every bit of momentum that you're trying to achieve. And Wales are complete opposites. When they go past someone, they're checking shoulders, communications coming from the players off the ball saying touch is coming, touch is coming. They're able to get the ball down sharp, half is there ready, and then that's all you need to be able to get in behind the defence.
It's been an impressive showing from Wales. They've been, well, as we've been saying, throughout all the divisions, they've been impressive, but this has been a top performance from the young Welsh side. Going very nicely. 6-2 at half-time, their lead against Ireland. We'll be back with you for the second half in a few moments' time. Welcome back. Wales lead at half-time against Ireland, 6-2. Ireland are going to get this one kicked off. Playing in white Ireland, here against Wales in red. And rather than their traditional green, you might think, wearing white. However, very good for the colourblind amongst us. 14% of the population is colourblind, which
I know, it's insane.
Huge number of people, and apparently Wales versus Ireland, one of the most challenging games for the colourblind.
Yeah, red and green. Two of the main colours. Saw a stat somewhere else, and if you're tuning in for Touch Rugby and you're listening to this thinking this isn't touch, well, you've got to give us a minute. Seen a stat somewhere else that said something like 60% of people who are colourblind don't even know that they are colourblind.
Well, I suppose, how would you?
Yeah.
If someone tells you that what you're seeing is green, you're going to go, fair enough, that's green.
Yeah, to be fair.
They're not to know that you're seeing brown instead of green.
Yeah, I'm thankful I'm not amongst that. Not amongst that group, to the best of my knowledge.
Well, yeah, I was going to say you don't think you are. You might be.
Although I only found out a few months ago that your depth perception is meant to be good and not really bad, as I believed. Hence, if anyone sees me, the glasses. Yeah, made for interesting. Well, when I found out, it was a bit
suddenly seeing things in the distance that other people have been telling you about all these years.
Well, it was one of them where it was like something's really far away and it was slightly blurry, and occasionally there was two of them, and I was like, everyone's the same, right? And I can't just be me. And I was told I need glasses. Well, yeah, fair enough. Probably should have figured that one out for myself.
Well, it's always hard. If you're used to something, it just seems like the way it is. Wales are used to being in the lead here in this game.
Oh, lovely.
They've been in front for quite a while, but that one's intercepted, and there could be a chance here down the right-hand side for Ireland, but actually Wales just swarm around it and slow the play down. That's good defence on the turnover, that.
Very good. And Ireland seem to tighten up defensively, not allowing Wales to have it all their own way, but unfortunately the same errors creep in as to what we saw earlier, which is off the mark at the roll ball and struggling heavily in their transition. And it's interesting to note that we've got the England boys coaches on the balcony as well, having a look at these two. Obviously, England boys play Wales, last tap off of the day. No questions as to why they're here.
Tell you what, taking full advantage of their home advantage as well, because the upstairs and the balcony of this very nice University of Nottingham facility is very much restricted access. Obviously, know a man or two on the door here, and have worked their way in.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think anyone's saying no to these two boys sat to the left of us. And they'll be picking this game apart with fascinated eyes, thinking, okay, how this Wales side look up for it. They look very direct. They run hard, they run with power, and they've got brilliant hands to play around shooters. So they'll be posing a lot of questions for the coaches, trying to figure out how they're going to set up later. Because as we were saying earlier, Wales on live stream have been ever so successful, and England later are going to have to try and put an end to that.
Yeah, it's been a good outing for Wales.
Don't really think you could ask for much more. I mean, 20 tries, the victor in the first game. I mean, you know, Wales have really kicked on from that, and I've heard nothing but good things in other divisions on other pitches as well.
Yeah, every question that's been asked of them, no matter the division, they've come up with the answers so far. And we're going to see them in another division next up as well, because following this game, the 3:50 kickoff, South Africa against Wales in the women's under-18s.
Oh, that'll be a good game. I wonder if the South Africa team have been able to fix a couple of their problems from earlier on, because they looked electric when they were able to kick into gear. It's just actually getting into gear that proved the problem in the end.
Ireland sweep through. Can they find someone spare? Oh, that's good movement.
Yes.
That's really good movement from Matthew Coxon to get himself free and to get Ireland the score that they much needed. They had to score first in this second half, and they have.
Yeah, definitely. Although I'm just noticing on field the referees having a very brief discussion. I think the try is going to get chalked off, unfortunately. Yep, try gets chalked off, but they get a repeat set of 6 for offside.
Well, they deserved that. There was brilliant movement, I thought, from Coxon to get himself free.
If I'm honest, I don't see where the touches come in. I don't see where the touch has come in. I don't see why that it would get pulled back. It's a... Because if the player was offside, he scooped through without being touched, and the winger received the ball and grounded the ball without being touched, then the offside player didn't affect the play, and it should be play on. But Ireland will be... They will grow in confidence because they were able to get over the line. Let's see if they can do it again. It looks like they're able to, but the referee calls the touch.
Feedback is on that previous disallowed score was that he wasn't in control of the ball as he touched it down. He just lost control of it on its way down.
Very tight call.
So Ireland, they've had one chalked off in the second half. Can they engineer another? Not quite this time. Wales will have possession.
Yeah.
But Ireland do need that first score, you feel, don't you? The difference between 6-3 and 7-2 is a big one, and it probably is going to be 7-2. Oh, that's a fantastic diving touch.
Superb diving touch, and they're the interventions that are worth just as much as a try. Absolutely superb wheels to get back in defence and make that covering touch. But again, Wales are just able to play out with this Ireland press way too easily, and you know, they might have a couple touches now on the line.
Another diving touch coming in. Rhys Rutley thought he was away. He thought he was scoring for Wales, and a score that really would have, even at this early stage, put the game to bed.
Yeah.
But a fantastic intervention from Ireland. And again, making the touch. 3 in a row there from Philip Doyle.
In a minute, he showed his worth in defence. I think they're 3 superb defensive interventions, and he trucks off the pitch. Lactic acid in the legs.
Quite right too. He looks about ready to keel over as he comes charging off the field, but fair play.
Yeah.
Philip Doyle. In fact, it's not Philip Doyle because Philip Doyle's just come on. I'll confirm the number though because he's just in front of us and he deserves his shout out for what was an absolutely epic defensive
100%
set. He's receiving high fives from all those around him. And the great tragedy of the whole thing is he's wearing number 16. And we don't have a number 16. He'll never get his shout out. An absolute disaster. Well,
you know who you are. Yeah, you know who you are.
You know, his family know. If they're watching, tell him we think that was a fantastic defensive intervention on 3 counts, and also tell him to wear the shirt he's been allocated.
Yeah, get yourself on the team sheet, please, pal.
Wales strike. And they've got that crucial first score in the second half. Ed Maguire, the lengthy Ed Maguire, making it count.
Yeah, and Wales just seems to be in the driving seat. They avoided some early pressure from Ireland, soaked it up, and are able to go down the other end and extend the lead out. And Ireland really do have it all to do. It's a shame they had their first score chalked off. However, it does show that when they're in good positions, they get over the line and they really do threaten Wales, but just not consistently enough at the moment. Oh, lovely catch and pass. You can't chalk that one off.
Top work from Ireland in response.
It's lovely core skills. Engage in the pass. Defender comes out the line to engage. 1, 2, bosh. Dive in the corner. Superb grab, superb finish. And you can't help but think if Ireland can do more of that, this game will finish tighter than it currently is.
Yeah, it's a good response from Ireland. But they do need to score from these positions, as well as from the shortened tap-off positions when Wales have scored. They've got to find a way to close this gap up. They're making good ground, advancing well. They're ferreting around. Luke Tanner,
yeah,
burrowing underneath arms and legs and limbs all over the place from Wales there. Wales ball.
The referee has advanced them for throwing the ball away. I thought they were just trying to finish the play.
Like a pass, but
yeah.
Perhaps we missed something.
Oh, who was it? Robin van Persie sent off trying to score a goal. It's one of them. Tough break for Ireland.
Wales could have a little bit of a chance here. Oh, it's tidy work. Won't be a score, but it was sharp footwork and a sign of some of the skills that a few of these Welsh boys have in the locker. And in particular, Ewan Clark, who was just dancing around there. Oh, the little balcony is getting ever more populated.
I know. Oh, it's such a shame. Ball goes out to the winger, but the winger just loses his feet, and Wales are able to capitalise on a reorganising Irish defence. And if the hands go, then the space. Touch is taken, and they're able to roll into a very dynamic transition. Third touch on halfway line, the fourth, so fifth is coming now. Might not use the fifth, might just take it and give. They do. Really well finished. Ball is down before the touch is in.
Jake Lewis with the score. And a huge hat tip to Jake Lewis, because he had to come from miles away to get in support here. It looked for all money like it was going to be Isaac Thomas that was the player that they sought out. But Jake Lewis put in that extra bit of effort to get in support, and an invaluable extra bit of effort it was, as it stretches things out to 8-3, and with under 10 minutes to go, 8-3 looks like an insurmountable lead now.
Yeah, it's really tough for Ireland. They did really well to work a score through. Didn't quite have the benefit that they thought it would do. It's not impacted the game in the way that they would desire. And 5 tries down, 8 minutes to go. It's a tall order. They go wide, superb wide ball, looks to finish in the corner, but the touch comes in. I just feel like some of the Ireland players maybe not on the same page as one another. The tap back was on, didn't quite come to fruition. Ireland now have got to create something from nothing. They work it back to the short side, step, touch is taken, and that'll be turnover, and they've actually turned over the ball in a very advantageous position for Wales, as they're able to take one touch up the box. One there, that'll be off the mark though. Small errors creeping in.
I'll tell you what, you've got to thank the wonders of the modern world, because on the YouTube chat function, someone has come and saved us and told us number 16 for Ireland is Diego O'Reilly. So
oh yes,
Diego O'Reilly, you're finally getting your shout out.
Yeah. You had a minute from heaven. A minute from heaven. 3 crucial defensive interventions. He can take a bow. He can take a bow. The result might not end the way that Ireland want, but him personally, got to be happy with his work.
Absolutely. Kept his side in touch for longer than they might otherwise have been. Wales, though, still just sweeping through in ways. There's no sense here of them thinking about taking their foot off the gas. Maguire. I think the referee unhappy with just some of the chat from one of the Ireland players, so he's just having a bit of a chat with him. I think Ireland will have 6 here. Sorry, I think Wales will have 6 here, rather.
Yeah, penalty for chat. Oh, Wales fumble the ball immediately. Good break there for Ireland, and Ireland are able to run into their transition.
Diego Bailey is on again. Can they get the ball to him in an attacking sense? We've seen his defensive prowess.
I mean, he's obviously got wheels. Good scoop. They look to come this side, but you know, they've come to the same side the vast majority of the game, and Wales are able to just crab across as a unit and snuff out any space that was available. And in the end, it just seems a little bit too easy for Wales. Seems like we've said that an awful lot over this past 2 days.
Yeah, they've been very, very impressive, and it wouldn't surprise me. Oh, this is slick. This is oh so slick from Wales, and that's a lovely, lovely try. Rhys Rutley finishes it off, but it was classic Welsh handling. Actually, it was a throwback to 1970s rugby union, as Wales just moved the ball from left to right, teasing defenders out and opening up holes.
So good, it's so good. And what's so impressive about their transition is the players that are coming onto the pitch are sweeping round at depth and with pace. So when the ball does go, they've not got to break stride, they're running onto the ball gets popped into space. And you know, if you're running against a retreating defence and you're always hitting that ball at pace, there is only ever one winner. And Wales in their transition have just been too good for Ireland.
Pick of the bunch there. From an aesthetic point of view, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And a 9-3 advantage it's handed them. What can Ireland do? It's a good pick.
He's half, unfortunately. Can't score as half. Half court. Ball gets turned over.
A funny one that, because you'd think you'd know it. But in their desperation, just making a bit of an error there.
I've got to say, I keep thinking that Ireland have 7, 8 players on because the referees' kit is slightly clashing. Every now and again I'm like, hold on, there's too many people on the pitch, but it's just the refs in the line.
It is a bit of a funny one. The players have been all right with it, but
it's done me over a couple of times.
And you've got your long distance vision sorted.
Yeah, I know you'd think with glasses I'd be able to make that distinction, but apparently not. I think that's a picture we've seen all too often for Ireland. Ball carrier isolated with no support, everyone static around them, and Wales are able to just crab across and shut out any space, not allowing Ireland any momentum. And it just comes to its natural end. 6 touches, turnover, and Wales have been ever so comfortable in defence in this second half.
And keeping up with the wonders of modern tech, we're even able to say thank you to the person that gave us the information about Diego O'Reilly. How incredible is that? That kid 66 on the YouTube chat. You've certainly impressed us with
yeah, speedy reply as well. Oh, unlucky. Tough one to reel in.
About 2 minutes left. I think Ireland here would love to keep Wales under 10, and they'd love to finish with a score or maybe 2 of their own. Wales, well, probably thinking exactly the same actually, except we'd love to get over 10 and love to keep Ireland out. Let's see which side succeeds.
Yeah,
forward pass.
I knew you were going to pick that up. I was about to start speaking and I was like, hold on. Forward pass is coming.
It's just so simple to police, you know.
Oh, I think that's very, very indicative of Ireland's game so far. Just falling at the final hurdle on too many occasions and letting Wales off the hook, and maybe players guilty of not being completely on the same page, or maybe this team has just succumbed to Wales' fast pace and intensity in defence. But Wales have just been too good in this game, and an Ireland side that we're normally so used to seeing pace and power, direction.
Wales just having a forced sub here for that slightly firm touch after the ball had gone. Referees had a bit of a chat and forced the sub, and back up to 6, so nothing too bad.
Yeah, it was just one of them unnecessary ones. It's just not needed, and refs are very hot on if it's completely unnecessary and not within the spirit of the game, then it gets pinged very quickly.
Particularly when you're 9-3 up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No need for it. No need for it. Heat of battle and all that, but
last few moments of the game, Ireland would love a score here. They've succeeded in job 1 of keeping it under 10. Just get touched there. There's probably not going to be enough time for Wales to do anything about that. So job 1 done for Ireland. Can they do job 2 and get another score for themselves?
Yeah, it's a better dump. They've been able to get people up. They go long. They are going to be able to finish positively. Lovely score in the corner. Right on the hooter.
Matthew Cockton with the try. He had one chalked off earlier, but he's got another one to his name now, and that's a solid finish for Ireland. We set them the task, not that they know we set them the task, but we set them the task, didn't we, of keeping Wales under 10 and going and getting one for themselves, and that's exactly what they've done, and shows the spirit that this Ireland side have to be able to finish off like that.
Yeah, they kept going right to the end and, you know, got the defensive shutout, was able to go down the other end and get a good score to finish, but Wales just too good for Ireland in this case, and I'm very much looking forward to the game to round off the day.
Absolutely, and a strong performance, as you say, from Wales. Very, very good work from Wales. Well, I mean, Wales, good work in all divisions, as we've been saying. They're a fantastic set of players across them all, and this men's 18 side showing just that, beating Ireland 9-4, and it's Wales that are on again next. We switch across to the women's under 18 competition. 3:50 that game kicks off, Wales against South Africa, so do stick with us for that.
So that basically means
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down enough.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
All right, hands in. Come on, Evans.
Tight! Eyes up, Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us!
Woo! And one for the ref!
Hooray!
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep it, watch the ball,
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get right, up, get those on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
Work hard defensive. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You're running quickies, stay tight. Watch out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Welcome back to the University of Nottingham, where the weather's taken another turn. We had a little bit of sunlight earlier on, and now the clouds have descended and the temperature's dropped. But on the field, the excitement is there, and you might just be able to see creeping below us the Springbok flag, and that is because it is South Africa against Wales here in the women's under-18s competition. Well, Joe, we've seen a lot of Wales today in various different guises, and I think we're pretty excited to see them in action now in the women's competition at the under-18 level.
Yeah, for sure. And if all the other age groups are anything to judge by, this Welsh side will be very well drilled, very fast, very technical with good core skills. We've seen the South African side before. Very good natural ability, just maybe lacking a little bit of structure in attack, and we'll see if the coaches have been able to fix that in the break and see if they can really take it to this Welsh side.
And the thing with South Africa to keep an eye out for in terms of whether they have over the course of the day just being able to tweak a couple of things is the way that they work through on transition and getting those subs done, because that was where they found the going tough earlier on.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, transition is one of those areas where, although it is such an influential part of the game, it is also one of them where sometimes it is just little fixes. People staying on for an extra touch, being able to recycle the hands better. So we'll see if they've been able to put the time off to good use. I mean, first look at the transition, it's looking a lot smoother, able to take drives up the box very well, and they draw the offside penalty. So if that's anything to go by, then that transition has been sorted by the coaching staff.
Certainly looks that way in the early stages, doesn't it? South Africa had 7 on, but seemed to have kind of got away with it.
Yeah, I think if that winger had tapped the ball for the penalty, then it would have been given 7 on almost immediately. But because the play was stopped for the penalty, she gets away with it. But this is what we saw too much of South Africa doing, just playing the ball around in areas where they probably shouldn't be. Just need to take the ball down. You need to get to that 7 first, and then you can start messing around with it.
We've got a referee here, actually. He's got a bit of strapping on the side of the right knee, so hopefully she's okay.
Refs get hurt too.
Never nice to see an injured ref. You always think of them as infallible.
South Africa at the moment making some very good touches on the line, although just a little bit unorganised. Really good touch there and good defensive set. There's something I've got to compliment South Africa on, is they're able to scramble really well in D, and it might not be a conventional way of defending plays, but it works for them. And that's all that matters.
Certainly does. Again, though, early signs of what we saw last time we saw South Africa, just struggling with who should be getting the ball when they make that transition. But they've managed to get away with it this time and sweep up the field with a decent bit of pace. And now they're up to the 7 and out of touches, but they got there in the end.
Yeah. Much better actually to get to the 7. You know, something that we've seen from South Africa is they get 3/4 of the way there and then just slow down, almost thinking about the strike plays before they're in the right areas to actually go for him. Whereas there they drove, got to the 7, unfortunately just lost track of the touch count. Oh, I thought she was going to go through there, but I think the touch has been called and she's being made to go all the way back. Good touch. And again, the defensive spacing from South Africa seems pretty solid. This is 5th touch, so they've got no touches to play with, do Wales. South Africa just have to hold the space. And they do so well. Good early meters made. 2nd touch now right up to the box, and they're getting the fresh legs on, and it seems to be working a little bit better, although some of the fresh legs just late to be getting on the pitch. We're here now. They can inject some pace into the attack. They look for the cut. Cut is made, but again, that 6th touch and turnover, just losing track of the touch count. But the transition seems to be moving at least a lot more positive than we saw before.
Yeah, there's a bit more energy and zip about it, isn't there? It feels like a key part of the game to have as much energy as you can around.
Yeah, definitely, and we often say to players as well, the harder you work to get off the pitch, the easier it is for the players coming on. So you really got to give them that, give them a good platform. And something you'll hear a lot of people say in touch is when they're subbing off in their transition, it's like, give us a good platform, give us something to work with. And South Africa are really improving in that area. And they've done well so far to hold Wales out.
Yeah, they have. They've defended very nicely, haven't they? It's impressive start. And the tram goes past in the background. We're right on the edge of the tram line here at the University of Nottingham.
It reminds me of that football stadium in Poland that has the train track going through the middle of it.
I thought you were going to say the new Premier League club, Luton Town, and their entrance through the housing block.
Oh, lovely. Good hands. 2-on-1. She doesn't need the extra player. She goes by herself, but it's going to get brought back for a touch and pass, unfortunately. And there's the first threat of what South Africa can do in open play.
Astra Mahmood is going to be absolutely hopping mad with the referee that this one's coming back. She thought she'd been home and hosed for a brilliant try, but nothing doing.
The space was worked really well. They'd sucked Wales in, but brilliant defensive intervention just to get the touch and pass call, and really well spotted by the referee. Some of those go marginally and don't get called, but the referee's hot on it. And now Wales with a very good transition, just being slowed up slightly by a dominant touch. It's his 5th touch. Bit static. And South Africa crowd it out very well, but Wales will get the penalty. First real opportunity here for Wales to stress the South African line. 32 short runner at the line. Ball just goes to ground. And South Africa get let off there. And a very fast turnover to get them into the transition.
Good display so far from South Africa.
Yeah, much improved to what we saw, really does. Brilliant meters made up the box. And again, now they'll have a touch. Someone needs to scoop. Scooper comes, pops it up. Defenders are retreating. Oh, if that ball could have gone to the wing, then the winger was in all sorts of space. But South Africa showing there is a play.
Certainly are. South Africa really putting the frighteners on Wales at the moment. Hard to believe this is a 0-0 game at the moment, because it feels as though there's been opportunities aplenty for both sides.
Yeah, definitely, and both defences just scrambling really well. I mean, South Africa obviously got over the line that was brought back for a touch and pass. Wales yet to really have that clear-cut opportunity. South Africa defending really well, especially against the scoop. That'll be a touch and pass. And South Africa again, just much improved and showing how much work you can do in a day. From, a game this morning to now, I mean, the side looks completely changed. Much more direct, much more speed in their transition, and now the fresh legs come on. And again, one touch to Scoop. Lovely cut, getting behind the middle. Scoop is there. Winger's on. Can she find the winger? Yes, she can, and South Africa will open the score, and they are ecstatic for it.
Kylie Barrow with the try. And South Africa demonstrating just how much they have picked up from their performance earlier on this morning. And now they are putting a side we know have a lot of quality under real pressure and have the 1-0 lead thanks to Kylie Barrow.
Yeah, similar to what we saw the girls' 20s do to England for South Africa, is those late cuts just before the touch to create the extra metre of separation, and then you're able to dump in behind offside defenders, and you've got 6 metres to run to the line, and they've got 9 metres to run backwards, and that's a recipe for disaster for the defending team. And as long as South Africa can keep Wales out here, they've put themselves in really good stead. Good touch. Good touch. Just getting off the line. Ball actually probably is grounded on the boot of the South African player. And Wales will have a touch or two to play with. Desperate for the equaliser.
Wales close to the line, but to focus on the first task, and that was just holding on to that ball that was in danger of spilling away from Amy Garrett. She did well to reel it back in. 6 touches made though, so South Africa continue this impressive first half display.
It's a really brilliant heads-up play to recognise that the middle's offside, and she plays right through. I've got to say, the South African side is very impressive so far. Oh, lovely speed. Can she go all the way through? Good covering touch. And they're threatening every time they get into this final phase. And, you know, we said at the start of the game the transition was the area that South Africa really struggled with in the first game, and now it seems to be the area that they're finding all of their success from. And this is 5th touch. They'll have no touches to play with, but I've got a feeling we'll see a fair few cuts.
It was their inventor that went close, and I think they all thought they'd use them up, but they've got one final go in this possession. Comes to nothing, but they won't mind that too much. Still 1-0 to South Africa, and Wales working towards their box. But just needing a little bit of invention in their play, probably.
Yeah, at the moment South Africa are able to just send single shooters up to shut down Wales, and Wales don't really have the confidence of hands to play around them. Then South Africa just enjoying their work in defence, engaging defenders, engaging attackers, and then making the touch and really backing themselves to not get passed around. And at the moment it's working for them. Unfortunately, they just give away the ball, hips not square at the base of the ruck. It's a golden opportunity for Wales.
Another forward pass, but referees happy with it. Wales on the attack.
Oh, great touch.
Spilled.
It's a really good defensive read there, getting out the line, putting the shove on. South Africa really do defend with their hearts. Throw themselves at absolutely everything. Oh, good option. Again, South Africa scrambled just well enough to shut Wales out. And if you're the South African coaches, you must be wondering, where was this morning?
Well, the conclusion has to be, it's been some fantastic coaching from this morning to now, and also some fantastic learning from the players, taking on board those messages. Because as you say, it's been transformational. And South Africa really are looking good at the moment. They'll want another try while they're in the ascendancy, because you do suspect this Wales side, with the quality they have, will come back. And as I say that, South Africa deliver on that very request. Bontle Madeleine, I do apologise, with the score.
Yeah,
Bontle Madeleine.
The cut under is causing Wales all sorts of problems, and then the inside ball, defenders just not tracking. Inside ball is too good. South African player just able to dive on it and secure the score, and at the moment it is all South Africa. And Wales have got a real mountain to climb to get back into it, although look to go around the outside, but the pace just isn't quite there.
Yeah, 2-0 lead for South Africa. Got about 7 minutes left in the half, 6.5 minutes really. What can Wales do? Well, I should ask you really, actually, you're the expert. What can Wales do?
So I would begin with the, so when Wales are in their transition, they're only really resulting in, you know, at best a touch on the line to be able to strike from, and it's because they're just running into the South African defenders. What I would look to do now is, as the rain, yes, it has been on and off all day, but there are opportunities to pass around the single shooters, and South Africa do it so well to Wales, and Wales probably should just take a leaf out of South Africa's book and start checking off around the single shooters. It'll save you touches, it'll make you meters, and then you're able to move into your attack with momentum, such as South Africa are doing. They look for the wide pass, has a beautiful flat ball out. Does she have the pace in the corner? Yes, she does. They are 3 to the good now.
2 tries for Kylie Barrow to give South Africa a 3-0 lead, and it's a lovely, well-worked try They threw a risky pass over the top around here, but then the next pass flying in from Lola Grace Klingistra was absolutely fantastic, and Kylie Barrow with enough pace to finish it off, and it's a 3-0 lead for South Africa, and this has been a very, very tidy performance from South Africa so far in this first half here.
Yeah. Credit the ball as well. The pass was perfect, exactly what it needed. Flat pass, efficient, A to B in the quickest way possible. And it means that you can put the speed merchant out in space. And South Africa are able to just keep Wales out consistently. Wales at the moment looking for that long ball out to the winger, but the pace of the South African players is just too much. They're able to track across, cut out the space before the winger can get down in the corner. And Wales at the moment are really up against it. Oh, unfortunate. The confidence is flowing. They want to use the hands as much as possible. Even when it probably wasn't the right option, they want to back it. They want to go full length. Offside call. Wales get a repeat set of 6, and it's these sets you really need to make the most of.
Crucial moments for Wales. 3.5 minutes left in the half. Could really do with a score.
Yeah, South Africa just pushing them back. Wales are way beyond the 7 now, and if South Africa keep putting the press on, they will push them even further back. I think the link was called offside. Wales looked to recycle the play, but the South African winger dives across and makes the intervention. And it's just that physical nature, the physicality, the athleticism of the South African side is bailing them out of the slight holes that they put themselves in. Wales just not doing enough to really test it.
A long period this though of Welsh possession and territory, but unfortunately for Wales, they just can't make anything of it, and they turn that one over for South African possession, and what's going to be a fairly easy exit this for South Africa, who get themselves beyond halfway on just 2 touches. And now the confidence just flowing, although they've made a couple of slow changes, and then has that been called forward? No, it hasn't. I thought for a moment.
No, I think she called for hips, not square. Yeah, hips, not square. As she dumped the ball. Probably a good call.
So Wales in a reprieve from what could have been a very promising South African position. Now it's Wales who just need the players to get on a little faster, and because they were arriving under the cosh a bit, the ball goes loose and it's back in South African hands. We're seeing possession go back and forth at a rate of knots at the moment. South Africa therefore just keep it tight and up the jumper, almost just going straight, but now their old nemesis has come back to haunt them. They just cannot get the players on the field, and sometimes you just perhaps have to go, now's not the time. Let's keep the players on. They've rescued the situation fairly well though. They may yet find an opportunity. They are going to find an opportunity. Well, how to recover a bad situation. Just go and ask South Africa. Kylie Barrow gets a hat-trick. It looked as though they just got themselves all at sea, but somehow in the confusion they find a way, and Kylie Barrow sends through the hat-trick, and it's a 4-try advantage for Wales.
Yeah, and it's just superb recycling. They were in a really big hole, half stood isolated, no players on the pitch around her. She just buys her time, checks the ball off. They use the pace to whip it round the outside, and yeah, the recycle is just too much for Wales. And I think this is the first time we've seen a Wales side really struggle against their opposition.
I should of course say it's a 4-try advantage to South Africa, not Wales. But fortunately you've all got the score in front of you, so you know what the situation is. Ignore the big scoreboard you can see in the back right hand corner of your screens. That's incorrect.
Clock's wrong, score's wrong.
In fact, score's just become right, but there we go. Clock's definitely wrong, I'll tell you that much. We're in the final few moments before half-time. Around about 10 seconds left until the hooter goes. And Wales, well, the score before half-time would be crucial, but they just take the touch, and that's that. And Wales go in at the half-time break, 4-0 down against South Africa. South Africa have been playing the best we've seen of them on pitch one, that's for sure, but very well in the overall context of the competition as well. Wales with a bit of work to do. They'll be looking to score nice and early in the second half to set up a chance of a comeback, but as it stands at half-time, it's South Africa 4, Wales 0.
Ladies and officials, Tuesday morning, ladies and officials, Tuesday morning. Ladies and officials, this is your 32nd warning. Ladies and officials, 32nd warning. Please take to the field, we're ready to play.
Just about ready for the start of the second half. Both sets of players have been on the field for a while. I think the Well, the task at hand is fairly obvious for both. More of the same from South Africa, and for Wales, sharpen up that attack and get on the scoreboard early, really.
Yeah, definitely. Wales really need the first score of the half. If they can do that, then, you know, you can find the momentum and you can really come back from a 4-try deficit, especially in 20-minute halves. But South Africa just looked too fast for them in the first half. Wonder if we'll see more of the same.
South Africa with the early possession in their green shirts, Wales in black.
I've got to say that, I mean, even early doors, you see this ripping pass. You might not be able to pick it up on the live stream, but the rain is coming down, and ripping pass from right to left. The course girls of the South African girls are just superb. Superb.
Certainly are. Wales get across their box. It's a heavy coming together there.
Big contact as she wins the turnover as well. Superb shove there.
So South Africa have possession again, and almost from a tap-off situation, they progress towards their box.
Fresh legs need to get there, slowly making their way onto the field. And like before, they'll have a touch. Oh, what a dive. For me, she's over. For the ref, she's over. What a dive from 7 out. Long and strong, low to the ground, and you can't stop them.
Well, their inventor had one chalked off earlier on. She wasn't about to let this chance go begging. Diving full length from miles out. She's got springs in those feet. Gets herself across the line, and well, we said Wales needed to score first in the second half. The very opposite has happened, an early score for South Africa, and they've opened up a 5-score advantage now.
Yeah, South Africa just, I mean, we were saying at half-time, and just, I mean, credit to the coaches. There were things wrong with this South African team from the first game, but they've managed to fix it relatively seamlessly. And I mean, you know, I don't even think you could convince me that this was the same team that we saw earlier. It is complete night and day.
Early morning kickoff.
Oh, she's
always
through.
Hard, and South Africa are going to be 6 up. Surely the chase is coming in. It's a strong chase, but she just arcs her run. And Kirsten Stead with the try. 2 in quick succession for South Africa. 6 in total. Kirsten Stead, no relation to John, getting the try. And South Africa are running rampant now.
Yeah, it's just superb recognition. Defence had turned their backs, and she's obviously got gas. Goes all the way through, shows a clean pair of heels, and doubles up for South Africa in this half. And might be a little bit of a hard touch there, just wrapping the arm around. Nope, offside given. Regardless, Wales will have a fresh set of 6. And if you're Wales, you just want to test this South Africa line out. You want to be asking the right questions. At the moment, it's just a bit too easy for South Africa. Nice 32. They look to go long. Touch is made and ball is away. Referee calls touch and pass, and another brilliant defensive shot for South Africa. Oh, they called play on. Defence was offside, and they might go full length again.
Chase is good from Wales. Nicole Armstrong, sorry, Hannah Potgieter.
South Africa just taking a breather going backwards because none of their support was up.
That was a real case of on you go and finish it.
Yeah.
Wales chase. Impressive. South Africa make a couple of changes on defence. Still making them, but Wales have taken their time over getting this one going again, and it's allowed South Africa to make those changes. Rain is continuing to fall here, as it is, I'm told, at Old Trafford as well, so things ticking along over there.
Yeah, who needs to watch the cricket? We'll keep you updated on this live stream all day. Kawaja gone, happy days.
I should imagine if it's raining here and it's raining at Old Trafford, it's probably raining at Hoylake as well for the Open Golf. Busy weekend of sport.
Should have 3 or 4 screens on. We could get it. We could get it all broadcast from here.
Well, we've got Tour de France going on as well. That's going down, stage 19. 2 more days until they're along the Champs-Elysees. South Africa 6 to the good, chasing a 7th. And almost, I'm tempted to say playing for time a little bit already. Now they stamp on the accelerator.
Yeah, I think they're just aware that they can go through the motions now. The spaces will come, and they can just sort of coast throughout the rest of this game. And it's something we've not really spoken about. It's sort of that game management side, because you know this is a 4-day tournament, 40-minute games. People will be playing a lot of matches in consecutive days, and you know, especially when you're comfortable in a game, you then don't want to risk things like injury, fatigue. You know, because this is only day 2. We've got 2 more full days to come. The last thing you want is when you're so comfortable in a game to have some unnecessary injuries, but in the same breath, you then don't want to take your foot off the gas too much and allow a team to come back in. It's a fine line to walk.
Wales run out of touches. South Africa will have possession again. Working upfield.
Yeah, transition is working a lot better. Really nice check off. Just has to get the ball down. Slows up to secure it. Good hands. This will be 5th coming now, so they've got 1 more to play with, but they don't quite recognise it. However, they get the penalty for offside, and they're able to have a fresh set of 6 and a crack at the line.
Real opportunity here to try and engineer a chance for their 7th score. It has been, so far, a wonderful display from South Africa. Good hands just to check back and retrieve that pass that had gone slightly behind. Move out to the wide channel to a hat-trick scoring Kylie Barrow.
I've got to say, South Africa moved the ball from one side of the pitch to the other very nicely. Now they're driving at the line. It looks to check back on the inside. Ball just goes to ground.
Pass just given blind.
I actually thought the pass to the wing could have been on. Instead opts to go back on the inside, and Wales forced a turnover. And Wales just looking a little bit leggy as they drive up the box. Now injecting a bit of speed.
Real speed there.
Yeah, almost a lot of speed.
Fionn May-Edgell absolutely flying through. Unfortunately, the momentum's been stopped for a second. I think possibly while they found the mark. Fionn May-Edgell having a couple of exciting moments there in that passage of play.
Yeah, she seems to be the player that's going to inject some pace into the Welsh side. And this much improved South Africa transition starts to roll on, but they are static again. They're able to recycle and adjust. Got to scoop, got to go through. No touches to play with now. She was in space, just couldn't reel the ball into her grasp.
I think what I've noticed on the South African transition, to my uneducated eye, it kind of goes back to what you were saying about players needing to work hard to get off. It works well when players make that effort, but what they've had a couple of times is where players have come off in quite sort of tardy fashion, and it just means that the player coming on is having to wait and wait and wait, and you end up with a player isolated on the field, holding onto the ball with no one to give it to.
Yeah, and that's the problem is, you know, South Africa in the first half, the transition was perfect. They were working really hard to get off, to give their teammates a platform to go and strike. However, at the moment, because they are sort of coasting through the game and they've sort of checked down a gear since the first half, and now they're not working so hard to get off the pitch, that half is isolated. And you know, if Wales start to recognise that, what I do from a Welsh perspective is send one of my middles back early so she's onside as soon as that ball gets dumped, and then you flight the half, and you catch the half, and you force her to throw a pass that she doesn't want to throw, or you force her to try and step you, and then if you do make that touch, you get the turnover for half court.
As you make that point, I've just noticed behind you the lady who's been holding or waving a massive Springbok flag, but she's been doing so all game. She's a bit too far for us to get into shot, but many of you will have watched the coronation and remember Penny Mordaunt managing to hold that sword up in one position for what felt like hours on end. Well, this South African supporter down on the bottom right-hand corner is doing a very passable impression. She's had that thing aloft for nigh on half an hour now, and her arm's not wavered yet.
No, she's got better shoulder strength than me, that's for sure. Impressive. And you know what? The support for most of the nations here have been absolutely spectacular. You know, I mean, the French notably there, but the French are always out in force whenever the team's on. Whenever a French team's been on, Allez le Bleu is very, very easy to hear.
All I'm waiting for now is musical instruments to make their way to the touchlines. I'm thinking a drum and a trumpet would be good additions.
Oh, I mean, if we're doing it for the South Africans, then you've got to go for the vuvuzela, surely. I mean, it might cause havoc with the mics and the atmosphere, but the big vuvuzela, you can't beat it, in my opinion.
World Cup 2010.
What a time. Jabulani ball, havoc, absolute havoc. In my opinion, the best World Cup.
I remember day one of that World Cup. I was at university at the time, walking back from one of my lectures before the opening game of that World Cup, and all I could hear was, through every street that I passed, it was summertime, windows open, it sounded like a swarm of hornets just flying around. I was terrified. Got home into my house, and of course the football was on the TV, and finally the dots connected. It was the sea of vuvuzelas blaring out of everyone's TVs that I could hear.
I'm going to show my age now. I was in year 7 when that 2010 World Cup was on. I remember watching it in school thinking, what is that noise?
Well, that'd be why you think it's the best. We all think the early ones are the best.
Yeah.
World Cup 94 I thought was pretty good. Diana Ross missing that penalty, and Roberto Baggio for that matter.
Now there's some names. Baggio, what a player.
He certainly was.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, 7 on. Really good call there from Hebel, the far side referee, spotting the 7 on. Might still have 7 on. Nope. Very quick adjustment. South Africa turnover.
6-0 still to South Africa. Wales still to get on the score sheet. South Africa, ever since that 6th, they've sort of, I guess, adopted a kind of casual approach, haven't they? They're just biding their time, not using up any excess energy. And, I think we might have the double visor you've been speaking about appears to have made an appearance.
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure what we've got going on there. It's like a sort of...
It's like a duck's mouth.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like a bird with an open mouth, isn't it? I'm not quite sure what that's providing.
I love it. I love it.
A useful bucket, in effect, for the rain that's falling to fall into.
If this was over 18s, I'd be saying someone get her a pint. Superb fashion. We love it. If she goes and scores now with a double visor, it can't come off for the rest of the tournament.
I tell you again, you're playing fast and loose with the word "we" here. Fast and loose.
By the end of this tournament, everyone's going to think you love a good bucket hat.
They can think what they like. South Africa searching for a 7th, but not putting themselves under too much pressure to do so.
Yeah, just going through the motions now, South Africa. Not worried about playing too expansive, not worried about playing too fast. This is just one of them where you want to secure the victory, keep that 0 on the board, have that shutout. It does not happen very often. And then you're able to go home, you've done your job for today, you get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, 3 more live games after this one for today's action. Starting first of all with a 4:45 game in the women's under-20s, and it'll be South Africa again in that. South Africa against the USA. Should be a well-supported game, you'd think.
If that 20 side can improve in the same way that this 18 side has, South Africa are really going to take it to USA. It is verging on unfathomable for me that this is the same side we watched earlier. The direction is so much better, the pace is so much better, they look so much more organised, and if both of the age groups are training together, then you can't help but feel that the under-20s will be improving in the same way. It's just been so good, this game, from South Africa. They've worked so hard for each other. They've got the scores that they deserved, and you know, the only thing the coaches will be asking now is you keep Wales to that 0.
Well, there's 4 minutes that South Africa have got to hold out. 4 minutes for Wales to find a try. Might have been a bit of space on the right-hand side if they could have got the ball there, but it was a testing pass. But as good a position as Wales have had for a little while now. South African defence is still just up like a rocket though, and Wales use up their 6, and South Africa will play out.
The engine on these South African ladies is so good, so good. You know, with three minutes to go till full time, and they're flying off the line in D, working so hard for each other, and still got the pace to go and drive down the box. And that is a powerful touch there.
It's the most engaged transition that South Africa have had really since they scored their 6th try.
Oh, just goes to ground.
Shabalala with that first goal for South Africa in that 2010 World Cup. I've just remembered.
Peter Drury.
Shabalala. Forgot about that.
Super. What a goal that was as well, by the way. It might be the best opening goal to a World Cup in my memory for sure.
Absolute screamer.
Yeah.
I have been paying attention, I promise. I've not just been thinking about that for the last 10 minutes. It just popped into my head there.
Oh. What was it he said? Bafana, Bafana.
Yeah,
celebration for Africa. Oh, what a time, eh?
Shakira there with the World Cup song as well. One of the better ones, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm waving flag. That was it was an anthem over the South African World Cup.
What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive for these South African under-18 women as well. Huge transition from this morning's play. They were not at their best in their opener, but I'll tell you what, they have been at their best here. They've been clinical against Wales, and actually they've showed a real maturity in just basically shutting this game down in the second half.
Yeah, it's just a shame that there's a couple like hips not square calls coming in now, but I think it's just a little bit fatigue creeping in, and the South African ladies say no, they've done their job. 90 seconds to go. And if they can keep Wales to 0 and potentially add 1 more, I mean, you can take nothing but positives away from this game for South Africa.
It's been a terrific performance. They'd love to close it out without conceding. And they're only about a minute away from doing so. Wales in possession though, and quite naturally they'd love a score of their own. But again, South Africa get their touches in. If they play their cards right, they might well be able to see this one out without Wales seeing much of the ball in any sort of a threatening position now. Wales do well though to get 3 touches in already and get a 4th there.
Oh, that's much better from South Africa. They timed the subs on so well and were able to get across And because the pace is too much, they draw the penalty from Wales, and barring a handling error, Wales won't be able to touch the ball before the end of this game. South Africa look like they're desperate for one more.
Just a few seconds left now for South Africa, keeping the ball alive. Now they charge through, can they find some space? Touch comes in, the hooter blows. It's all over here. A fantastic victory for South Africa. Made such an improvement since their first performance. Those early morning cobwebs well and truly blown away.
Here she comes.
We're going to see trotting across in front of us in just a second the lady I was talking about earlier, who extraordinarily has had that flag above her head for the entirety of this game. An extraordinary feat of strength above all else, as her team secure the 6-0 victory against Wales. A tough outing for Wales, but they came up against a South African side that were willing to concede absolutely nothing, and we have a shutout for the first time here on Pitch 1 on the live stream. 3 more games to go this afternoon here on the live stream at the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup, starting in a few moments time with a 4:45 kickoff, the women's under-20 competition, and it's going to be more of South Africa this time in that under-20s age category as they take on the USA. So stick with us for that, coming up at 4:45.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out the way.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down the middle.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, guys. No, win it.
The orc starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
All right, hands in. Come on, Evan.
Tight! Hands up, Tim!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So close.
Go
on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get nose on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're...
Welcome back, and we move on to the women's under-20s. We stay with the South African side, but it's the South African under-20s, of course, playing up against the USA. We're into the final 3 games of the day, which possibly explains the hooter going off and many of the South African players not quite being ready for that one to get started. It's that time of day. Everyone's just easing into that late afternoon, early evening period of play. It's a strong start though, this from South Africa, although that pass nearly going awry. They make the dive for the line, but USA will have possession. Small squad, this USA women's 20s side. Small in comparison to some of the others, but I'm sure all the more cohesive for it as they start to move their way up the field. Pass just bobbling free. As I say, 3 more games. We've got the mixed 15s game at 5:40 coming up after this one, USA against France. And then we finish the day off with an absolute cracker of a game. It's going to be the England under-18s men's against the Wales under-18s men's, so that one should be fairly tasty, but a long way to go until then.
Ooh.
South Africa playing some nice stuff. We saw a great performance earlier from their under-18s, Joe, and we've seen the under-20s put in a pretty decent performance as well. And just starting to find their stride, you feel, South Africa?
Yeah, just warming back into it. 2 good sets there, been able to complete the touches. Unfortunately, maybe just losing track of the touch count ever so slightly, taking that final dump when it's 6 and turnover rather than when it's 5th. But all good signs so far from South Africa, and you know, we've not seen this USA side before on live stream, and they look very powerful, very fast, very direct. So if South Africa want to come away with a victory, they're going to have to be hot on their work. And at the moment showing that they can handle the pace and power of the USA. As South Africa roll through their transition. We saw the 18s fix their transition. South Africa looking a little bit fragmented, and penalty given for hips not square, so it's USA ball in a very good position. And South Africa again subbing in D. Cardinal sin, if you ask me.
Well, they've been quirky in the way that they do these things across the age groups though, haven't they? They do things their way, but their way hasn't proved too bad, it has to be said. South Africa, by the way, the only team from the Southern Hemisphere that are here. All the other sides from the north, although far and wide from the north. We go as far and wide as the Cayman Islands, the USA and China. So not exactly keeping it local by sticking by and large to the Northern Hemisphere. South Africa. Oh, lovely interchange of passing, almost so good that the players didn't realise it was going on.
Yeah, South Africa just looking to dump on the link and then scoot back on the inside. USA able to just track across. What I might be intrigued to see South Africa do is move the ball open side initially and then run that play just so you can spread the defence a little bit more. At the moment they're always running in the same direction, which allows the USA just to crab across and close out the space. You know, South Africa want to be engaging in one area, then whipping it fast and then engaging in another area. Maybe the 20s can take a leaf out of the 18s, but in terms of that, because the 18s move the ball from right to left and left to right ever so smoothly.
Very true. South Africa the way out the left-hand side. I have to say, I've only just noticed the referee's drinks bucket, and I do mean bucket. We've all seen water carriers come onto the field before, but unusual to see them with what you'd describe as an under the kitchen sink kind of a bucket to carry the water in.
Yeah, if it works, it works. I'm sure the refs won't be complaining when they're absolutely dying and they need a drink quick. it's those instances there where I'd like to see some more intensity from South Africa. Hoff was isolated and stood still for a considerable amount of time, and South Africa could have got up and put the pressure on. Instead, USA are able to scoop through. But it's a brilliant defensive read from the winger just to get up and shoot down that USA link.
It was a good bit of decision making, wasn't it?
It's something that the South African sides have been really, really good at, is that decision making at wing. Unfortunately, they've just trying to overplay in their transition, and you surrender the ball to USA, give them an entire set of 6 to work with.
Oh, I do apologise, excuse me. Yeah, I guess it's one of those where if you are going to make that kind of a play from on your own try line, you need to have everyone on the same wavelength, that's the sort of thing you're going to be trying, as a beautiful pass comes in from the US and earns them their first score.
It's a superb long ball. We've seen this setup a few times. Check off. Quickie doesn't give it to the quicking player, steps back the other way. Big long ball. The winger is the grateful recipient for it. And at the moment, USA, you know, you might only have 11 players, but if you can run hard and you run direct, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it was the score from Jade Andrade, but it was all about the pass from Kaya Little. Lovely pass. And the US first on the scoreboard. 1-0 they lead, and nearly there for South Africa.
Positive signs, though, from South Africa, showing they are able to get over the line. Just that final pass not sticking.
Yeah, they're certainly showing that they can mix it, and it's looking like it's going to be a fairly even contest. A bit of a scrappy error from the US there, so South Africa will have another possession here from which they can probably engineer at least a chance to go and threaten that line again. They'll be hoping to get up to a full complement of 6 players as fast as they can. They've just about managed that now. Setting up from fairly deep, and a bit of a miscommunication on the pass, and US will have the ball. Not seen a huge amount of the American sides so far. It's just our second sighting of one of the US sides. Although, mind you, I'm still very excited. I want to see the Cayman Islands have a game, but we've yet to see them. And as a Scot myself, despite the largely non-Scottish accent, I'm dying to see Scotland play. But again, we've been denied them here on the
That's a good point, actually.
Pitch.
We've had every nation other than Scotland and the Cayman Islands.
The US happy to just move the point of attack where they can.
Once again, the core skills from South Africa really solid. The catch and pass just to manipulate the defence and find the space. And now the pace on the transition. Much better from South Africa.
Rejecting an overlap on the right-hand side, South Africa.
Go long.
Moving it left, pass just forcing the player to jump to receive it, so that just allows enough time for the US to come across. Nearly for South Africa. But ever since conceding, they've looked strong.
Yeah, definitely. It's almost like they needed to concede to kick themselves into gear. Where South Africa, since conceding, just finding extra gears to roll through, but fortunately just being a little bit too intense in their D and giving away the offside penalty. But I think if South Africa can put the press on, you know, they'll be able to find success. And you know, you've got to think logistically as well. If you're from the South African point of view, USA have got 11, you've got 14, so you can work twice as hard indeed to force turnovers, to force the USA to work really hard for their success. And then the deeper you go into the game, the fitter your side are, because you've got more subs compared to the USA. At the moment, USA have come out really fast, firing on all cylinders. But the longer the game goes on, the more opportunities there will be for South Africa. They just need to weather this storm, equalise, not worry too much about doing anything too special. Just do your basics right and create the overlaps. And it is 6 more.
Just slapping the ball away there.
Yeah, you can't touch the ball out of someone's hand, unfortunately. 4 sub for back chat as well.
Still an expression of slight disbelief and 4 sub. She still doesn't look like someone who thinks she's done something wrong, but referees.
Oh yeah, well
best.
done. Well done. Really good heads up rugby there. Just noticed that the retreating middle was offside. Referee says play on. She says thank you very much. I will play on. Goes right through the middle. And that's the equalising score. And if South Africa can keep increasing the intensity of the game, it will favour them the longer it goes on.
Yeah, and Tori Kotze with the score that levels the game up. 1 each, and it has been a pretty even contest since the try for the US. South Africa probably had a bit more field position, but those opening exchanges, the US very impressive and got another chance here. The space on the left-hand side, if they can move the ball to it. They're a bit slow in getting the ball across. Needed to just engage that defender a little faster, but they will have another go. It looks like they might have 6 more here.
Yeah, they'll have 6 more for retreating early. South Africa just not advancing as fast as the referees would like them. But again, this is an area where if I'm South Africa, I'm roaring up in the faces because you've got the legs on them, you've got the personnel. So you can afford to work that 10% harder in D to force USA to really work for their success. At the moment, USA are able to pass around the single shooters and they're able to do it without much pressure in the way of them.
US biding their time. South African defence is really sharp. Defending very tight, but knowing that just means they're closing gaps, and the US have to work so hard to try and move the ball to the space and throw the intercept in the process of trying to find that space. And now South Africa can just sweep up the field.
Yeah. And just to remind everyone, this is now touch 2 because it's touch 0 when you make the intercept. They've made so many extra meters off the intercept, and 3rd touch, you're rolling into the red zone. That is just perfect. This is forthcoming now. Lovely hands. Dump the ball. Look for the winger. Winger's in acres of space. Catch and ground. Beautiful hands. Beautiful skill. Superb recognition.
End-to-end stuff for South Africa, coast to coast. The intercept on their own line, and then they just simply sweep up the field. And it's there on a plate for Mabaleli Khumalo on the left-hand side. And South Africa, from a score down, now have a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, it's really good from South Africa. They're just able to turn the screw, force the USA to work hard, and then making the interception. They didn't even need to make it because they had an extra touch and they didn't play with it. They just need to be able to shut out this USA attack, and they're able to do so very well. It's half court, turnover ball. And South Africa at the moment just look like they're chucking through the gears. Started a bit slow, now increasing the pace. Drive is very good, and they decide to save the touch and move the ball. Very nice play. This is 5th coming now, so they'll have 1 opportunity to strike. Little bit far out.
The feeling you get with South Africa is that whether they have 1 opportunity or 5, it doesn't make too much difference to them, as we see just there. South Africa. Oh, that was a beauty.
So good, just floated into the space. It's one of those passes where you're not aiming for anyone, you're just aiming for space, and you back your teammates are going to be there, just floating into space.
Emma Rickson finishing it off and bouncing for joy afterwards. And South Africa, well, the last 5 minutes or so of play, they've just been outstanding. So precise in what they do in that period.
And very similar to the under-18s is, you know, the transition wasn't good in the first game that we saw for both these South Africa sides. I hate to be so callous about it, but it just wasn't. It is now, and they have fixed all the problems that they had. And, you know, they're now also, because they're completing their sets, because they're completing their transition, not having to be in defence for so long. So they're able to get on the ball and use the natural skills that they have to the best of their ability. Similarly, the USA are stuck in D, where they can only really get shots to the line through their transition, whereas South Africa, through the pace of their drive, are forcing a lot of midfield turnovers. And they're able to do things like this, which is save the touch up the box and able to get it, make extra meters through the middle. So even though they've moved laterally through there, you're creating more opportunity because you're dumping in the middle and allowing the scooping player a clean run at the defence, rather than dumping in on the side and then having to move it through the middle. It's his fifth. Gonna scoop. Ball to the winger. Back inside. Oh, it's so good. The wing tap back is just too good.
Well, they've exploded into life, haven't they? Absolutely exploded into life, and Christina Martins scoring the latest, but from 1-0 they've responded so well, and now with this 4-1 lead, South Africa starting to look like the dominant side here. The US need a fast response. They've shown us what they can do at times, particularly early on in this game. The key for them not to get too dispirited by this sudden burst of South African accuracy in their play.
And it's the creative nature of it as well. It's not conventional touch. It's touch blended with, if that's a covering touch that's been made, it's superb, but I believe the inside ball is gone, and it has. The USA do bring the deficit back down to 2.
Well, just what they needed. Just what they needed, this USA side. And Nai Merrill getting the score. Lovely ball back inside, but quality almost by the by in that try. That was all about the mental aspect and the need to get on the score sheet here, because it's been all South Africa in the last few moments or so, and the US desperately needed a try, and they've got one there.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a really good read as well. That pick up, the players have been going back against the grain, but instead there they check back on the inside, and the pace is just enough to find the line. And USA seem to be warming into this game now. South Africa had a period of pure dominance, and now the USA just finding their feet in the match.
Searching a little bit for some players coming out the box. They'd come a long way in field, which gave the players coming on a bit of distance to cover, and in the end that just means the play just got a bit scrappy. A couple of minutes until the half.
Very good hands on display from South Africa, able to pass around the shooters, saving touches as and when they can. And they're able to move the ball through the midfield really positively to create opportunities for players to scoop through, and if she looks left, the winger is completely unmarked. She goes to the link instead. Is that ball down?
I think that might have been dropped. I think that might have been dropped. She's going to try and make it look like she didn't, but I think she knows it. There's a look on her face. She's popped the ball down. Oh, it's so nearly brilliant from South Africa. The scoop through from Christina Martins.
She's told all the South African players to run back to the halfway line. And the refs have got it. Very nice.
Well, there you go. If you believe in yourself enough. Tori Kotze with the score.
Oh, wait, to be fair, I reckon that's down end on end, to be fair.
Yeah, I'll give it to her. I'll give it to her. She deserved it.
But is it downward pressure, even if it's a little finger? Yeah, downward pressure.
Something like that.
It reminds me of that Louis Rees-Zammit score in the Six Nations a few years ago when the laws had changed. Fingertips. Oh, wheels. Oh, but the touch has been made.
Brilliant flying touch there from South Africa.
The commitment in the defence is so good. Flying all over the place to make touches.
The fitness just to bounce straight back to their feet as well. One of the hardest things is being on the floor and having to get straight back up again, but South Africa proving time and time again they can do just that.
And also bouncing off the line all the time. They make the touch, hit the line, bounce off it. It gives USA no time to react, and they might try and go full length here.
They'll certainly give it a good go. Touch comes in though. The hooter's gone and we're in at half time. A fantastic first half. It started off with the US looking good for a 1-0 lead, but South Africa came absolutely flying back out at them. Took a 4-1 advantage. The US nicked one back, but then South Africa finishing off towards the end with their 5th try of the game through Kotze. And at half time, it's South Africa 5, United States of America 2. Well, here we are, bearing down upon the second half in this women's under-20s game, South Africa against the USA, and it's been a pretty entertaining first half, it has to be said. Both sides playing some good stuff. South Africa, though, having this purple patch of play that saw them score 4 quick tries in succession and just take this game by the scruff of the neck, and the USA are having to work ever so hard to just stay in touch now.
Yeah, South Africa just looks so much more organised compared to when we saw them earlier. They're all on the same page. They're running really direct plays, and you know, when you're running direct and when you're organised, holes start to appear, and when you've got the raw speed as some of these players have, they can go through those gaps, and it's something we didn't see in the game earlier. I mean, look, maybe, you know, first game syndrome, you're just worried a little bit, nerves, not warm. Now South Africa are definitely warm, and they're putting USA right up against it.
Certainly are, but it's a fast start from the US. Could be a chance in the left-hand corner. Touch comes in. Flying touch from Kamalo. Scored a good try earlier, but that touch just as good. It's a try saver. But a strong start from the US. Little, the player around whom much is built in this US side. She has a little dabble at the line, but
score given.
Oh, it's been given. She looked like she wasn't convinced it was going to be given. But Kaya Little proving exactly what I was saying, which is that she is the one around whom a lot of the attacking play is built in this US team.
Yeah, it's very smart play because she just hangs off from engaging the touch. She wants all of the South African players to come up and engage her. And then when she does, quick ball down, quickie, and then it's just a race to the line, and she wins that every single day.
Important score that for the US as well. You felt they needed to score first in the second half, and they have done. Can they now shut South Africa out on this play? They've made rapid progress up the field.
Yeah, for sure. And now South Africa looking to reply. USA not quite engaging. South Africa got to recycle the play. Go for the line. That's 5th. We'll probably look to use the width, potentially come into this right-hand side. Oh, big dummy, ball away. Checks the ball. Oh, they had a 3-on-2 on that side. The ball goes to hands there. It's a really good opportunity. We might have had a referee substitution because Big Dan is on.
You're not wrong there. Yeah.
Oh, I love seeing Dan on the pitch. No, I won't complain too much about that. I always try and butter him up when I'm on comms because then he's nicer to me in NTS.
Well, what I will say is his choice of headwear is one of the better ones.
Brownie points in your book then.
Absolutely. If he could just blow his whistle for a forward pass, he'd be getting full marks from me.
Lovely play from South Africa. Oh, ball just goes to ground. I think they'll get a penalty. No, they're taking the touch first. South Africa very eager to get the play back underway. Six-touch turnover.
Played well though. Far away from that US box. They're going to have to get through a real shift of work to get to their box.
Oh, good speed. 3 touches to the box is really good. Fresh legs are on, but South Africa defence is back up. Same again.
This is 5 touches on the halfway line.
Really good defence from South Africa. They run these pistons really well. They have 3 players present and 3 drop back. As soon as that ball is dumped, the 3 that are onside are flying up in the faces of the US. And the US at the moment just can't quite pass around them and create extra separation. And when you've got a Pistons defence that's operating at such capacities as South Africans, then it's very hard to play through. Well checked off. Looking for the overlap. And they'll take the ball back for the roll.
Advancing blue.
South Africa then yet to score in this second half. Could they get a chance here? Certainly going to give it a good go. They dive for the line. Touch was made.
Just needed the extra pass there. One extra pass as she was in acres of space. Positive from South Africa. Haven't quite replied to the US's early score, but the defensive pressure is proving valuable. And that's a really good defensive read, getting up at the line and making the touch, and the US dumped the ball off the mark, and seems that there's a couple tired legs out there for the US. The longer this game goes on, the more it will favour South Africa. Especially when they're able to save touches like that.
That's good, guys. Well done. Well done. Win for 3. Play on. Please, no. Victor's good. Play on.
Another strong opening, 6 minutes here though from South Africa, who've been all dominant really, other than that first 30 seconds or so where the US were up near the South African try line. They've not really got any further than where they are right now. South Africa have been just so pressurizing in defense. Now the US get a bit closer, but they've not got a lot to play with, and the error comes in. And it's just this suffocating defense that's the difference at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very demoralizing when you're working really hard and there's always the opposition right up in your face, not giving you any breathing room, always forcing you to throw the extra pass that you don't want to. And at the moment, the USA very much just roll in their defense, trying to absorb that pressure, soak up the pressure, but you surrender good field position to South Africa. And then when they're able to drive at the line like that, they become so dangerous. The only tweak I would say for South Africa is they're taking the ball down on 4th and then sacrificing that 5th touch, and they don't have a touch to play with on their final strike. It might not matter. The USA are able to crab across and just shut out any opportunity.
Close again through Kamalo, who's had a strong game here on the near side wing. There's Kamalo.
Some brilliant defensive plays, diving touches all over the show. I don't think I've seen a nation that has such grit as South Africa, because they are diving for everything. And that's better from South Africa, recognising the half is isolated. You can go, even if she doesn't put hands on the ball. If the ball is isolated, you can get up and out that line. And they force the USA to scoop on their own halfway line. And they will essentially have a tap-off to run at the USA. And it really is a testament to the South Africa coaching staff, because both of these age groups have made such drastic changes to improve their game in just a couple hours.
It is just exhausting, oppressive defense from South Africa, who burst through. Can they find a spare player? Oh, so nearly. Just goes down, but doing all the right things here at the moment, South Africa.
So close yet so far. All the hard work done, just couldn't quite reel it in. Maybe a more sympathetic pass was needed.
Well, they had all the time in the world, didn't they?
A lot of the USA players had stopped, expecting the score to be given, and began to trot off, but the ball goes to ground, and now the USA have a good opportunity to strike. It's a better transition. South Africa, this pod, looking a little bit leggy in this period of time.
It's the furthest up the field the US have been really since the very start of this half. They'll have an opportunity to add to that early score from the half. And at 5-4, they would be starting to think, hey, we may not have been in this game that much, but we got a chance.
Yeah, definitely, and you are getting the rub of the green in terms of some of the decisions that get made, and you know, maybe getting let off with a couple scores, balls going to ground at the crucial moment. But like I say, the lack of personnel for the US is really going to hurt them the deeper this game goes. And at the moment, South Africa just trying to run very direct, trying to drag this USA defense all over the park. But Dan spots the hips not square, eyes like a hawk, and the USA get their tap off.
I guess that's the risk you run. If you run lateral like that, you've got to swing that left hip around, haven't you?
Yeah, and you know, you see a lot of people when you do begin to run lateral, you want that supporting player on the inside to just straighten things up, just to negate that possibility. At the moment, South Africa, the initial player, the one runner, the first player on, is on so fast that she's almost running away from her support. So maybe it's important for them to think about checking the run and then feeding back off on the inside. At the moment, it's too easy for the US to read.
And another 6 for the US in a really promising position, and going again for it is Kaya Little. Doesn't make it this time, but she's who they want on the field in a moment like this. She's in possession again. Can she create something? Pass goes out, could be an opportunity. Touch comes in, and once again, look who it is making that crucial touch. It's Khumalo on this near side wing for South Africa.
MVP so far.
Absolutely. US work off to the right-hand side this time.
Yeah, it's a tough one for South Africa there, because the USA players running laterally towards the line, so they kind of have to back off to go and then make that touch. But you do surrender the fresh set of 6.
Little dives. Nothing doing yet, but they've got plenty of touches in the back pocket. Little, ball in hand. Looks to play fast. Plays back in, nothing doing. If she can attract this South African defence to her, you just get the sense opportunities elsewhere will be available. And she's got the skill set to find them. She has a go again, but that's a fantastic diving touch from Simmons for South Africa this time. And the commitment in defence from South Africa, just outstanding.
Yeah, and honestly, it is saving them big time, because they, at the moment, making some questionable defensive reads and opening up space for the dangerous players. But then they can just go and do something like that in their transition and go by an extra 15 metres, absolutely no problem. Looks for the check back on the inside. Yeah, that's much better from South Africa. Straightening things up, adding some depth and pace. The dump on the 7, it's really good. They've got to look for the winger. Ball is down, beautiful score from South Africa.
It's a 2nd for Emma Rickson, a 6th for South Africa, and that might just be enough of a gap now.
Yeah, rather than trying to run for the line initially, she just holds off, takes the touch, splits out, receives it back, and like I say, if you're running against an onside defender and you're diving low and long, the referees are nearly almost going to give you the benefit of the doubt if the touch is close. It wasn't in that occasion. And South Africa just showing that the intensity in defence earns them the right to play really hard and fast in attack, as they force another turnover from the US. Oh, right on the line there. She thought the player was offside. Not quite.
Worth a go though. South Africa, well, they've just been clinical when they've had the opportunity, and they go surging through. Is the touch made? Just the flying touch. It ends up being a bit of a tap tackle, but there was no excessive force. It was just a diving touch.
Yeah, I think it's just an incredibly awkward landing. It's caused some discomfort.
I think it's
winded.
Bit of winding, possibly a bit of curse of the visor as well. You don't want to be landing visor first on the floor, that always hurts.
God no, especially when you're through, you don't see the touch coming and then the touch gets made on your heels. You're not prepared, you can't brace yourself in this ground, although it's been raining on and off for the past 2 days. It is really hard underfoot, and that's a big wind as she's helped off by the coaching staff.
Yeah, the ball just getting trapped underneath her chest, and always a bit on the painful side, but she'll be all right in a few moments' time. US, can they take advantage of that fantastic late touch? An absolute try-saver it was. But the error comes in.
Both teams on occasion just losing track of the touch count. You really are up against it if you don't have that direct strike play on 5th. And at the moment, teams trying to set things up with no touches really left to go. And if you just keep track of that touch count, make sure that you're running things when you should be, you will start to find more success. South African players screaming at the on-field players, telling, get off this pitch, you are stunting our progression, and they've been able to recycle it ever so well. Look for the winger. This is 5th. No touches to play with, so they've got to look long.
You have to say, at both under 18 and under 20s level, South Africa's play and their abilities and the points they've scored, despite some fairly tardy transition play, is incredible.
You can't help but feel how good this team would be if they had a clean and consistent transition. Honestly, the natural ability of some of the players is just absolutely spectacular. And then if you could implement that into some rigid touch structure, I think this South Africa side would take it to most teams in this division.
Yeah, it's been an extraordinary juxtaposition, really.
It's almost more jouet touch than it is structured touch. It's just, come on, let's play rugby.
Oh, why not? Why not, indeed? But again, it's a bizarre transition. Players kind of stood still, waiting.
It just kind of works. I don't really think it has much right to, but it just really does work.
Seems to create success, and they've got a try-scoring opportunity here. Does the touch just been made?
Yeah, I believe so. Although Dan's waved it off. Score given.
Try is scored. Christina Martins once again in it. Well, it was a strange one, wasn't it? It looked as though there was a touch coming in. Didn't look like anyone was offside. Perhaps it was just a clean miss.
Yeah, I think it looks. Yeah, just missed. Shows her a clean pair of heels. Goes around the outside. It's a lovely score. And again, this second half has played out very similar to the first half in terms of USA get the early score, go ahead on the half, and then South Africa warm into it and begin to really turn the screw as it goes late into it.
And a 7-3 lead now with not a huge amount of time left on the clock, and USA's challenge here has probably come to a close. They'd like to make it as tight a game as possible, but you rather think 4 scores to level it, 5 scores to win is beyond the realms of possibility now.
Yeah, big ask. And you know, just on South Africa quickly, as you know, there's a couple turnovers in succession and the game begins to slow down. You can't help but think how good they could be. You know, they've improved so much in a few hours. What's to say they won't continue to prove over the next few days and continue to build upon what they're doing? Because the first game was okay. You had some quite poor areas of performance in, you know, specifically the transition, but it seems like for both the 20s and the under 18s, they've been able to identify problem areas and then solve them on the fly. And the two divisions, the under 20s women's and the under 18s women's for South Africa, just complete night and day. And you know, you've got to think you'll have an evening to mull over. You'll probably watch back some of your performances, critique some of the areas that you know maybe didn't go as well as you thought it was going to. Build upon the structures that you've already put in, and if they can improve at the same rate as they have today, then they're going to be a real force in this division. She might go full length actually. Looks for the pass, doesn't quite go to hand. Maybe should have just taken the touch, but just over a minute to go. Why not chance your arm at a wonder pass?
Yeah, take some time out the clock as well. It's good 15 seconds have been used up as that ball was retrieved, and then everyone got themselves into position. And
yeah, I'd be trying to throw that ball onto the tram lines then to kill some time.
Oh yeah, I'd be flinging it far and wide and handsome. US would like to finish on a positive note with a score. They've had some fantastic moments in this game, it has to be said, but South Africa have just had more, basically.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, I think the lack of personnel has really hurt the US because some of them are looking very leggy. But also the intensity in defence for South Africa has just shut down many opportunities. And this is one of the rare ones where they get in behind the pressing players and they're able to run at offside defenders.
And guess who it is once again is Kaya Little. She has been the driving force
intercept, but touch was made, and she goes back and little shove there just to really enforce the fact that touch was made. And here she is again, Kaya Little. Good touch.
US. Already finishing with somewhat of a flourish. They scored one. Could they score a second here at the close? Kaya Little would love to think she can do something. That looks like they may have scored one as well. There's consensus among the referees. It was a funny looking try, but a try nonetheless, and the US have scored back-to-back tries. Well, Mereri Alua Uribe with the score as the hooter goes. And that will be that. South Africa take the victory, but the US just giving them a thing or two to think about as the game goes on, closing that gap from 7-3 to 7-5, but all in all, a very, very solid performance from South Africa. 7-5, they take the victory. And they will be heading into the rest of the weekend feeling very happy with how things have gone for them. But the US will take plenty of positivity as well, finishing with a real flourish there to lead the final score. South Africa 7, United States of America 5. And stay with us, because at 5:40 we move across to the under-15s competition, the mixed under-15s, USA against France, and we've all seen how good that France side are. Let's have another look at them. 5:40 that one starts.
Tomorrow, just keep your ear to the ground. We will give you announcements as we go.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out of the way.
Those last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half get times on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down the middle.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
the orc starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, then.
Tight, tight, tight! Hands up, Tim! Dragon, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
That was video. Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep up, watch the ball,
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
It's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You run quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Welcome back to the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup. We switch now to the mixed under-15s division, and United States of America against France. And well, Joe, we saw France last night, and I'll tell you what, they looked good. And not only now do I think they looked good, I think they might be the most prepared team here. They've been out on that pitch ready to start for about 6 or 7 minutes now. Everyone else has been, a couple of minutes before, having their huddle, all the rest of it. France, they know exactly what their game plan is and exactly what they've got to do, and they've been out ready to start for 7 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. And whilst the previous game was going, I could see them over to our right, training for 20, possibly 30 minutes, warming up for this game. And I think the preparation is absolutely spot on. And this is a USA side we've not seen so far. We've not seen the USA under-15s on the live stream, so we know what France can bring. It'll be interesting to see if the US can match that.
Well, the US get us started in their red shirts, France playing in blue, and the US off to a fast start here.
US have got some big units in the midfield there.
They certainly do, not least Brandon Murray wearing 13. Might be a little bit of space, they dive for the line. Another one of those big players, Troy Palmer, reaching out, getting the score. Perfect start for the US.
Yeah, they're buzzing in the sub box there. You can hear the screams of appreciation. It's a lovely little scoop play. Female middle picks up, which is something you don't see very often in the mixed game. Female middle picks up, passes it out wide to the male link. Male link dives under the covering touch, and it is the perfect start for the US. Oh, but this is the pod, though. This is the pod that impressed us so much last night.
Yeah, and if we remember from last night, the combination you can see here of the French 4 and 5, Martin Punier and Leah Martin Mendez Lopez, were just fantastic together as Punier dives for the line, just touched.
Must have been by a hair. Beautiful dive.
Punier moves it out to the link, but touch comes in.
Just a bit of confusion there. Ref called 5th, then 6th. The France tried to run a strike play, doesn't quite come to fruition, and they'll need to get a good defensive nudge on. See if they can force an early turnover. Beautiful shot there for the French winger. Gets clattered on her way out, but it does not matter.
Punier with the touch, the US trying to flood through into the hands of the try scorer Palmer. And 6 up, and France get that early close on the US attack rather. Form one of their own.
Lovely check off in the midfield just to make some extra space, and the dummy goes. Can't quite get through though. The pace of the US just a bit too much. Positive signs though for France.
Yeah, Jonas Schoffo looking threatening there. Slight of figure, but definitely knows his way around this field. US continue. Try and plug back. Got that early score on the board, so important. Against a France side that we know has an abundance of quality. Here. The US get through their 6, but not getting close enough to the French line on this occasion, so France gonna work to come back. I'll tell you what, as the sunshine comes in, I think I'm going to move my commentary position a little closer to the edge of the balcony and soak in some rays and maybe raise the core temperature a touch as France work forward.
Pass maybe could have gone. Lovely check off back on the inside. Great dump. Yeah, and the try line is begging. It's a superb transition from France. They cut through the US like a hot knife through butter. And the pace is too much.
Really is. Fantastic play from France. USA with that early lead, but France hitting back as we knew they would.
Yeah, superb transition. Just the pace and the direction of it. It's just proves too much for the US. US gets sucked in. 2 players going into the same touch. It's too much space. And France execute. The US have shown that they can get scores relatively easy. We'll see if they can convert another.
Pass is fired out by Palmer, but doesn't go to hand. And again, that tandem duo for France be so crucial. Punier takes it in, they'll just roll off. And it's a smooth transition from France.
Really good pass. France are really utilising the check-off in the midfield, just making extra yards when needed. And now the pace comes through. Can he go all the way? He can't. That's fifth. Just a bit static now. Got to create something from nothing. Can't take the touch. Dummy switch. Gives it. Balls away. Pass is gone. One more. Just gets crowded out.
Enzo Courtiel, though, showing that he's got a bit of footwork in the locker. Might be something to look out for as the bodies start to tire as this game goes on. Still only just over 5 minutes long.
Unsure of the call there.
US rotate their players through and make great meters here, surging forward to the United States of America. Just thought for half a second they were going to try and get a couple of passes in because there was space way out on the right hand side, but didn't quite manage to get them through.
No, but France have started to recognise that the US policy is just to throw single shooters up, and France are too comfortable on the ball. This is fifth coming, so they'll have to strike. Good meters made. Got to step back. It's a really good fly out of the line from the US number 5. Shutting down any opportunity for the French.
And just in case you were thinking that this was the end of the day, it's not. There's one more after this. 6:35, England v Wales.
The big
in
one.
the boys under 18s, and let me tell you, I've just seen the Wales players gather below us for their warm-up. They are looking excited and ready for that. The final game of the day, it's going to be an absolute cracker of a game, a massive game.
Yeah, they know that's the big test. England are definitely the favourites in this division, and if they can run England close and potentially get a result, it really opens it up for the rest of the weekend.
Real sense of occasion building as they prepare for that one, but here on the pitch at the moment in this mixed under 15s game, it is so tight. USA against France, 1 each at the moment.
Oh, it's too good, it's too good, it's too
good. The combination for France of absolute dreams. It's the Punier Martin Mendez Lopez combination, although the referee's just gonna have a little chat about this one. Looked, certainly from our angle, as though it was all good. What's the decision going to be? And the decision's going to be a try. Well,
It does always make me giggle when that happens. The ref wants to have a chat to give the score anyway. It's always good to be sure, I suppose.
and so from one down, France score. Leo Martin Mendez Lopez with the try set up by Martin Punier.
Yeah, she's a real talent, by the way. To play female middle internationally at mixed age group level, that is an achievement in and of itself, and she does it ever so well, ever so well. Impressed me yesterday, impressed me again today. France looking hot.
Six more for the US. Diving for the line and diving with some success. No hesitation there for the United States. Didn't need to wait for the ref's decision, knew it was a score and turned around and trotted right back.
Yeah, French defence just guilty of not coming back off the line, not bouncing off the line. Even if you're a foot off the line, it still lets the referees know that you've closed that space down and the touch has probably come in before the ball has been grounded. But on that occasion, USA beats the defender to the line.
And you're not stopping Thomas Blackmore from there as France go close. Looked as though it had been dropped. And indeed, that is the decision from the referees. And Thomas Blackmore's score for the US a few moments ago means we are still level. No try there for the French.
Yeah, better transition defence from France here. Getting up in the faces, just rolling a little bit now. Oh, good ball. Good shot as well from the winger. Yeah, touch and pass. Great call from the referee. And we do have plenty of French supporters below us, if you can hear the cries of Allez le Bleu. They're a passionate bunch.
Quite right, too. Get behind your team, why not?
100%. That's a rare mistake, actually. You don't see that very often from this French pod, and I think that's just a testament to the pressure that the USA have been able to put France under. France not really finding their gears at the moment, but that's a loss of control, and that'll be turnover ball.
Bunier. Martin Mendez Lopez. Bunier. Punier again. Martin Mendez Lopez again. Punier again. These two so comfortable sharing the field with one another, but it just goes loose from Blanc.
Just required a little bit more composure there. I don't think they realised they did have that extra touch. Fifth touch was coming. They could have taken that ball down and looked to whip it out to the wing. It doesn't quite happen, and at the moment the defensive pressure from France is just subdued a little bit. Not bouncing off the line as they were in the opening phases of the game. But that's better. Two on one.
Cover from France is good. Got a promising attacking shape again from the US.
Yeah, US seem to always be completing their six. And oh, that's an unforced error.
Chance for the US of America here.
Yeah, and this is the danger pod. If you want any pod on for the US, it's this. They pick up, half goes, tries to find the pass, touch is made.
Plenty of touches in the bag as Tomlin goes close. Konacher picks up that ball a little loose, but referees are okay with it. They'll go again. Konacher will just roll this ball. Now receives it back. Can he construct something? Tomlin again. Konacher flings it wide. Is there a bit of space? Not quite, and that's the six used up. Good defense from France.
Yeah, they did really well to stay stubborn, but another unforced error, and France not focused on what's in front of them. They just need to complete the defensive set and get off the pitch. Third defensive set now they've been on. The tired legs will be out there, and the score is there in the corner.
And the US take advantage, as you say. Tired defensive legs, and as they flung the ball wide, who was there in the corner but Nadia Osborne to finish it off and send the US back into the lead. Remember, they led 1-0 at one stage. France took the lead back to go 2-1 in front, but now it's the US and they're back in charge. It's 3-2.
Yeah, it's a real back and forth game here. Both teams finding success, but France just too many errors at the moment, and unforced errors, not really drawn out by any US pressure, just handling errors that are creeping into their game, and it's so uncharacteristic. USA get away with a potential off the mark there. Referees are happy enough, and France have got to react and put the pressure on. At the moment, the US are able to run at a rolling defense all too often. This is fifth.
US just slow the pace down on this final touch. Can they find a little bit of space? No, not quite. Konicek went for a dart on his own, but space wasn't there for him. So now the US move into defensive mode as France look to play up towards their subs box. They get quite close. Not quite close enough to get the full rotation going. Now they are, and now they're making good ground and putting the hammer down. Go France, laying down the challenge. Enzo Courtiel goes from inside his own half. The gap opened up for him, and he was just only too happy to surge through and level things back up again.
Yeah, really good heads-up play. Just recognises, hold on, there's a bit of a space in between you two. I back my pace, and he pins his ears back and goes for the line. Superb play, levels it up. 4 minutes to go now in the first half. These are two very evenly matched sides.
Well, Enzo Courtiel showed us a little bit of what he's got earlier on in the half. Came to nothing on that occasion, but this time, wow, absolute pace.
Superb. US looking to equalise, well, take the lead. Half is isolated. Oh, the link almost finds some space. Oh, that's a little bit of an awkward fall for the US player, and he looks like he's struggling to get back into the line. Seems like one to run off. France roll into their transition, and when they've got their transition going, they've found a lot of success. It's just not been able to get going quick enough, and it's little touches like that that really halt the momentum when you've got to come back to dump the ball. You then stop this defence rolling, and these small handling errors are just creeping into this game. And at the moment, it's US who are making the least amount of errors, who are finding the possession a lot easier to maintain.
Yeah, you get the sense that France would rather like half-time to come along, and they'd rather like it to end without conceding another one. Done well to be in a level game, given that they have made some errors in and around their own try line. They just have such quality when they go on the attack, but America have got some quality too, although that pass just too high.
Maybe he thought he was passing it to someone of his stature and not of the stature of the wings. It's just too far out the reach.
And France work to the subs box. Last time they tried this, Red Seas parted in front of them. This time it's something a little more conventional from Courtiel, who's back in possession again. Evades that touch, takes that one, has it back again. Courtiel, can he create something? Finds a bit of space. Oh, maybe he can. There's a bit of space. Passes go. That might be touch and pass. Referees seem happy with it.
Offside.
Get the ball in the hands of Courtiel, I say, and that's exactly what they've done. Courtiel has it and has it again. Could be some space. Looks to go right, moves it left, and diving at the line is Jonah Chaffot. No try this time, but France threatening. But another unforced error creeping in. And the thing we've got to remember, Joe, I guess at this time, you know, we're seeing a few unforced errors, is we're getting towards the end of what has been a very, very long day, and we had last night's play as well for these players, and they are only 14. You know, it's tough. It's a really, really exhausting program for them.
Yeah, 100%, and I think we are seeing some fatigue creep in. But even with the fatigue aspect, some of their skills on display are still so excellent. And France are able to make meters up that sub box at ease at times, and You know, when you've got someone like Enzo Cortial that can just use his footwork to buy some time and space, you know, you can't help but feel like if France can just get their ball players on the ball more often in dangerous areas, then they can make things pay exactly like they have now. Ball is down for my money. Refs are happy. And from being a try down with 2.5 minutes to go, they're now a try up with 30 seconds remaining in the first half.
Alexandre Licht getting himself across the line, putting his team 4-3 in front. And as we say, it's been a half where, by their lofty standards, they've not been quite at their best, but they've still found a way to cross the line 4 times and lead what looks a very strong US side.
Yeah, and it's quite often the best teams that can just grind out a victory, especially when it's, I don't want to say not deserved, because this French side has still played some really good touch, but just not as consistent as they've shown, not as potent as they can be, definitely off the mark in terms of their own standards, but still able to get over the line more than their opposition. And you know, I think in that situation where you've had a half where you're probably not happy with it, there has been a lot of unforced errors that you can cut out of the game. To still be up at half time, you've got to take confidence from that, and you've almost got to go into the sub box, put that first half to one side and say, look, clean slate, 0-0. We need to cut out the errors. We know that. Let's go ahead and do that.
Absolutely. Half time, France 4, United States of America 3. We're in for a rip-roar of a second half in just a few moments' time.
Please can we stay off the official pitches? I know we're not currently playing on it, but please don't be crossing the pitches. Thank you.
Allez Rugby! Rugby en force!
Well, we've got one more game after this one, halfway through the final tap-off. Reminder, the 6:35 tap-off game on pitch 2, which was going to be the men's 20. South Africa versus United States is now being played on pitch 3. So we'll now be playing on pitch 3.
Minute to go then until the second half here. USA against France. France leading 4-3 in this one. Funny old first half. France, a bit of a bitty performance, but I think a real sign of their quality that despite that, against a very good United States team, they stayed in touch through it and actually ended up with a 4-3 lead at the halftime break.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, you've hit the nail on the head there. Won't be happy with their first half performance, but still coming out into the second half up is, you know, a real testament to just the ability of the side. You can't help but feel if this French side can cut out some of the unforced errors, the unnecessary errors, then they'll really start to kick on. But USA left some scores out there.
Well, we will see how it all shakes out over the course of the next 20 minutes. The penultimate game of the day here. Remember, coming up at 6:35, we've got England against Wales in the men's under-18s division. But 20 minutes of important touch here in the mixed under-15s competition, in France just moving the ball about calmly to begin and having a dart at the line and getting a try in the opening salvo of this second half. Yeah. And it's a second for Alexandre Lichtel and a fifth for France, and well, the perfect start to the second half.
And they work the ball really well. They move from right to left and then back to the right-hand side, and they're able to run the link punish, and the link is always retreating, too worried about where the opposition is and not worried about where the try line is. Doesn't hit it and bounce off, and in the end, it's a really good pick-off for the French, and yeah, that's the dream start. That really puts some confidence in your side. And now you just want to be able to get a defensive shutout, secure your transition, then you can roll on with the rest of the game. Sweeper wrapping round, looking for the space. Brilliant feet, but a brilliant covering touch. And they do the first half very well. They get the defensive shut. Now this pod struggled with their transition. It looks a lot smoother now. Securing the ball, getting it down nice and early. And their job is complete. The fresh legs are on. And here he is, Enzo Cortial on the ball. Really well worked. This is fifth coming, so they will have one more opportunity. That's fifth.
Could be a bit of space here, actually, if they can work the ball into it. It's well covered by the US. Still alive. Possibly touching pass. Referee says it's fine. They may well find it. Oh, it was a late call, but it was touching pass. I think it's probably a fair call.
Yeah, fractionally, but a very good spot there from the referee. Maybe the middle just needed an early call from the link. Say, just ship it. Don't worry about looking for me. Just ship it. But the USA defend the set really well. And France now want to get the shove on. What hands that is to reel that ball in. France just sitting off in their D, allowing the US to roll on them. And the pace might be too much around the outside, but a beautiful diving touch. Just ensures he can't go all the way around the outside and get the score. This is fifth, one more opportunity, steps back, and again, dive for the line, touch gets made, and France looking a lot more composed in this second half.
Certainly are. Probably the way they're thinking is 17 minutes left. Just keep composed. Keep playing through, keep doing what you're doing now that you've found your rhythm at the start of this second half. US go for the big intercept. Saw it coming from a mile out. France still threw the pass. Obviously confident that it was never going to be plucked from the air, but a slightly risky play.
Oh, what a touch that is. Proper diving touch.
Thomas Blackmore with the extended reach there. Arms like Gadget Man. France moving the ball fast. Bit sticky in the middle here, but now they get moving. Just looking for some space. Not a huge amount of it. Now they fizz it wide, but fizz it just a bit too low. But again, France, despite their sort of sticky couple of phases there, finding a way to engineer an opportunity. And as long as they keep creating opportunities, they'll be happy.
Throughout this game, there seems to be confusion with the touch count. So France there was just playing around with the ball. It looked like they thought that fifth had happened and they didn't have any touches to play with. And then when the touch came in, it looked like they were surprised to find out that they still had one to play with. So, you know, maybe a little bit more communication from the wings and the sub box, just letting them know, look, you've still got a touch, don't worry about it, get the ball down, scoop. As USA look to go through, it's good pace, but a brilliant diving touch. And we've complimented South Africa about their commitment in defence. And in this second half, the French have shown that they can do exactly that. Diving all over the place to make really good stops. And they're finding more success in their transition for it.
France and Pugnier straightened so nicely just to get those hips square. And now he has it back again. Oh, these two, when they play together, just magical.
We've seen some more forward ones than that beat given today. I think France can feel a little bit unlucky.
Forward passes are getting given, I'm happy.
I think people will miss it tomorrow. I might have to start doing it. Your legacy will live on.
Well, you know, it's important to have a hill to die on, isn't it? US, first big opportunity of the half, but the touch comes in. France defend that one well. And Martin Mendez-Lopez will take this ball. And almost evaded the first touch there. It's going to work over to their subs box. That's good work, actually, from Blanc. Blanc's made really good ground, and actually that's just touch 2 all the way up there, having conceded quite an early touch. Blanc's done really well.
So good, so
and now France, oh, just searing through as he got the pace to finish it off. Arcs away, oh, Jonas Chaffot with the score. But I tell you what, Bastien Blanc, take a bow for your work, because without that, that score never happened. But I tell you what, Chaffot, some finish as well.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree with what you've just said. Blanc making all those meters up around the outside, and it just sets that USA defense further back than what they need to. And then when the pass goes check back on the inside, huge dogleg in the defense, and you can't allow someone with pace a dogleg opportunity to run at. It just proved all too easy for the French. Good touch. We love them. Send them backwards.
Good to see it at under 15s as well. That's what we like. Oh, almost the US conjuring something out of nothing. And speaking of something out of nothing, having been behind, France now have quite a nice comfortable lead here, 6-3 against the US. And those errors that we spoke of in the first half really do feel as though they've started to get cut out here from France. Playing with good control. And that's the 6 touches used up. France, again, keep their powder dry.
Yeah, it's much better from France, moving through the transition, not trying to sacrifice too many touches early doors. This is second touch, 10 away from halfway. Little bit static there, but they straighten up, inject some more pace. Third touch over halfway. Tough call. Slightly off the mark. And the US will essentially get a tap off. Depends if they'll look to sub immediately.
Troy Palmer just injecting a bit of energy into this US attack. And Palmer, she's missed out there. Good touch comes in from Blanc. To Levuka. Palmer receives and dives. Dives short though, and again it's a good touch from Blanc, and France once again go through a defensive pattern without conceding. Interception though, they might concede here. Again, though, they close the gap well. The error comes in on the pass from France, but the defence immediately ends Thomas Blackmore's hopes of a try, although Thomas Blackmore now goes diving for the line. Denied moments ago, but Blackmore has his second of the game here and his country's first of this second half.
Yeah, and the USA find real strength in the mistakes that France make. They're, you know, in the first half, France had 3 repeat sets on the line because they couldn't complete their transition, and the US were able to capitalise off the back of that. And then similarly, yeah, good call from the referee, just in the ruck, stopping the half from getting there. But as I was saying, in that instance, there intercepts that gets turned over, and France are too busy talking to each other rather than reacting to what's on the pitch. And it's easy to forget that you've got to look after the ball, number one, and when the opposition have it, it's never good news. And France just need to cut out some of these errors because it's the only way that the US are getting into the game.
Penalty for France, 6 more. Good opportunity. Chaffot and Courtial here, the combination. The ball is spilled though, and US survive. 2-score game, 10 minutes left. Anyone's for the taking.
Oh, great speed.
Palmer still dancing up beyond halfway. Flashing through the players here. Touch made on Brandon Murray. Wasn't quite sure if he had been. Referee sends him back. Just halts the momentum a little bit, so they have to set something up a little more formal. Good touch coming in from France, stepping in to close the space, Maddie Duneman. And it's her in possession now, orange boots and all.
Much better. Able to secure the set. Does he have the pace to go around the outside? He does. Oh, it's superb.
Thought he might just give the pass out to Anaïs Hamelin on the left wing here, but took it in the hopes of bringing her in as the dummy half, which is how it played out. And now his side are really on the front foot, causing problems to the defence. Nice pass. A nice pass from Lixel, and Talia Duneman says, thank you very much, I'll have a try.
The lovely disguised ball around the corner. Left foot step, takes it, and then whoop, just a little one. Really good running from the French to get round the outside.
And in the end, he had a 2-player overlap on his outside. Such was the way he'd forced the defence to bite in, and France restored to that 3-score advantage. They go 7-4 in front.
Yeah, and you know, it's one of those old adages that says if the players that draw the opposition onto them, it's all well and good. But the best players who can do that then use their teammates to expose the space that they have created. And we're seeing a lot of selfless plays from the French when they're in that attack, stepping, engaging defenders, and then giving the ball into space. And USA just can't handle it at the moment.
Spread the ball, but it goes to ground, and just behind the France try line, we can see the England men's under-18s just going through their warm-up routine. That game against Wales coming up at 6:35, a massive encounter with which to round the day off. And not too long until then, in fact.
Yeah, and they're two teams that will know each other through and through as well. It's not the first time that they've played against each other. They know what they're in for. It's got all the hallmarks of an absolute stormer.
We're getting a bit of a stormer here in this mixed under-15s category. France currently 7-4 up against the US, but looking to make it 8.
Touch made. Really good defensive touch there from the link. Just cuts out on the outside.
US moving into that time in the game where those scores start to become Important to arrive sooner rather than later, as that pass almost certainly goes forward.
Refs have got it. Listening to your call up here.
Oh, you say it enough, people start to listen. Or get bored of you saying it and just beating them into submission, basically.
Oh, lovely hands. I like this from this France pod. No, we don't want to sub. We want to use this as an opportunity to attack the line and extend the lead.
I'm just happy to pull a few strings here, and they have got engineered the overlap. They don't even need to use it in the end. France worried about the extra numbers. Oh, sorry, the US rather worried about the extra numbers, and France able to capitalize. And it's Valentin Verollet who scores the try. Had about 4 options, one of which was scoring himself, and well, when one of them's scoring yourself, you might as well take it.
Yeah, 100%. Lovely sweeper play. Just puts the hammer down when he receives the ball off the base of the ruck. Finds the space, finds the gap. Makes the US pay and extends the lead out.
4.5 to go. And that try really does feel like the final nail in the coffin here. US have been brilliant, but France are just a classy outfit. Even at times when they've made errors, they've found a way, through their sheer quality, to score tries and to get defensive shutouts like that.
Yeah, it's not been the same team that we saw yesterday. Maybe not been as clinical. Couple moments of confusion, but the result is all the same. And you know, you've got to be worried if you're in this division. You're watching this French team who really haven't been at their, at what they would say is their norm, and they're yet still absolutely putting it to this US side. Oh, lovely feet to create the separation. Finds the pass, but the push comes. Really good touch. Just going to take a moment. French player down. Looks like she's in some discomfort.
Well, I tell you what, Leah Martin Mendez Lopez, the player on the floor, but spectacular that she managed to produce that sort of forward roll to escape possibly greater injury. I think it's looks as though it's just a bit of a bang and she's going to be all right. She's walking off the field without too much discomfort. But how about that break from Punier, just swooping through?
Yeah, he's very good, very good. He's got great feet, and often, from what we've seen on him on live stream, makes very good decisions with ball in hand. Sweeper come in. Oh, they pick up, go the other way. It is Punier, and he gets underneath, and it's a lovely score. The sweeper variation they scored of giving it to the sweeper player off the previous try. Instead, pick up, cut against the grain, and the USA too worried about that sweeping player. Forget about the danger man Punier, and he just goes under.
Oh, and his partner in crime might have been off the field nursing that knock, but Punier, well, it doesn't matter who he's got next to him, able to conjure a piece of magic and stretch the lead out to 9-4. Couple of minutes left to play, and France can just enjoy those last 2 minutes of action here for them today.
Yeah, it's been a much more convincing performance in the second half from France. Worked really hard in defence. They've cut out, not all, but the majority of the errors, and they've really made the US pay. 6 touch. Could have been touch pass, could have been half court, could have been forward pass. Whatever the result, turnover ball. With just over 90 seconds to go, France should be able to see this one out comfortably.
They've got that across the pitch very nicely. Just enjoying themselves out there. They know what their jobs are now. They know their roles, although bit of a mistake there. So the US will have the ball again, although that is a blatant forward pass. But fortunately, they're going to be allowed to restart it because they were from the wrong mark anyway.
Is that what we should do? Are you back on Sunday?
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not.
Oh, I should have suggested it yesterday. It'd be a good drinking game. Take a drink every time, as I mentioned, of a forward pass.
US. Know this game is gone, but they'd love to finish it in style. Working forward, could be a chance. Do well to hang on to the ball, but 6 touches, and France are going to be able to see this one out. The question really is, will they see it out in try-scoring fashion, or will they simply just let this clock play out? Less than 30 seconds left to go. It's going to be another French victory. Courtial, well, we know that he'll fancy something, and Pugnet wouldn't say no to another score as well, and Pugnet has the ball back in his hands again. They're playing so fast, so free now. Pugnet, that one just skips away. The ball goes down, but that is pretty much going to be that. The US might get 1 touch in. They may get 2 if they're lucky. They'll just get the 1, because there's the hooter. France are going to take the victory. In fact, they are going to finish with a flourish. Constant Nogachevsky plucks the intercept. Oh, it's a killer way to end for the US, but for France, it's joy. They wanted to try to finish on. I don't think anyone thought that was going to be how it came, but that is how it came. And France, well, they had some first half struggles, but I'll tell you what, they righted those struggles. They showed their quality. They showed their clinical ability. And they wrap up for a 10-4 victory here against the United States. And the day is nearly done. 10 minutes time is the final game of the day here at the University of Nottingham for the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup. It's going to be England men's against Wales men's in the 18s competition. So do stick with us for that one, the final game of the day, and it is going to be a cracker. Trust me, there is so much that these sides have on offer, and so badly do each of them want to win it. But in the meantime, it finished up here. France 10, USA 4. Stick with us for that 6:35 kickoff.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get down the line.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Ems.
tight! Eyes up, Tom! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol, hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! One for the ref, hip hip! Hey! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having
Rather than keeping an eye on your players, keep who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite,
It overlaps.
including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we run 2, 3.
Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You run quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Welcome back. The final day of the day. Final day of the day. It's been a long day, I'll tell you that much. Final day of the day. What am I on about? The final game of the day. How about that? Here at the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup. It's England against Wales. It's men's under 18s, and it is a game that we have all been waiting for. This one Sure to be of the highest quality, sure to have plenty of bite about it as well. Got an experienced team of officials, we've got an experienced set of players on both sides, and we have a game that is going to whet the appetite. And just in case, for some reason, you need reminding, Wales in red and England in white, and already seeing a couple of players in the Wales side, Joe, who I recognise from the mixed game as well, number 6 there in particular, Ed Maguire. So doubling up and getting through a hell of a workload today.
Yeah, that's a big workload, especially when you're going to play a game such as this. It's going to be so intense. And I think this Welsh middle will learn that trying to run around Charlie Wood, who is arguably one of the fastest junior touch players I've ever seen, is not a good idea.
England get across their subs box. Oh, so quick. It's like a sea of bodies moving seamlessly on and off the field.
Oh, and here are the twins, Tom and Adam Jack. These are two future stars, absolute stars. Come out of Chester, superb players, really direct, understand each other really well. They're just losing control as they roll into their final phase of attack.
Wales then work their way to their subs box. And you've got to think that with Wales having so many players doubling up, mixed and men's, that their use of transition, their use of their subs box is going to be absolutely crucial here.
Oh, 100%. They're going to be rotating fresh legs on and off the field all game, making the most of their subs. In England, you know, everyone knows England's game plan. I don't think it's ever a doubt when it comes to men's, boys, mixed, women's. It's run hard, run fast, get scores, concede less.
England, let's see if they can get one of those scores. Moving it wide, going to have to bounce inside. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, yes, he is. Touch comes in, good touch. Zach Burns just getting in there to close down Bailey Blackburn. But always good as a wing, just have an early sighter of what the pace matchup is like against your opposite number.
A really good touch. This is fifth coming now, so dumping in a relatively good area, scooping in a good area. They look to go open side, but Charlie Wood's too fast. Charlie Wood just shuts down the potential attack.
Wales and Maguire won't be too unhappy though with that being where the ball ends up. England have a lot of work to do to get across to their box, and they've had to use up 2 before they've got past the midpoint on the pitch. 3 now as they start to be able to make a few changes, and it's going to be 4 on the halfway line, and Wales will think that's a pretty successful little period of play there.
Cooper Bainbridge looking to scoop through, feeds it off to Sam Thorpe. Sam Thorpe, this is a 2-on-1. Oh, lovely score in the corner. That's Cooper to Sam. The NQ boys linking up, finding the winger in the corner. Superb play, and you know, like you say, Wales did such a good job to shut down the transition, but such is the quality of England that it does not matter. They can strike from anywhere.
Fizzing it through the hands, and then the wherewithal to know, give it to Bailey Blackburn early, and then as we've said, he's had a little sighter of what the pace matchup is like on this far side, and he liked what he saw and burned away for the opening score of the game. Bailey Blackburn with the try. England lead 1-0.
Yeah, this trio of English players on the pitch right now, Ellis Watts, Sam Thorpe and Cooper Bainbridge, are absolutely electric when they get going. Sam Thorpe having to act as half. Cooper taking the ball down, and now they can roll through their transition. Dylan Madge dumping the ball. Tom and Adam Jack come flying on. Fifth, scooping opportunity. Oh, he goes through, and it's a lovely try. Oh, but it's an amazing defensive touch from the winger who's able to just crowd him out.
Fantastic defence.
Superb effort
from Wales. Electric attacking from England, but Wales just wise enough to it and managing to close the space. But already we see
great pressure.
Just how much pace is going to be played out there on this field in this final game of the day. It's an electric grudge match between the two, and they are going for it.
Yeah, a lot of these players on the pitch right now are future men's opens players for sure. 32 short, Adam to Tom, Tom dummies, back to Adam. They recycled the play.
Two twins taking control when they're on the field. And touch comes in, it's a good touch again from Wales. Joshua Jones getting that one in, and Wales will play, and they'll play towards their own box. Efficient work from Wales. Can they play with the same electricity and attack that England have shown in their early exchanges?
At the moment, England doing a good job at getting up and shutting down the space that's available to Wales, but brilliant footwork generates some space on the far side.
Yeah, Alec Davis just showing his skill set and evasive abilities. Good reach to pick up that pass from Manuel there. They use up the 6, but once again they use up the 6 right on this near side, a long way from England's box. Although, that being said, last time Wales did that, it looked as though they'd done a fantastic job, and then England ended up scoring at the other end of the field. So let's see how this one pans out. Again, it's good defence from Wales so far. England not quite as electric as they were in the previous one of these, and then just as I say that, buzzing through, go England, pass comes in, finish comes in, Thomas Kerr off the Archie Devlin break. Oh, this England side, they show no panic when they're short of touches, and they are clinical.
It's superb play, and again, you know, we're complimenting the Welsh defence in what seems like they do a good job at forcing England to scoop from so far out, but the pace is too much. And then the ability to pick your eyes up, pick the right option, find the pass to the winger. Now England 2 tries the good, and they look electric on the ball.
Well, it almost looks as though England are living for the scoop, as if that's the play they want.
Well, the players that they've got at their disposal, you know, you've got the likes of Cooper Bainbridge, who's rapid, Ellis Watts, who's rapid. Brilliant defensive read there. And the defensive spacing at the moment for England is so good, not allowing any opportunities. There's an interception. Can he go full length? Does he have the wheels? Close race, he might get there. He will get there. Superb full length there.
Harry Courts going full court. Intercept on his own line, and enough pace to make it the full length. The chase was incredible, but just watch this back, and hats off to our cameramen as well for keeping up with this. My word, he was flying. The chase was coming in as well at pace from Dylan Davis, but no one stopping Harry Courts.
So good, and you can't teach that. You can't teach it. Some people have it, some people don't. You've either got wheels or not, and he certainly does. And Wales at the moment must be scratching their heads thinking, what have we got to do? Because we shut down your transition, you're able to scoop from 20 metres out and still find success. We're penning you back on the line, and you're able to intercept and go full length and still find the success. And at the moment, it's a real head scratcher. And Wales have just got to regroup and get some scores on the board if they can.
England 3 scores to the good. Wales go wide. That burns his touch, but again, a good tactic from Wales in that it forces England to have to play from a long way from their box, but well, we've seen 2 tries come from exactly that, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, and England at the moment on their transition are actually very content taking 2 up the middle and then working box side. So they're happy scooping from 20, 30 metres out. They know they've got the pace to do so. Here's another example. Great feet, offside player.
Well, as I say, it's almost like England want to scoop from range. They're so content to be doing that.
Yeah, well, we've got Meek sat to one side of us saying coaches have said that, and you know, you can see it a mile off. The pace is evident. Lovely pass.
They go wide as the diving touch come in. Oh, that is just a stunning finish over there on the far side. England, well, this is just already, and we're only 9 minutes in, one of the most sparkling performances of the day.
Seb Conahan just whipping the ball out to the wing. What a finish. And you know, the pace that they're playing at, if you'd have told me that this was men's open, I would believe it. The pace, the structure, the knowledge, it's all on display in Wales at the moment, just struggling to find any success.
Thomas Kerr with the finish, and a fantastic finish out on that far side. His side, 4 scores to the good. Wales might have just got across here. Not quite, not quite. Not even the length of Ed Maguire. Good enough to work that one. And the error comes in. Let's see if Wales can resist against this next England attack.
The initial dump from England in the middle is just engaging both of the Wales middles, and then they're always retreating as they roll through the transition, and that's exactly what England want, especially when you've got people like the Jacques brothers who can scoop from ages out and not have to worry about the speed. But that's a brilliant covering touch.
Yeah, Fraser Britton, full length, full dive to make that touch, and he had to be. It was the only way he was getting there. And so Wales try and work to their box, just struggling to get those initial yards, and there a lot of touches down here as they try and get past halfway. That's good energy though
Great
from Alec
yards.
Davis. He's had to work so hard there. He's doing his team a huge favour. Well played, that man. And Davis gets it again. That's the 6, but I'll tell you what, the work of Alec Davis has probably brought his team 25 metres there.
Yeah, 100%. Brilliant work to recycle the touch. Realised it was 5th coming. Couldn't take the initial touch in a congested area. Worked it open side. It's just a shame that when the touch was made, there was no half there to add some real pace and accelerate onto it, like England have been able to do so well. Offside defender. Long ball goes. They're there in the corner again. Might be given as a forward pass. It is on this occasion, but it just shows England constantly threatening, happy to scoop from 30 out, backing their pace. And you know, when you're playing against a team with such confidence, they're happy to scoop, you know, close to halfway at times. It really does show how good these people are. And a lot of the guys on the pitch at the moment will be future men's opens players, future mixed opens players. It just shows the level of touch in England at the moment. It's far surpassing anything we've previously had.
So Wales 4 behind, 12 minutes in. Desperate to just find a score and to really threaten this England line. Over the head pass. Could have been genius, could have been panic, we'll never know. Didn't go to hand though, so England will have a nice place from which to launch possession. Although the way this England side are playing, I sort of wonder if they prefer going from their own try line so they can use up some touches.
Yeah. Do you know what? I kind of want to see them scoop from their own half, because they're finding success no matter where they're playing from. Just taking a few touches in the midfield, and now they start to drive forward. Cooper Bainbridge into Sam Thorpe, back to Sam Thorpe. NQ boys linking up lovely in the middle. Dylan Mudge takes the touch, bit of a shove. We love the physical nature. Sam Thorpe takes the ball, 32, early release, and they get the offside call.
Wales probably not unhappy to give away the offside there, in the sense that it's just a slightly more formalised set that they've got to face now. Something, a shape they're more used to seeing perhaps. England pushing, probing, can they find a bit of space? Well, almost the drop ball, almost creating the space for Cooper Bainbridge. Wales just getting the touch in, but it's all that classic adage, isn't it, that the error can sometimes create the space. Bainbridge.
Oh, so good, so good.
Dummy option that time. And the dummy option because creating space around him, Dylan Madge. And just placing his man through the hole.
Really well worked score, really well worked score. The middles just collapse underneath the touch and it opens the space up in the link channel. And Dylan Madge is too good not to pick his eyes up and find the option. And at the moment, this is a real statement from England.
5-0 their lead. Playing with such confidence. Another fired pass out wide. Again, somewhat tactically to try and force England to play away from their box, but it just doesn't seem to trouble them whatsoever. Just seem happy to take these touches deep in their own half and just ease their way to the box, eating up yards, and Wales just retreating backwards and backwards in defence. And
oh, lovely.
Soon, well, just the momentum stopped as they overrun it slightly. So this time the pattern not quite working for England, as it has done so many times already today.
I'm unsure if they needed to check that ball off in the midfield. Maybe the right option was just to take the ball down and then have a go at the retreating defence. Welsh are starting to become wise to some of the tricks that England are deploying, so it'll be interesting to see going towards the end of this first half and then into the second half if England maybe slightly adjust some of their tactics just to continue to build this pressure that they've created throughout the entirety of this first half.
Wales have a bit of possession. They've got it in a good part of the field. Let's see if they can do something. Touch comes in.
Oh, good feet. Unlucky.
Reece Rutley almost stepping himself there. But again, it's England possession deep in this corner. It's theoretically hardest place on the field for them to play from, but well, let's see.
Yeah. Take 2 touches up the middle, then find the box winger, and now they start to move expansive. Fifth coming, Sam Thorpe taking the dump. No, feeds off to Cooper. Cooper feeds off to Ellis Watts. Ellis Watts feeds off to the winger, and that is just core skills, catch and pass to perfection.
Harry Courts with the score, but once again, England from the hardest part on the field, just with such pace, such precision, but actually such calmness as well, work their way through all the way up for a lovely Harry Courts try, and 6-0, and they've just been spectacular.
Yeah, I was able to speak to Cooper and Sam and Ellis before the game, and they were saying that their experience at men's open level, playing NTS for NQ and the like, some of the very best touch clubs in England, it's just allowing them to roll into these sort of scenarios with that composure, the maturity, picking right options, remaining calm under pressure. At the moment, England just look too good.
England then, this time they have to just wait for a couple of their players to roll through, but only by a second or so. So they challenge this Welsh defence. Could be some space on the left-hand side, so they do check that way. Welsh drift is good though. Now they try and engineer something. It could be a little space. Moving the ball really nicely, but it's intercepted by Wales. How's the footwork? It's pretty good, but the cover is really, really good in defence from Thomas Kerr. As Wales sought to go the length there just for half a second. It looked like they might, but the gap was closed, and now they come across to this near side, and Zach Burns, who fights through for a couple of extra meters.
Yeah, England doing a really good job at stunting any momentum that Wales are trying to develop on their transition. And Wales at the moment having to move the ball in areas they probably wouldn't like to in order to create any separation. Obstruction call from the referee, just crossing over. And England will take a slow roll ball in order to get fresh legs on. And with just under 2 minutes to go, England look to go and put another one on the board.
Well, the way they've gone, you wouldn't put it past them playing with that electricity. Archie Devlin feels like the man to keep an eye on in this play. He's the one that all the play has buzzed through when he's been on the field. There he is in that number 2 shirt, getting the ball back. Can he create something? No, bounces out of that one, evades the touch.
One more.
And there could be some space. Draw and give,
yeah.
And the try will be there on the far side. You can push them this way, you can push them out, but you cannot stop this England side from terrorising you. They are quite simply magnificent. I'm just trying to make out the number of the try scorer. I think it might be Thomas Kerr again, but he's trotted across to this near side. We'll let him turn his back to me at some point, hopefully, and I'll bring you exactly who that was. What can Wales do in response? It was indeed Thomas Kerr getting another try. He's been the beneficiary of a couple of big plays. And Wales have a look to that right-hand side. Touch comes in from England. Still Welsh ball though. I think one of the Welsh players has just gone over his ankle there actually as he...
It looked like a pulled calf for me. A little bit of cramp maybe setting in.
The way he's stretching it out, it does look like it's probably more cramp than an actual pull. Good news is a replacement has come on and he's made his way over to the far side, and he is trying to stretch it out. I think it probably is a bit of cramp. I'm not surprised. The temperature has actually gone up, incredibly. And that is the half-time hooter. Well, Joe, what a first half.
I mean, it's just blistering pace from England, and you know, some of the English lads looking slightly tired, and I'm not surprised. They've run at unreal pace at the Welsh defence, and the Welsh defence just have not been able to cope with anything England are putting down. And you know, early doors we were complimenting Wales on their transition defence, forcing England to scoop from the Wales 10. Doesn't matter, absolutely doesn't matter. The pace, the direction is too much, and England just looks so comfortable at the moment.
Well, I think that's the thing. I mean, if it's hard to know what Wales can do. It feels as though they've not done much wrong. They've done all the things you tell them that they should do here. They're just simply unable to contain this utterly electric England attack.
Yeah, and I think the body language in the two boxes really sum it up. Wales are breathing deep, sat down. England light on their feet, wandering round, chatting, very lethargic, very laid back. Yeah, Wales, yeah, like you say, haven't done all that much wrong. Rather solid transition defence. Yes, maybe getting played around a little bit too easily. Rolling as well. You're just allowing people to come at pace at you if you're rolling backwards. But in attack, they've not really been able to show anything of note, and not due to a lack of ability, but due to the pressure that England are applying, always flying off the line. And when you've got a team that's constantly coming up at you, constantly in your face, you do struggle to have time on the ball.
And just, I guess, for the uninitiated watching, and you know, it's a young audience here. There's probably a lot of people watching who haven't played that much touch, or you know, want to learn more about the game. Explain what it is that England are doing that is so good.
God, how do you do that in a few words? Pace, understanding. I think those are the two big things. They're running structures that are extremely well drilled, and that's hard enough to do as it is. But then to be able to run it at full pace, commit defenders, back your hands, have the interpersonal relationships, anything and everything you would want from a touch side, England are demonstrating. We had Meek sat to our right of us, and I was talking to him very briefly during the game, and he was saying if this England side went into the Opens Euros, they'd do very well and they would compete very well, and we've still got an under-20s division as well. And it just shows the level of touch and the level of coaching as well. You know, Will Upton, genius, borderlines on genius, and they're very happy to scoop from far out, as you can see, and because they all understand our game plan is to scoop from far out because we can back our pace. The dumps for the scoop are so crisp, moving the defenders out of the way for the scooping player to go through, and that just allows that player to get hands on ball and pin his ears back and go straight.
And it's that pace you speak of. It at first glance it almost looks frenetic, but then when you see it replicated over and over, you realise it's just pure precision play, just done at real pace. And actually a lot of the things they're doing are not hugely complex. You know, we've seen a number of tries where it's just been simple hands, but it's been simple hands executed perfectly at pace, ball right in front of the ball carrier, and it's just precision.
Yeah, absolute precision. And you know, I almost feel for Wales because they've not made any, you know, big errors. They've not turned over the ball all that much. They've done what they can, and England are still able to just take it up gears and keep running hard, keep being direct. They all understand what they're doing. It's very clear from up here that in each individual pod there are players designed for certain roles, and we were saying earlier in the day that could work against you, because if those players aren't in the right position, then do you worry about progressing? Do you then stop the play to get people? No, none of that for England. They're aware of, okay, if you're not in the right position, I've got the skill set to do that also. And if the dumper's not in the right place, I'll dump the ball for you. If the scooper's not in the right place, I'll scoop the ball for you. And having threats in every single person on the pitch is just proving too much for this Welsh side to deal with.
It certainly is. It's been a quite astonishing first half performance from England. As we say, Wales have done little wrong. Hard to know what they can change in the second half, but without doubt They will have been discussing that at half-time, and we'll have a plan of some sort. Perhaps it's a quirky defensive structure. Perhaps it's a more off-the-cuff attacking structure. We'll find out over the course of this half, and we'll find out what more this England side can do, if anything. Seems like the ceiling has already been met, but you never know. They seem as though they can kind of do anything out there at the moment, such is their quality.
I mean, this is just superb. Just passing around Wales with absolute ease. Absolute ease. You know, this is third coming, and they're at the line ready. 32 structure, longs called, long balls on, catch, ground, and it is more of the same from England. Absolutely superb, just passing around Wales, no problem. Generating space, no problem. Picking the right options, no problem.
It's Harry Courts again with the finish, who must be thinking he's the luckiest man in Nottingham today, just collecting tries out there as people just feed him the ball in acres of space.
You'd love to be a winger in this side. Those stats are flattering you, definitely, because the wings are always on, because the defence has got to be so compact to deal with the stepping issues and problems of the England players that the wings are stood in acres of space.
Good position this for Wales. Could be an opportunity if they could have given that ball. He needed a shout there, he just needed to give that the tip pass, and he was away. 6 through though, England defend it well, but Wales just getting themselves in a position there where they at least had the possibility of an opening. And right now, possibilities feel like a bit of a win for Wales, I suspect. The knowledge that they could do something. And England going to go from the 10 here.
Oh, lovely. Ellis Watts just taking the touch. Sam Thorpe, Cooper, Sam Thorpe. The hands are too slick. Back to Sam Thorpe. Sam Thorpe takes the dump. Nope, touch hasn't come. Takes the dump now. Splits. Receives the ball back. Cooper Bainbridge. Aussies in Ellis Watts. Ellis Watts back to Sam Thorpe. Ellis on the long. Looks to create separation. Steps back on the inside. Can't quite find the option, but Wales are offside.
6 more for England. They've not wasted many of these opportunities. And Wales are going to have to be defensively solid, but at least a structure for them to defend against, they'll be thinking.
Oh, lovely. Just knocked the ball out of hand. That's a lovely variation there from Sam Thorpe. Takes the long, steps back, was looking for the pill to Cooper. Doesn't quite happen. And they run the long.
Good covering touch there from Zach Burns, just recognising that the body angles meant the ball wasn't going to go wide, so just jammed in, made the touch.
Brilliant read. Quickie, Sam Thorpe.
Diving for the line, soft signal from the ref, looks like it's try, but
I think Sam's made the
England
decision.
have kicked it back to the halfway line. It took a while. It was a very, very soft signal from the referee. Tentative almost, a finger out rather than an arm out. But Sam Thorpe has the score.
Yeah.
And England are up to 9.
Yeah. It was almost one of those, so it's such a delicate play that, you know, touching defender didn't know if he'd made it. Sam didn't really know if it was down. Referee wasn't sure what had come first. In the end, Sam just makes a decision, kicks the ball back, says, yeah, we'll take that score. And Wales now got to push to get something out of this game. Long ball to the link, but the link can't reel it in. Much of these passes have just been behind the players running the lines. It means you've got to check your run to reel it in. Whereas England, all of the passes have been out in front, not had to check the run. Always reeling it in stride.
And I guess the challenge here for Wales, you know, particularly as these are still young players, is probably about maintaining the confidence and enthusiasm throughout the rest of the game and not committing too many silly penalty offences, because otherwise the score can start to get quite messy if they just start to dip the heads and let the shoulders slump.
Yeah, and I think we saw a little bit of that hard push from Wales. Just surrendering a really good opportunity for England, and the Jacques brothers on the ball now. Long. Jacques got the ball. Oh, lovely pass, lovely ground, lovely score. And it's just proving all too easy.
Wales desperate for the forward pass to be given, but nothing doing from the refereeing team. Thomas Kerr with yet another score, and I think it would have been very hard done by if that had been given forward.
Yeah, definitely. You've seen
and that's coming from me.
The forward pass connoisseur to my left gives it the seal of approval.
It did actually drift forward, to be fair to the Wales players, but it was a very much backwards out the hands and did actually start backwards. It just drifted forwards as momentum took it there. Wales, what can they do? 10 down. They've just got to use these possessions they do get to the best extent they can, and almost just forget about what the opposition is doing and just play their game. And they're going to go wide, or almost look to tap it in. Again, a little bit of feistiness on the ball return there. Just got to keep their heads. A bit of a firm touch too.
Oh, lovely.
England just gliding forwards up the pitch, and now Archie Devlin's on and in possession, and we've seen what a threat he is, and now they just scoop it up, and Devlin has the ball and bounces it off to Conaghan. Conaghan goes down. Now Devlin has it again. Devlin's got a gap. Devlin through the gap, scores the try, and England take it out to 11.
Yeah, it's just too fast, too direct. Archie Devlin just goes over. They've stuck to this 32 platform. They keep running the long, getting on the outside of the tucking middle, and then it's just a race for the line, and Devlin's got all of the speed to get over. And typically you see in touch, you have an attack pod, a defence pod, and a transition pod. Well, all three pods for England can do all three of those jobs, so it doesn't matter who scores, who defends, who's in that little transitional role. Every single person with an England shirt on this pitch is doing their jobs immaculately. And they force a really good turnover, good dominant push on. Gets the hips not square, and now they can roll into this devastating sub move.
Ball just got left behind a touch there, but I don't think that will worry them too much as they start to just roll through beyond the halfway line. Oh, they're just eating up yards with consummate ease. It is quite a joy to behold, and fast hands, and it's going to be another try, and it's going to be Thomas Kerr with another. I've lost count of how many tries Thomas Kerr has. He is just waiting patiently out there on the wing while those inside of him just feed him tries.
Yeah, what's amazing about this team as well is the past few scores haven't been special. It's just the core skills of touch done immaculately. Dylan Madge with an amazing strike dump in behind the retreating defenders, and then it's just pick up, hands, done perfectly, always engaging defenders, not giving the pass too early.
Well, it's very reminiscent in rugby union of the All Blacks, in that are they doing anything that special, particularly when they're at the peak of their powers? Yes, of course they were. They had some very, very good players doing some very, very good things, but actually the standout feature was just executing core skills better than anyone else on the planet, and that's what this England side are doing. They're just executing core skills so well.
Yeah, and it's the small things that make the difference, like speed of the roll ball. Look, balls down, half a second off the floor. Balls down, okay, maybe 1 second off the floor. And now Dylan Madge on the ball, injects pace off the floor quickly, and then it's the hands. This is fifth coming now. Wales have defended this transition really well. That's fifth, so they've got to scoop. And the ball just gets left behind, and Wales defending the transition very well on that occasion.
It's the first time England have looked uncomfortable on the scoop, actually, and Wales perhaps finding the key to putting them under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, and Wales starting to get a little bit niggly at some of the little things that are going on, complaining at some of the touches. But this level of physicality is what we love to see, especially in the boys' game that will be the men's game in a few years' time. You've got to get used to this level of contact.
Fraser Britton. Interception from England, so they're just going to work their way up the field. Sweeping up the field now.
Oh, Sam Thorpe just eating up the yards. Then checking back off on the inside to Cooper Bainbridge. Cooper Bainbridge dumps. Sam Thorpe scoops. 1,
2 on 1
2.
on the outside. And it's another try, this time for Harry Courts. Him and Thomas Kerr are the two that are just loving life there in the wide channels, and Harry Courts will take that all day long, but Sam Thorpe probably claiming credit for that one on the way back.
I truthfully believe that if we recorded ourselves saying ball down, scoop, hands, score in the corner, we could just go home now and just leave that on repeat.
Yeah, I'd be halfway down the M1. We could have just done that. Easy. Easy. But then I'd have missed out on getting to watch this, and I tell you what, it's an absolute treat.
And what a reward for the people on the stream who stuck through all the way through the end of the day. You're getting treated to what is the best caliber of touch that we've had. Oh, what a brilliant read as well. Superb defensive read. They've shown their offensive prowess. They forced the dump. Dumper plants the ball, then goes to pick it up himself. Can't do that. Brilliant turnover. And England will launch from deep. What's nice about this England transition as well is I don't think at one occasion have we seen a hips not square off the mark.
Now the error count has been incredibly low, hasn't it?
It's just superb. I mean,
You may have heard we have the air ambulance on site, so if you are exiting the premises, you have to go through the hockey club. All exiting through the hockey club.
they look for the long, bit of a static setup. They recycle, they understand we're not going to force things that aren't what we want. Long, again, 3 on 2. Potentially the wrong option, and it doesn't matter. Thought the link hole was wide open. But instead they pick the harder option, go to the wing. Superb. Yeah, link hole way open. Go to the wing instead.
That's a stunning finish from Bailey Blackburn. Absolutely no space to work with, and Bailey Blackburn able to get there. And it's 14-0 to England now. And again, Wales really haven't done that much wrong here. They're just facing a side that are so on it, with so much quality. I mean, in many ways, sounds patronising to say, but they're doing well to keep the score as tight as it is, because this England team just looks as though every time they have the ball, they could potentially score, and Wales have had to put in some really solid defensive shifts just to prevent that from happening.
England are just, I think the easiest way to describe it is they're just comfortable. They are enjoying their touch.
And the referee's just going to have a little word with the Wales players here. The touches have been getting a little firmer and firmer as frustration starts to set in, and he's just going to put an end to that. And it is in fact a forced sub, I think. I don't think the Wales player was quite aware that that was what had happened, but it is a forced sub. Wales defending with 5 at the moment, and you don't want to be doing that against this England team.
There we go.
You really don't want to be doing that against this England team. Dylan Madge, the beneficiary of the extra space. England, the overall beneficiaries. 15-0 they stretch it out to.
Yeah, these are men's open structures as well, by the way. This isn't Mickey Mouse touch. These are men's open structures, running the long with the link, hitting the hole at pace. Dylan Madge smiling as he grounds the ball. They've enjoyed this one. And what's nice, I guarantee that this is the case. We will see this boys' side back on the live stream, and they will then start running the variations. They will start running the inside runner coming off the back of the long. They'll start running the short, the Aussie early release. Their playbook will be so deep, and the fact that they've had to stick to one structure, which is the long, and then long balls off the back of that, and they've been able to make easy work of this Welsh side. I think it's just too good. They're a side that's too well drilled, and Wales just struggling to keep up.
England slowing the pace down for once.
Oh, there's a collector's item. I think that might be the first roll ball infringement from England.
Oh, it's the first time they've slowed the pace down. That'll be why.
Yeah, maybe you've just got to keep running at full tilt the entire time and the roll ball will fix itself. But the timing of the release in their press is exquisite. Always up in the line, not once been called for offside, talking to the refs, asking, am I good, am I good? As soon as they get that yes, they're right up in it. And this is fifth now, and unlike England, Wales can't scoot from this far out. They don't have the disguise, they don't have the speed and precision. And England probably feel a little bit frustrated that they turned the ball over, have forced a really solid turnover right on halfway. And here comes the danger pod. Dylan Madge, Sam Thorpe, Cooper Bainbridge. Cooper splits inside, receives the ball back from Sam Thorpe. Big step. Oh, lovely inside ball. Oh, referee gets wiped out. But it's superb touch, might get called back for a slightly forward pass. And England just flexing their muscles now, starting to deviate from the 32 long platform. Enjoying their work out there with 3.5 minutes to go.
Little touch to the face there from Wales, just showing a few of their frustrations. 3.5 minutes to go. And it's hard not to get frustrated if you are Wales. That feeling, and we've all been there in sport before, where you feel as though you're not doing a huge amount wrong. There's just nothing you can do in the sea of what's coming at you, and it really has felt like a sea of England attack through this game. As again, they just engineer the space, and Dylan Madge scoring, and now he's got a couple through that link position.
It's just really good work from Cooper and Sam. Cooper's in at far middle here, comes in, splits, cuts opposite, dummy, and then the link has to bite, and Dylan Madge has the intelligence to hold his space and hit the hole at pace. And 16 tries to 0 is, I mean, if you can't call this emphatic, what can? What can you?
Well, somewhat terrifyingly, this is not necessarily the best England side we're going to see this weekend, because the men's under-20s are on first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and that is a very scary prospect. Very scary prospect. I'd love to see the 18s and the 20s go toe-to-toe.
Wales almost away, but the touch comes in from Ellis Watts. Joshua Jones going as close as any Welshman has so far today, and he's just having a chat with the ref saying that he didn't much like that one, but I think he was just about to dive as the touch came in, and, and that's why he ended up going tumbling. It. His body was in such an angle that it took almost no contact. No fault of his, just physics. Wales. Well, they've got a chance here to create something.
Yeah, hips not square at the base of the ruck, and it's just easy for England at the moment. They move together as a unit in defence and always getting back off the line. The fitness levels have been immaculate. The understanding of the game plan that they're trying to implement is insane. And look, they're just eating up yards for fun. That's third touch at halfway, starting from their own 7, fourth touch, and they've got the two twins on. Great hands, great feet. Oh, the tap on nearly comes off. Not quite. And now Wales trying to launch from deep. 50 seconds remain, and it's just too good. England forcing mistake after mistake after mistake.
And we're into the final 30 seconds here. Will England finish it with a score? Or could Wales perhaps just nick one at the end? They'd love to get one, but England are going to be so determined, probably more so than scoring, to finish this with a 0 on the other score sheet. Big touch coming in. England fancied the penalty there, but I think the referees are just going to say to them, you just go and try and score, lads. And that may well be exactly what they're going to do. Dylan Madge diving, did the touch come in? Yes, it just did. It just did, and we're moving very close to final play territory. Indeed we are. The touch comes in. It's all over. The pain over for Wales, the joy over for England. It was a tough outing for the Welsh, but they're going to have to sit and remember just how little they did wrong in this game. They gave it their best, and sometimes you just come up against a better team. And it finishes up here to end the day with England winning 16-0 against Wales, and, well, a stunning performance.
Oh, it's just superb. I mean, what more can you ask for a team? Like I said at halftime, I was speaking to Cooper and Sam and Ellis, and they were saying, like, we're up for this, we're ready for it, we want to make a big statement, and that's exactly what they did, making such positive statements. 16 tries to 0 is just absolutely outrageous. It's not a scoreline you hear very often. And this Welsh side did not do anything wrong, really. They were just, dare I say, outclassed in the end.
Yeah, they certainly were. I mean, it was a tough one for them, but a fantastic performance from England, and in the context of what this weekend is all about, the experience for all the other players at this tournament, everyone on the touchlines, everyone watching on the live stream, the experience of seeing a performance of that quality from players of that age is something that is going to live very, very long in the memory. But I'll tell you what, it's not going to have to live that long in the memory in terms of what we're watching, because we are back at it at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And I mentioned it just a moment ago on commentary, Joe. Might even go up a level, because first game tomorrow morning, USA against England, men's under-20s level. If that's the under-18s, by definition the under-20s must be better.
Oh,
my
well,
word.
You'd like to think so. You would like to think so, but I do have to quickly remind everyone, some of the players in that 18 squad are also eligible for the 15s. So that just shows the depth of ability that they have in this age group. And I think the 20s will be watching this going, we've got to put a performance on now.
Well, it is absolutely extraordinary. It's been a wonderful day here. We've had wind, we've had sun, we've had rain, we've had rainbows, we've had the whole works. We had a gale force wind blowing down the length of the pitch. The sun has come out just as the day ends, which is a bit of a shame. I've managed to finally take my coat off, but hey ho, let's hope for more of the same tomorrow. I'm told it's going to be wet at Old Trafford, but maybe it'll be dry here at Nottingham University, just down the road from Trent Bridge. We can only hope, hey? But join us tomorrow morning. It all starts at 8:30. We've got 2 more days this fantastic competition, a full day of action tomorrow, and then on Sunday is finals day. So please do stay with us. It's been an absolutely fantastic day of touch rugby here at the Atlantic Youth Touch Cup here at Nottingham University. Stay with us for tomorrow, 8:30 start. It's going to be brilliant.